Greetings, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I know we're technically still in the ads. The ads just started. But also, like, the stream started earlier than what they said they were going to, and UCP is on stage with a Moogle. So I figured, they they probably still got another half hour of prep and stuff before, but UCP walking around on stage with a huge Moogle. Oh my god, the huge Moogle. I know, right? So yeah, we got Moogle and Yoshi-P himself. Welcome. We're here for the Fan Fest of Final Fantasy 14 Anaheim 2026. Yoshi-P petting the giant Moogle. You'll notice I have the Fan Fest video right here, and over here I have the patch notes, which they have dropped. So during downtime, we're going to be going through some of the... That shirt says, I think, Aunt Me's Tacos. And the thing about that shirt, there's a shirt and a hoodie, and you can buy both the shirt and the hoodie in real life and in the game, and wear it in the game too. Yeah. That was him saying, in a half hour we'll be back. You just came out to play with the fans. the Moogle is still here. Giant Moogle. I normally wait for all the ads on my channel to end before I switch over to my live feed. But I've still got another like 50 seconds. We would have missed Yoshi-P and the Moogle. I also need to pull up Fan Fest schedule 2026. Here we go. We are on Friday, which is day 1, so I want to see the Friday schedule. And here is the schedule of things that we are going to be streamed today. And the first 4 of these things I'm going to be restreaming and talking about as it's happening here. And then the Glamour to Life cosplay walk, I'm not really going to be covering because I'm not much of a cosplay guy, although I have noticed there are several people in the audience whose cosplays are on point. I saw a dude that had a Red Mage cosplay that was just magnifique. That's a cute little cosplay right there. Got the little slimes. So many people with the glow sticks. I want glow sticks. I've got 0 occasions where I would use glow sticks, but I still want glow sticks. Can you imagine the person in the Moogle outfit? Their handler just walks them on stage and say, okay, just bounce here for a minute. Hey, Grahatia. We are assuming a level of spoilers for the Fan Fest. Also, I like this artwork, because this artwork actually shows off all of the Scions of the 7th Dawn. 2 of them were conspicuously missing from the last piece of artwork, but Urian J is here, and Estinian is here. There's Justola, Thancred, that's Grahatia right there. That's Kryle, that's Tartaru, that's Alice, that's Alpino, and that is us, the Warrior of Light. Right there. So that's all the people in the little collage of people right there. It's weird that we've lost like 3 named scions, and we have more scions now than what we started with. As I was saying, we are going to assume a certain level of spoilerage for everything that's going to happen in this stream. Today, I'm going to assume that everybody that is watching me has finished up until patch 7.4 in Dawn Trail. Because we're going to be openly talking about things coming up in the game, patch 7.5. In fact, we can go ahead and start going down these notes over here. New main scenario quests have been added. Okay, yes, we expected that. The new quest is called In Fate's Footsteps, requires level 100, starts in Solution 9 with Kryle, and you must complete the main scenario quest Into the Mist. And then there are 4 major quest points after that. That's perfectly normal, expected that. Chronicles of a New Era, Echoes of Vanadil. This is the new Alliance raid that's coming with Shantoto. There's Shantoto right there. And it starts with the Hollowed Promise in Tuliyola. Okay, that's about what we expected from that. A new side quest, The Winged Spirit Cometh. Oh, the wings that Yoshi P was showing off. They're the EX mounts. Okay, that makes that a lot more easy. Now I'm gonna have to grind the EX mounts. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the angel wings that he showed off, they're not with the ultimate raid like I was scared they were going to be. They're actually the EX mount prize. So you earn all the other EX mounts from the extreme trials, and once you have them all, you get a special quest, and they're adding in that quest with this patch. This one right here, the Winged Spirit Cometh. Okay, so that's how you get that. New chapters have been added to New Game Plus, the Alliance raids for this one. Okay. The requirement for certain quests have been changed from any Disciple of War of Magic to any Disciple of War of Magic excluding limited jobs. Okay, so they changed it from any Disciple of War of Magic to any Disciple of War of Magic except for Blue Mage and Beastmaster. Okay. The prerequisite quest, Go West Craftsman, has been changed to Inscrutable Taste. For the side quest, The Seaweed is Always Greener, the prerequisite quest, None Forgotten, None Forsaken, has been changed to Inscrutable Quest. Okay, so this right here specifically has to do with the custom deliveries and opening up custom deliveries, which is a crafting thing. Previously, there was a quest called Go West Young Craftsman, which was completely convoluted and overthought, that you had to complete in like 5 different parts before you could unlock your first custom delivery. I said custom delivery, which was Chloe in Idleshire. So it looks like they've cleaned it up a little bit. Because Inscrutable Taste was another quest in that line. So this looks like they've just cleaned up the starting chain for the custom deliveries. Certain side quests have received minor adjustments. Ahead of new release, new custom deliveries client, Kissel Jaw, in patch 7.4. Minor adjustments to featured NPCs and text have been made in the following quests. Much Ado About Nothing, and Culinary Import. Okay, these are crafting quests for Dawn Trail. Speaking with Lidolona? I'm never going to pronounce that lady's name. And Mordona. I know who she is. I know who she is. What Are Tomes of Regional Folklore is now available as a dialogue option after dealing with the House of Splendors. Greetings, Lansley! Welcome, welcome, welcome! This isn't 6 p.m. This is not 6 p.m. because the Fan Fest starts at 1 p.m. So today's stream and tomorrow's stream is following the schedule of the Fan Festival here. They kicked off the stream early, so I kicked off the stream early because Yoshi P was walking around on stage with a giant, like, 5-foot Moogle. 6-foot Moogle. 5.5-foot Moogle. We'll just go in the middle. So, we are talking about the patch notes which dropped. I'm just going down through the patch notes right now. Moving the dialogue option around. They've adjusted things in the treasure hunt, probably because new things are coming through. They've added things to subaquatic voyages. Okay, this is for grand companies and free companies. You can build a submarine in your free company and send it on voyages to get things, and you can build like a little airship in there too and send it on voyages. It looks like they've added more areas and items to the submarine thing, which is good. The placement limits for indoor and outdoor furnishings have been increased. Oh, look, the Moogle's back on stage. Isn't that lovely? Note that up to 400 furnishings can be displayed on screen at once. If more than 400 furnishings are on screen, those on a different floor to your character will stop being displayed, with small, more distant furnishings being hidden first. Okay. Indoor. For private chambers, they've increased it from 100 to 150. For cottages, which is what I have, they've increased it from 200 to 300. For outdoor furnishings, that's a typo. Because it wasn't, it's not 20, it's 200. It looks like they've typoed here. But it looks like they've doubled that. For houses, which is medium, from 300 to 450. And from 300 to 600. And for mansions, from 400 to 600. And from 400 to 800. Okay. Players can now adjust the number of characters displayed in housing areas via the display limits option under settings in the system configuration menu. This is what they were talking about in the live letter. In conjunction with the increased furnishing placement limits, the number of light sources in houses available to cast shadows from characters and other moving objects has been... Oh! Bucket. I have the bucket. Okay, bucket gone. Okay, so that's they lowered the lighting requirements to reduce stress on the PlayStation 4.
Final Fantasy 14 Fan Festival 2026 in Anaheim.
Woohoo!
Our show will begin in just 15 minutes. Are you ready?
Dark minimalist style has been added as an interior design option. That looks kind of cool. Furnishings from the design contest have been added. Okay, so there's an outdoor stage. There's an indoor kind of nook thing going on here. There's like a home living room set. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to get this. This just looks cool. New orchestration roles have been added. Okay. The Juno Starlight Celebration role is now okay. It's there for anyone. New aquarium fish have been added. Okay. A new seed for flower pots have been added. Oh, this kind of... I forget what kind of flower that is. Cornflower. Yep, yep. Just waiting buy cornflowers. The Mandeville Gold Saucer. New prizes are available for purchase using MTP. New cards have been added to Triple Triad. Okay, that's Shentoto. This is Zero. This is the new raid boss. I forget what he's called. These people are in the quest line, but I forget what their names are too. The card number of King Elmer III has been changed from 9,999 to 455. The following character voice has been added to Mahjong. Zero. Okay. Duty support have been added for the following duties. The Dusk Vigil, Shishui of the Violet Tide, and Pisces. The following adjustments have been made to companions. A new animation has been added when summoning companions. Companions do not react when you pet or poke them. A new idle animation has been added to companions. Oh, they're gonna do more than just stand there and occasionally turn and look at you. Which is what they do right now. Random bucket, yes. The following additions and adjustments have been made to Wondrous Tale. Prizes available in exchange for Chloe's gold and certificates of commendation have been adjusted. The following duties have been added. Walker Lardor. Everkeep, the Minstrel Ballad. Okay, the EX Childs from Dawn Trail. That's what those are. Second chance for points are rewarded upon completion of certain duties. The number of available points is displayed with the duties. Corresponding duties cannot be retried. Oh! Okay, so now when a certain duty gives second chance points, it tells you right here. Okay. The available trial for Fox Hollows has been changed from Tsukiyomi's Pain Unreal to Shinryu's Self-Made. Yes! I saw that Shinryu is the new Unreal trial, and I am not entirely well, you know, it's an improvement from Tsukiyomi's Pain, because Tsukiyomi is a pain in the ass. That's what that should be called. Tsukiyomi's Pain in the Ass. Shinryu is an improvement. At least, because in Tsukiyomi's Pain, there's a like you go through two phases of the fighting all through all the different mechanics and everything, and you get to the third phase, and now you have to, like, half the arena is in light and half of it's in dark, and when you're standing in a zone, you get a little marker that's ticking up, and if you reach 3, you die. And so when you're standing in light, it ticks up the light side marker. And then once your light side marker reaches 3, you die. So when you reach 2, you have to run to the dark side, and then it ticks down the light side marker and starts ticking up the dark side marker. And then when you hit 2 on dark, you have to go back to the light. And then she'll put up a sun and a moon on the opposite cardinal directions of where the light and the dark are. And so if you're in the darkness, but you have the light side buff, you have to go to the sun. And if you're in the light and you have the dark side buff, you have to go to the moon, because they're going to blow up and give you 3 stacks of the other one. So if you're in the wrong spot and you get hit by the explosion, you die. If you're in the wrong orb, when it explodes, you get 3 stacks and you die. If your stacks change because of where you're standing under the orb, you have to go to the other orb or you die. While she's doing all this, she's still attacking and throwing things and putting shit on the ground and blowing up the whole arena. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass is what it is. Duties that can be recorded have changed. The Ageless Necropolis, Sandoria the Second Walk, and Cruiserweight 1 and 2 Savage to Heavyweight 2 and 3 Savage. Okay, yeah, that's normal. The following addition and adjustments have been made to sightseeing logs. When arriving at a visa, the emote required to record the location is now included in the message displayed. Okay. Record it in your sightseeing log by using the emote Lookout. For Realm Reborn and Stormblood sightseeing log entries, a message is now displayed when using the correct corresponding emote and a vista if the correct weather and time conditions are not fulfilled. A help button has been added to the sightseeing log window for easy access to details regarding this feature. Are you going to make the bubbles appear in a Realm Reborn? Because that would just be very helpful, showing people exactly where they gotta go. New hairstyle options have been added for Vieira. Oh. Okay. That's cool. New hairstyle options have been added for Hrothgar. Okay, yep, that's cool. The following headgear items will now display when worn by Vieira. All of that. New emotes have been added. Is this like a directing emote? That's cool. Use of all items can now be queued for execution. Okay, so when you use an item in abilities in battle in Final Fantasy XIV, here's a little thing about how the ability system works. If you have an ability that's casting right now, and the global cooldown is ticking, but it's not quite up there yet, and you press the next ability, it'll put that ability in a queue stack underneath the current ability, and that ability will go off when the next when the next global cooldown tick happens. Now you can queue items in that tick, which is pretty good. New enemies have been added in the Central Shroud. Okay, so that's interesting. Because this is ARR. New ARR enemies have been added in the Central Shroud. A new dungeon, Kotium, has been added. And this has got to be Garlemald. Average item level of 750 or above. Okay. New child, the Unmaking. Yes, this is going to be the new Zero content right here. And the Unmaking Extreme after you clear it, yes. The Wandering Minstrel and Tuliolo. Yep. The Shepia and Solution 9. Okay, yeah, so all that's still the same. Shinryu's Domain is the new Fox Hollow. Which, as I said, better than Tsukiyomi's Pain. The Fantastic Mr. Fall. The drop rate for the Wings of Death and the Minstrel Balance Necron's Embrace has been increased. Okay, so this is a Necroniac. The drop rate for the Wings of Mist and Hell on Rails has increased. The weekly restriction on awards in the Arcadian Heavyweight Division has been removed. But it doesn't apply to the Hollow Blade. Okay. So they removed the restriction on the armor, but not the weapon, because you still have to get 8 of these Hollow Blades, and they only get 2 a week. Oh. But I should have read on a little bit more, because they've reduced it from, not 8, apparently it was 7 to 4. Okay. I mean, that's good, because I've already got 2 of them. I just haven't, I've been lazy about going back in and clearing heavyweight. A new Alliance Raid dungeon, the Third Walk. Windurst, the Third Walk has been added. Oh, Windurst. Oh, Windurst. The Hollow Promise, yes, okay, so I saw the stuff about that. Players will no longer be rewarded cracked Nova clusters upon completing Sandoria, the second wall. The following adjustments have been made to the Cloud of Darkness Chaotic. Players may now undertake this duty using the unrestricted party option. Yes. When completing the duty with minimum item level enabled, the following items are now guaranteed to appear in the treasure coffer for each party. The Shroud, the Dais, the Wisp, and the haircut, a half-time suit. Okay, so what they're saying is, we're gonna let you go in unrestricted and solo this stuff. But, if you still decide to queue up and go in with a group of people and fight it at level, you're guaranteed to get the armor, the mount, and the minions. They're guaranteed to drop. And the hairstyle. The hairstyle, the minion, the mount, and the armor are all guaranteed to drop. Like, you can solo it, but if you do it like we intended, the stuff is gonna be in the box, you know. The items required to enhance equipment purchased with elegant tomestones of mnemonics, Thundersteeped Twine, and Thundersteeping Glaze can be purchased from the vendors. Yeah, the one in Tuliolo and the one in Solstice. The following duties have been added to the Raid Finder, the Unmaking Extreme, Shinryu's Domain Unreal. Yep. Hell on Rails Extreme has been removed from the Raid Finder to the Duty Finder. Okay. Players that's because the Unmaking replaced it. Players now receive the power of the Echo. In the event all party members are incapacitated during the following trials: Hell on Rails and Hell on Rails Extreme. Okay. The strength of the Echo granted in the Cruiserweight tier Savage has been increased. Duties listed within Duty Roulette Expert have been changed. Before it was the Meso Terminal and Mistwake, now it's Mistwake and the Criterion. Okay, so Meso Terminal, out of there. The required average item level to register for Tutti Roulette has been increased from 735 to 750. So they're making you get the high-end items in order to play this stuff. Following additions and adjustments have been made to the Duty Roulette level cap dungeons. The Meso Terminal has been added, and the average item level has increased to 720. The Unmaking has been added to the Duty Roulette Trials. The Clatium, Windows, and the Unmaking have been added to the Mentor Roulette. Okay, and the item level for the Mentor Roulette has increased to 755. The Unmaking Extreme has been added to the list of challenges in Stone Sky Sea. I've never done that. Like, I've done it, but I don't much see the point. The following adjustments have been made to the Occult Crescent. The Phantom Cannoneer support job action Shock Cannon has been changed from lightning aspected to unexpected. Okay. According with this change, the icon and effects of this action have been adjusted. They changed it from blue to yellow. The Phantom Knight action pledge now nullifies certain detrimental effects of enemy attacks in addition to the damage that would be inflicted by those attacks. When undertaking critical encounters, enemy auto attack potency has been reduced. When undertaking critical encounters, the drop rate of the following items has been increased. Basically all the stuff you need to get the cool rewards in there. Gotcha. Paste. The conditions for determining the HP of enemies that appear in Fate have been adjusted. Previously, when engaging in a Fate, only the number of players within its bounds were factored into enemy HP. Moving forward, all the players in the Fate, as well as those within 180 yalms of it, yalm is a yard, or a foot, it might be a foot, I think it's a foot, yalm is a foot, will be factored into enemy HP. However, players undertaking a critical encounter will not be counted. The amount of knowledge points, phantom experience, and enlightenment silver pieces earned from fades have been increased. Rewards for completing the occult quest and field operation entries in the challenge log have been increased. When procuring the crystal paste to upgrade a phantom weapon, the pop-up notification will now also indicate the number of pastes obtained. 8. Okay, yeah, so they just giving you more information. Here we go. You hear the hype? You hear the hype? Okay. Reflections. Okay. Azim's crystal. Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. That's the key. Okay. The warrior of light through the years. What? I mean, that would be...
One more time. It's my favorite story.
Okay, hold on. Let me just watch and see what this... Square Enix on the thing, I see that.
But if you insist. Yes! Alright, I'm ready. Tell me about the promised land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered,
That's cute.
for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end. From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
Okay. A hero still a viper. Steely, Estinian, and Alphino. Is that the training mist?
But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold, cold and still. Men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the sky.
That's a really cool idea.
Then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste.
You have a world that's a frozen wasteland. So the society moved up to the clouds because the ground is too cold.
The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as
Okay.
far.
He was a reaper. Ever cold. So the expansion is right there. There were a lot of things in that video that are very interesting. The next expansion is literally right there. It's in January. I figured we were going to get an expansion amount. I'm not sure, but it's a really interesting idea if the ground gets too cold and the clouds are frozen to move from the ground to the sky and live on top of frozen clouds. Is he doing the Mandeville dance? Evercold. I figured we were going to get an expansion announcement. I didn't think we were going to get a date, especially a date as close as January. That is actually really interesting.
Hi guys! Thank you for coming and watching today. Welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival 2026 in Anaheim! Thank you!
Dropping the snow and ice expansion in the winter makes sense. Well, to be fair, most MMOs expansions are dropped between November and
Producer
February.
and director of Final
Oh,
Fantasy
I'm being abducted.
XIV.
I'm being abducted. Goodbye. Wee.
さあ、いよいよ始まりましたファイナルファンタジー14ファンフェスティバル2026、ここからはすみません日本語でお伝えして
He's repeating
いくの
everything
で
he just said in Japanese.
頼もしい助っ人を呼びたいと思います Awesome and Super Translator Michael Christopher Kosh Fox
Koji Fox is the translator.
I'm getting too old for this. Okay. Yoshida-san,
ああ
your glasses.
じゃあコウジ皆さんにご挨拶をお願いします
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Michael Christopher Koji Fox, and I'm today going to be the English voice of the Yoshi P.
さあ本当に皆さんたくさんありがとうございます
Thank you so much.
たくさんありがとうございますさあ、ファンフェスティバルの幕開け、僕の基調講演からスタートしてまいりたいと思います
So, like we do every festival, we're starting things off with my all-important keynote address.
さあ
Yes.
8.0エバーコールドのティザートレーラーご覧いただきましたいかがだったでしょうか
But before that, you got to see the world premiere for our teaser trailer for Evercold. How was it?
Thank you
Yes.
まあでもティザートレーラー
Oh,
だ
look,
から
all the expansions
わかんない
around
か
in the
もしれなかったと思うん
background.
ですけどものすごいそこで見てたんですけどものすごいたくさんのリアクションありがとうございます
I mean, it is a teaser trailer, so there's a lot you probably didn't understand, but your reaction was great. Thank you so much.
さあでは早速始めていきたいと思います
Oh.
All right, so let's
Go ahead.
begin.
行月のフィナーレにて完結した、サーガの一つ目ハイデリンゾディアク編ですが、パッチ6.1からじわじわ進んできたサーガ第2章神なき世界編と言います
All right, so ever since Endwalker brought a close to the Hydaelyn and Zodiac saga, we've gradually been moving towards our next big storyline, what we're now calling the Godless Realm saga.
Okay.
今回の8.0エバーコールドからこの第2章のサーガさらに物語が加速してまいります
And with the launch of Evercold, that journey is about to go even deeper.
まだまだねさっきほんの一部の映像公開になってますが、この基調講演にて 8.0 とはファイナルファンタジー14にとってどのような拡張パッケージなのか、ここを起点にファイナルファンタジー14は次のステージへ向かっていこうと思っています。
There is, but I don't have it mapped to anything at the moment for the confetti. Godless Realm's gonna be set in London then, or the U.S.
And how with it, we plan on taking both you and Final Fantasy XIV to the next level.
今日はですね、
The Godless
今日
level.
はですね、 とにかく話すことがめちゃくちゃ多くてですね、めちゃくちゃ濃密な基調講演になる予定です。
Today, we have a lot to show you.
かなり長いので、ちょっとぜひ皆さん
It's
リラ
quite
ッ
long.
クスして、でも途中でお手洗い行きたくなったら行ってきていいです。
This is going to be a very long keynote, probably the longest one we've done before. So if you need to go to the bathroom, it's okay, you can go.
ライブストリームでご覧の、世界中の光の戦士の皆さんもぜひリラックスしてマイペースで、最後まで、この基調講演お楽しみください。
So everyone here and watching on the live stream today, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
He's got his little clicker.
ではまず拡張タイトル、今回ファイナルファンタジー 14 8.0、そのタイトル名エバーコールド、日本語では白銀のワンダラーと呼びます。
I must say
First off, we
I'm
have
excited for some more Amano art on this logo here.
Evercold. And for those keeping track, the Japanese subtitle roughly translates as Wanderer or Explorer of the Silver.
そして
Yeah,
先
down
ほ
here.
どトレーラーにありました
Explorer
が
of the Silver.
発売は2027年1月を予定しております。
And now I know we usually wait a few fan fests before giving you a solid release date, but not this time. You saw in the trailer, Evercold
Yes,
is
I
on
was
track
surprised
for
about that.
January 2027 release.
Okay, on track. He said on track for a release, not that it's getting a release.
This month is April.
April.
5、6、7、8、
Touch.
9、10、
Two,
11、12、1、
Yeah,
9
9
months.
months.
Is that enough? Enough?
まあ僕とね、開発チーム的にはもうね、あと9ヶ月って言われるとゾワッとするんですけど、開発チーム、運営チーム、総力を結集して最大火力で、お届けしようと思いますので、どうぞご期待ください。
He said now that I've counted it,
That's
it's kind of
all
giving me the
kind of be
chills.
frightening and intimidating for the development team, but I think we're ready to put it into high gear. So I officially give you permission to please look forward to it.
Please look forward to it.
さあではまずこの神なき世界編と名付けられたシリーズ、加速していくエバーコールドの物語をちょっとだけ紹介したいと思います。
All right, so with the Hydaelyn and Zodiark saga complete, our second saga, Godless Realms, is in full force. And with Evercold, we will be furthering this exciting storyline.
今回光の皆さんが向かうのは共造世界の一つ
Okay, so if you
であ
guys
る
remembered me talking about the
太陽世界へ行って
reflections
いただきます。
All right, and this time, Warriors
last
of
week,
Light
you'll
will be visiting
recognize this.
the reflection known as the Fourth.
But this right here is Azen's crystal.
あれまだパッチ 7.5 もねリリースされて
It's
ない
kind it's kind of a
いいのかな
thing
って
in
I know we're
in the
not even finished with 7.5,
in the Final
and
Fantasy
now you already know
14
you're
community.
going.
Because at the end of every live letter and every time they post something, Yoshi P is always like, please look
All right,
forward
so
to
the
it.
Fourth is this reflection of Hydaelyn that has fallen into ruin.
そしてその氷の力によって崩壊しつつあるという危機的な状況にあります。
And it is slowly succumbing to the ever-spreading ice.
この第4世界に果たして光の戦士である皆さんは誰とどのように向かうことになるのか。
And so how and with whom will you be making your journey there?
そしてそこで待ち受ける新たな試練とは。
And of course, what trials will await you upon your arrival?
Ha!
Maybe.
Somebody just yelled
そ
blitzball.
して、今回タイトルにもなってるワンダラー、その意味とは何なのか。
And last but
Uroni.
not least, who is this far wanderer or explorer mentioned in that Japanese subtitle?
主人公である光の戦士の皆さんの新たな冒険がいよいよここから始動いたします。
Fellow heroes and warriors of light, the next chapter in our fated tale is about to begin.
まあなんかストーリー紹介って言いながら ごめんなさいね、今日、
I like
スト
that
ー
he's
リ
a
ーに関して
reaper.
話せるのはここまで
It's
です。
tying it back to
But
the 13th.
That's all about all I can say about the story for now. Sorry.
なぜなら、この物語の導入は、来週火曜日にリリースされるパッチ 7.5 のメインクエストから続いていくことになります。
But again, there's a perfectly good reason for this. That being next Tuesday, patch 7.5 releases, and with it, the main scenario will be setting up the story for the shift to Evercold.
And he's wearing
今日はね、
Zero's
ちょっとだ
hat.
けそ
It's
の
a Zero's
未来
hat.
の
I
ね
have that hat.
お話をお伝えしたことになりますが、パッチ 7.4 のストーリーからパッチ 7.5 パート1、そしてパート2と、どのように物語が展開して皆さんが第4世界で向かうのか、この先ファンフェスで公開されていく情報と一緒にメインクエストをぜひ楽しんでください。
So, in other words, today you are all getting a little glimpse into the future, and hopefully it can help bring some clarity to the story that you've already seen in 7.4 and what you're going to see in 7.5 parts 1 and 2.
まあまあでもこれだけで終わるとね、寂しいんで、ちょっと第4世界の状態いろいろ紹介していきたいと思います。
But we can't just tell you that about the fourth. So, even though I can't talk much about it yet, development of the Forge is very much underway, and so we want to show you a little bit more visually.
エヴァコールドの舞台とな
You
る
can
第4
show
世
it
界
to us.
開発着々と進んでおります。今日は
I mean, there's
そ
no
の
way it's
メイン
still in
コンセプト
development
い
if
くつか
it's
のね
coming
コン
out
セ
in
プトアートを持ってきたの
January,
で、
right?
なんとなく皆さんそれを見てイメージをしてください。
So today I've borrowed a few pieces of art and screenshots from our servers to give you a sneak peek of several of the new areas
All the
and get that
forces of
speculation
stage.
train rolling.
まあちょっ
Okay,
とね、まだまだお
Shakespeare.
話できないことはあるので、地名とかはちょっと一回全部伏せてます。なので、デザインを見ていろいろね、想像していただければと思います。
But like I said, I can't reveal too much as of yet, so you won't be getting any official place names for now, but hopefully these images can help give you a better idea of what's to come.
ではまず開発中のスクリーンショットからちょっと見ていきましょう。
All right, let's start with some of these under development screenshots.
はい。さっきね、トレーラーにもありました超巨大なクリスタルありますね。
So here we have this giant crystalline object looming over the area. I think we also saw it in the trailer.
Yeah.
まあでも手前にね、エーテライトっぽいものがあるから、あれはちょっとまた
Looks like a big
違うものなん
etherite.
Mm.
でしょう
Yeah.
ね。
And so if that smaller crystal in the foreground is something probably different, right?
まあ向こうの方にはね、なんかうっすらと巨大な建造物が見えるから、お城なのか。
Okay,
街な
I
の
see
か
Koji trying
And we
to.
have those ramparts that are kind of behind it as well. So is that a castle? Is that a town?
Yoshi P
ちょっ
said
とね、
etherite
アップした状
when
態
he
です
was talking about this
And here
crystal,
we have that
and
same,
Koji didn't.
scene just
I
a little
caught
bit
that.
closer up to that first crystal.
さすが共造世界、エーテライトのデザインもちょっと違い
He
ます。
said it again,
And so it's
etherite.
probably an etherite, and again, because this is a different
There we go.
a reflection, that's going to be in a different design than the ones we have on the
Chot-
source.
ちょっとね、湖面に浮かぶ船も特徴的ですね。
Those boats on the lake also have a very unique design.
おお、そして巨大なね、竜の頭のような建造物あります。
And here we have what appears to be the statue of a giant dragon. Is that?
まあ今回、マップの
Yeah.
環境表現というのも、さらに新しい表現に、力を入れて挑戦してます。
Our designers have put their best feet forward this time in an effort to create something that feels new and fresh and truly unique from what we had before.
お、打って変わってちょっとね、荒野のような集落ですかね。
And here we have what appears to be some kind of lonely settlement in a somewhat arid, barren-looking environment.
そして夕方の雰囲気ですが、手前の方にね、飛空艇らしきものが見えますね。
And here it looks like it's dusk, but if you look in the front of the shot, you can see something that looks like maybe airships.
もう
Yeah.
ちょっとね、デザイン、今までやっぱり見たことのないようなデザインの飛空艇になってますね。
And of course, their designs are quite different from what we've seen in previous expansions.
こちら、夜のライティングのテストをしてます。
And here we
Yeah,
have
they're in
the
this
same
shot
area
too.
at night, so we can see how the lighting will work.
さらに打って変わってね、ちょっと穀倉地帯のような感じですね。
And here we have what looks like some fertile
This is
cropland.
interesting up
まあ
here.
相変わらず
This
奥に
like
もなんか巨大な、
thing
ね、
back here in the
建物が出てます
background here.
And there's also a giant
Kind of like
structure in
a
the background of this
like a
pic as
vault
well.
or something.
さらにはですね、どうやらちょっと生活のね、雰囲気も見え隠れして
This
ま
is
す。
the
どん
same
な
area
光景
because
が
that's
待ち受け
that
るの
vault
か、いろいろ
structure
ご
back
想
there
像
in
く
the
ださい。
background.
And here you can see some sort of garden in the background, so it certainly looks like it's lived in. What adventures await you here?
打って変わって地上なのか
Underground,
地下なのか、こちらもライティングのテスト中です。
And okay, this is a change. It appears to be underground, but is it? We're currently working on the lighting on this one. as
I'm
well, so this
looking
is
at.
also one of those
I
lighting
said
tests.
underground, but it kind of looks like Cherno.
お、これはちょっと街っぽいですね。
And this looks like it could be a city.
まあやっぱり建物の
The
デザ
last
イン
one looked
一
like
個
it
一
could
個
be a
見ても
city.
今までにない特徴がありそうです。
And again, this prominent design of these buildings is very unique to this expansion.
こちらは巨大なね、門、外に出るのか、中に入ってくるのか。
This looks like the same
And
place
could
as the
this
last
be
image.
inside that city, or perhaps it's a gate to get inside.
Yeah.
こちらも朝焼けなのか、夕焼け、夕暮れなのかね、ファンタジーとそれから有機デザインがうまくマッチしたようなデザインになってるかなと思います。
Yeah, he
And I'm
gave it away
guessing
right there.
this
He
was
said this
taken
is
at
sunset.
dawn or perhaps dusk. You can see the architecture that incorporates a blend of both organic and fantastical design.
まあといった感じで、世界そのものの制作というのも順調に進んでいます。
And so, as you can see, like I said, development of the new areas is in full swing.
Okay, that was a cool
Ta-da.
transition.
さっきね、氷の力に侵食されたって言ってるのに、第4世界なんかすごいバラエティ豊かな状態になってるよね。
So I know that I mentioned earlier that the fourth was ravaged by ice, and it's called Ever Cold. But as you probably noticed, a lot of those screenshots were decidedly un-icy.
まあ今スクリーンショットでね、その一旦ご覧いただきましたが、制作まだまだ途中段階なので、
I mean, I kind of expected that because when we got the big
But again,
ice
we showed
expansion
you a
in
bunch
World of
of,
Warcraft,
development screenshots, but there's a lot of stuff that we
the
still
Wrath of
haven't
the Lich
completed yet.
King.
So we want to show you a little bit more, but with some artwork, concept artwork.
まあ結構生のアート出てきますんで、お楽しみください。
Oh yeah, we still have some.
It really only had 2 icy zones, and then all the other
まあ
zones
さっきの
were
ね、巨大なクリスタルがないから、
like
また別の場所
forested.
みたいですね。
Here it looks like a lake, but that giant crystal from before is gone. So this is probably a different area.
おー、なんか巨大なクリスタルありますけど、
okay.
これはこれでさっきのとデザイン違いますね。
And here we have another giant crystal, but it's hard to tell if this is the one that's from before. It's probably not. The design is a little bit different.
Those are 2 different colors on the crystals
お
there.
ー、なんか建造物の上に庭園なのかな。
And this looks like some sort of garden, possibly stacked upon top of building.
おー、やっぱり氷の侵食を受けてるって言ってるのに、なんか火は使える感じがするね。
Again, I mean, I thought this world was supposed to be ravaged by ice, but it looks pretty hot in this slide.
I mean,
おー、
having a
また
lava
全然
zone on
違っ
an
た
ice world kind of makes sense.
真っ黒なね、衣装のデザインになってますね。結構ファンタジック。
And
Can I
again,
have
this
this
is
house?
somewhat different than what we've seen so far. The architecture being a little bit more dark and gothic.
おー、さっき
Okay.
ね、スクリーンショットでもあった竜なのか蛇なのか、ね、さっきのスクリーンショットとちょっと関連性ありそうなアートですね。
And this looks like that's that dragon before. Is it a dragon or is it a snake? You can start to see some
Yeah,
connections
this is
between
snake,
what we showed
not
you before and the
this is
artwork.
reading a snake, not dragon.
まあ、ファイナルファンタジー14ね、川のほとりの、まあ、こういう小屋、本当に膨大なアートワークを作って、インスピレーションを高めて、世界を作っていってます。
Yeah, and I mean, you even have artwork down to the smallest sort of riverside shacks. And basically, it's this artwork that we build the foundation and get our inspiration for these areas.
これまた、なんか、機械的、街なのか、
Oh,
塔なのか、ダンジョンなのか。
So yeah,
my kitty
this
is under
location
my
has a
desk.
decidedly mechanical feel to it. Is it a town? Is it a dungeon? Is it a tower? Is it a tower dungeon?
さあ、これ、ち
It
ょっと
looks more
別
like
角
an
度
evil
ですけど
layer.
ラフスケッチですけど、なんとなく飛空艇いますね、あそこね。
And this is the same location, but from a different angle. You can kind of look closely up there and maybe see what looks like a rough sketch of an airship.
さあ、どんな世
Yeah,
界なの
this
か、
right here.
ますますわからなくなってきましたね。
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this what type of world it's going to be.
さあ、どんどん行きますよ。
Okay.
で、この第4世界、実はもう一つ、ものすごく大きな脅威、特徴というのがあります。
And of course, the fourth is not a world without danger. This time, that danger is going to be massive.
Okay.
What's that?
さて、突然で打って変わって出てきたこの謎の生物。第4世界には世界を徘徊する超巨大魔法生物の存在が確認されているようです。
So, what in the world could this strange creature be? Who or what exactly are these strange colossi who wander the fourth?
これ1体だけじゃなくて、
うん
何体もうろうろしてるみたいですね。
I mean, what we can say is that there's not going to be just one. There's actually many of these roaming the fourth.
さあ、これ
Big
が
world bosses
いかな
they're
る存
putting
在な
in.
のか、
Okay.
敵なのか、神様のような存在なのか、今はご想像にお任せします。
Are they friend or are they foe? Or are they gods? For now, you'll have to let your imagination decide.
さあ、では気を取り直して、さらにタウン、街の様子なんかを、こちらもイメージボードですが、見ていきたいと思います。
All right, next up, I'd like to show you some of the town areas.
まあやっぱりさっきねスクリーンショットでも見ていただきましたが、今回のエクスパンションかなりファンタジックな、デザインが多いかなと思います。
From the looks of this artwork, the feel is quite fantastical, and this is very representative of the art direction for Evercold.
まあもちろんこのエバーコールドにも、複数の
But
プレイヤーが
practically,
登場します。
like,
But
I'm
again,
not
this
too
is just
terribly
one of
excited
multiple
about
town
this.
areas that will be appearing in the expansion.
This town area, it looks like it's just convoluted and it's going to be
おー
primarily
アッ
empty.
プになるとこんな感じなんですね。
Okay, yeah, this is a close-up of that town from before.
これは明らかにマーケットなんでしょうね。
And this is definitely a market, definitely.
おお、またちょっと違った雰囲気の街並み。
So what?
And again, this
This
town area
town?
also has some very distinct features.
And that other town area are probably the two major towns for this
Anaheim.
expansion.
That looks like a pretty big hole there in the middle.
光の戦士、こういうとこ行くとよく落ちるんだね。
The warriors are like, you're going to want to jump in there, right? Yeah.
まあまあ気をつけてください。
Don't fall.
おお、まあ綺麗なね街並みになってますね。
Oh, yes. This here we have another town. It's got that etherite in the middle.
まあまあこうやってタウンの紹介をねしていってると、気になって来たりするのがさ。
If we talk about towns,
Little cat people.
who lives in the towns?
No town, no town,
This is not a town. No,
no
obviously.
town.
Is that a cat? Is that a kitty? Kitty?
なんかちょっと思わず出ちゃいましたけど。
Can you
なんや
pet the
ら
cat?
これまでにねないね NPC の種族みたいですね。
Yes, this is probably looks like one of our new races that we're going to meet on the 4th.
まあ明らかにね猫タイプ。今回エバーコールドでは皆さん光の戦士ねどんな種族とか部族たちとの出会いがあるんでしょうか。
I mean, that is definitely a cat. So, but is it the only type of NPC that you're going to meet? Well, who else awaits the Warrior of Light on the 4th?
これタウンアートや。
Okay, is this the kitty town? Yeah.
さあまあ新しいエリアぜひねいろいろ楽しみにしていただけたらなと思います。
Yes. Discovering these new areas
Yes.
and exploring is always an exciting part of a new expansion.
さて第4世界という、まあ拡張エバーコールドのその冒険する世界そのものの 雰囲気をお伝えするのは今日はここまでにさせてください。
All right, so I think that's all I can tell you right now about the fourth.
制作はねもちろん進んでるんですが、皆さんのゲーム体験を最優先にさせていただきたいので、まずはパッチ 7.5 メインクエストパート1をぜひお楽しみください。
Again, we have more finished content, but we're going to withhold from showing that right now, and that's mainly because we don't want to spoil what's coming up in patch 7.5.
メインクエストはパート1とパート2の2部構成でお届けいたします。
As with previous lead-ups,
Okay, as we're
expansions,
starting,
this part of the main story will be split into two halves.
第4世界そのものの情報は、さらにね、欧州のファンフェスティバ
This
ル
is
で
normal.
また開
They
発
they
の進
split
捗
the
ととも
final
に
patch in
お
half.
伝えしていきたいと思います。
That said, by the time our fan festival in Berlin rolls around, I should have more to reveal about the expansion's exciting new setting, the fourth.
さて、では続いてはこの 8.0 エバーコールド、ここからはちょっとその物語とか世界それを離れて
Game
ファイナル
design.
ファンタジー14というゲームそのものがどのように
Okay.
エクスパンション拡張されるのかという点についてご紹介させてください。
All right, so now that we've talked a little bit about the upcoming story and setting for 8.0, next I would like to touch upon what sort of game design updates are in store for Evercold.
ファイナルファンタジーまずちょっとなぜ今回ゲ
An
ームデザインの大幅
ever-evolving
な拡張に手を
14.
つけているのかその理由からじっくりちょっと説明させてください。
So first, before I want to begin, I want to talk a little bit about why we're putting such an emphasis on evolving the content and game design of Final Fantasy XIV.
まずファイナルファンタジー14 2010年にバージョン 1.0 を発売した後2013年に申請させていただきました。
So as you know, the history of Final Fantasy XIV goes all the way back to 2010 and the launch of 1.0, then 2013 and the launch of A Realm Reborn.
1.0 からプレイしてるって方
Because
いらっしゃいます
1.0
How
was
many people have been
horrible.
here since 1.0?
おめっちゃいる
Me,
めっ
I
ちゃいる
played
あり
in
がとうございます
1.0.
Thank
じ
you.
ゃあ ARR レルムリボンから
From A Realm Reborn.
ありがとうございますありがとうございますでそれ以来ですね光の戦士の皆さんと、共に歩み続けてここまでやってきました
So we've covered a lot of ground on our journey together ever since.
神聖蒼天グレン漆黒行月黄金と6本の拡
Those
張
are
タ
the
イトルを
expansions.
リリースしこの世界をね
These are specifically the expansions that Yoshi P
非
worked
常
on.
にたくさんの方々にプレイしていただいてます
So we've expanded the game via 6 unique expansions: A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawn Trail.
でその拡大するプレイヤー、この13年で間もなく、3500万人に届く勢いになりました
And during that time, we've
been
welcomed to
moving up.
Eorzea almost 35 million Warriors of Light from all over the globe.
これ惜しかったんだよね
Almost made it to 30, almost
Yes
35 million.
Yeah,
3480
approaching
34
35 million.
数万人だった
800 and
惜しかったあと
close,
ちょっと
so close.
でただこの13年もの
34,800,000.
申請から数えても皆さんも僕も生活スタイルものすごく変わりましたまた人生においても様々な変化があったと思います
But in those 13 years since A Realm Reborn, the world has changed. You have changed, I have changed, the development team has changed, we have all changed, as have our lives and lifestyles.
もちろん
And what
実際に
people are
変わらない
looking
安心
for
感
from an
っていうの
MMO.
も大きな魅力ではあると思うんですけどそれと同時に避けられないことが大きく一つあります
And while there is certainly something comforting about a product that remains unchanging with time, on the other hand, with a lack of change can come something else. Tomestones. So many. So many. Keep going. More More tombstones.
All of the tombstones.
まあさすがにお前が言うなって皆さん言うかもしれないですけど、変わらないことの安
No
心
more
感っていうのもあると
poetics.
思ってます。
No.
ただ13年ずっとアラガントームストーン集めてるとさすがに飽きると思う。
And again, this is not something that you'd expect me, the director, saying, but I get it. It's been 13 years. That's a lot of Allegan tombstones. And well, again, it's comforting to be doing the same thing again and again, but
まあなので、新生から、黄金まで我々一貫したゲームデザインで変わらない安心感と面白さというのをお届けしてきました。
So from A Realm Reborn through to Dawn Trail, we on the development team have remained consistent with our game design in order to bring players a comfortable and enjoyable gaming experience.
でここまでは本当に光の戦士の皆さんのおかげで、成長させていただいたんですけど、 8.0 はちょっと方向を変えます。
And because of that, we've been able to grow to where we are today. But we're going to go in a different direction for 8.0.
絶対的な飽きから逃れるために、より皆さんの生活に寄り添い、さらに面白くなるという変化と進化を作って、この飽きに対抗していきたいと思います。
Again, the thing is, with consistency can come that fatigue that we talked about. And so, to escape the inevitable, FF14 must change and evolve, not only bringing more excitement to the game, but also adapting so that it can better meet our changing lives.
それを体現していこうというのが、このエバーコールド 8.0 で、それから 8.X シリーズでいろんなものを変え、皆さんにさらなる面白さを提供していきたいと考えてます。
Okay, they're doing a lot of
That
beating around the
evolution
bush here.
starts with 8.0 and Evercold. And from here and throughout the 8.x series, it is our aim to take Final Fantasy XIV to the next level and beyond.
我々自身がですね、さらにモチベーションを高く開発していくためにも、我々自身が今一度皆さんと一緒にそれをね、探していく探求者になって、歩み続けていきたいと思ってます。
And again, that journey begins with us, the developers on Final Fantasy XIV, to ensure that we can maintain a high level of motivation, allowing us to bring you the best gaming experience possible. We too must become the explorers that were mentioned in the game's Japanese subtitle, exploring new ways to take Final Fantasy to the next level together.
さあでは実際に見ていきましょ
So
う。では
what sort of
ここ
change-
から具体的に
Okay, now they're actually going to get into it maybe a little bit.
変更とか各種アップデートがあるのか。
Right now, they've
ご紹
they've
介
only
して
been
いき
talking
ます
about, oh, we're going to take
what
it to
sort
the
of
next level,
updates, what sort of evolution
but they
are
haven't
we
said
planning
anything
when it
about
comes to game design?
how they're going to do that.
非常に多くの内容と仕様を含みますので、今日の本当ファンフェスティバル、それから欧州、日本と3回の基調講演に分けて、それぞれその詳細をお伝えしていこうと思います。
And again, there is a lot to cover. So much that we're going to need all three of our fan fests here in Anaheim, in Berlin, and in Tokyo to cover it all. But today we lay the foundation.
ただし、今日、概要は
Okay.
全部一回お話しします。
And that foundation we're going to explain today. Yoshi P? What's this? What's this?
いきなり登場したこの画面、まずキャラクターウィジェットではありません。
So, what do we have here? I can tell you what it's not, and it's not certainly the old character widget.
こちらのユーザーインターフェース、画面の名前はアドベンチャラーアクティビティという全く新機能の UI となります。
So no, this is our completely new adventure activity UI.
Couple of
Well,
interesting
something
things here,
you know,
confirming the new level
no,
cap
no,
is level
no.
110.
順を追って説明していきますね。
Okay, we know you have a lot of questions. We're going to explain. It's okay.
まずは、
This looks like a
デイリーからウィークリーへという
key
変更を
progression
全
system
体
like
に
you
対
would
して行
see
い
in
ます。
Like
All
a
right, so
card
first
game
off,
where
we're
you
going to
can
talk
buy.
about this switch that we're going to make from a daily-based system to a more weekly-based system.
まあこれまでアラガン・トームストーンを中心に各種コンテンツファインダーのルーレットにはデイリーボーナスっていうのがやっぱり多く存在してました。
So the current duty roulette comes with a wide array of daily bonuses attached to these tombstones.
まあそのため効率的に週450個のトームストーンを貯めるには結局デイリーボーナスを活用することがまあ必要になってきて、結果的に一番効率のいいアラガントームストーンの集め方をしようと思うと、まあエキスパントルーレットをひたすら繰り返すっていう状態が続いてきました。
So efficiently obtaining 450 tombstones a week means making full use of those daily bonuses. In other words, you hop on the duty roulette extreme, kind of go through the least time-consuming dungeons as possible, rinse and repeat.
まあやっぱりこれがね、十数年にもわたって続けば飽きのね、大きな要因となると思います。
And this is mostly how it's been for 10 plus years, so it's hard not to see how some players kind of have begun to grow weary of this.
まあですのでこのエバーコールドからは皆さんの生活サイクルとかそれから可処分時間に寄り添っていくためにデイリーの考えから脱却してウィークリーでキャラクターを育てていくというデザインに変更していきます。
So with Evercold, we are looking to change this from a daily to a weekly system to better fit the many different play styles and lifestyles of our users.
Problem
You better allocate
is if they
your
switch it
limited
to a
free
weekly
time.
system, but don't increase what you get,
まあこ
which would
の
inherently
アドベンチャ
just
ー
slow
アクティビティ
everything
の
down.
UI なんですが、これをベースにキャラクターの成長とかそれからギアの管理、コンテンツの攻略、ウィークリーの進捗などを一元管理するのがこの新しい UI だと思ってください。
So this new adventure activity interface that you see here is to help facilitate that change from daily to weekly. The idea is that from this screen here, Warriors of Light will be able to manage their character growth, their gear upgrades, their duty progression, their weekly progress, and more, all from this screen.
ただこちらのデザインまだまだすいません、参考となる初期イメージなので実際に皆さんのお手元に届くときにはかなり細かい仕様変更がたくさん入る予定なのでその点だけはご承知おきください。
Okay, but please note, again, that this is all still very much in development. This is an early mock-up and is extremely likely to change before release.
では具体的にウィークリーってどういうことかというのをちょっとお見せしたいと思います。
All right, so I want to go into a little bit more detail on what we mean by a weekly system.
Okay,
ま
yeah,
あ、ア
let's
ド
see
ベ
him
ンチャ
break it
ーア
down.
クティビティにああいうミッションっていうものがあって、まあ皆さんお好きなコンテンツ、お好きなプレイを週いろんなことをやって、アクティビティポイントを貯め、アクティビティレベルを上げ、一定に到達すると装備やギアが報酬がね手に入るというのが主な流れになります。
So for example, from the screen, players can take stock of all the different duties or missions that are available to play and see how many activity points can be earned by completing each mission. Attaining
Yeah.
points will then raise your activity level, and unlocking, when your activity level goes up, you unlock all sorts of gear and other exciting rewards.
まあこれもサンプルなのであまり細かく解析するよりもまあ仕様バランスこれから取っていきますんで。
Again, what we have here, this is not fixed in any way. It's probably going to change, but hopefully this will give you an idea of what some of those missions will look like.
まあメインクエストのコンプリートなんかは1回達成するとそれっきりですけど、他の項目なんかは同じ週の中で繰り返し達成することも可能なのでお好きなものをチョイスして、いろいろなプレイスタイル自然に14をプレイしていくと冒険が進んで報酬が手に入るという考え方にしていきたいと思ってます。
So some missions, like the main scenario quests on top there, can only be completed once for points. But other missions, such as those below, will be repeatable, allowing you to earn points multiple
Okay.
times.
I was
Basically, what we
wondering
wanna
about
do
that. What
is
happens
allow all
if
players of all
you
different
no longer
types,
have a main
each with their
scenario
own unique
quest
playstyle,
or
to feel
a
that they're
side
being
quest to
rewarded
complete?
for playing Final Fantasy XIV as you normally would. For doing what you want to do, you're getting that reward.
で、それから、これまで13年間皆さんからたくさんのフィードバックをいただいたんですけど、アラガントームストーン450個貯めたら、ちょっと先週の分も、ちょっと先週450貯まってなかったから、先週もやらせてくれよっていうのがよくありました。
Okay, so one thing that we've got a lot of feedback before in these past years is that, say you didn't get all 450 Elegant Tomestones from last week, and you'd really like to have the chance, to get the ones that you missed the week before.
今回からはですね、その週に必要なというか、貯められるウィークリーポイントの上限までいったら、遡って前の週の分も貯め直せるように、要は2週で管理していこうかなと思ってます。
So now we're currently considering adding a feature that allows you to earn any unearned points from 1 week prior, as long as you've earned all your points from this week. So you can go back 1 week.
That is a cool
ですの
addition.
で週単位でね、
If you've
プレ
maxed
イを
out
管理
this
して
week and you still have more time, you can go
毎
back
日
and
ね
max
少
out
し
last
ずつ
week
プ
that
レ
you
イをして
missed.
もらってもいいですし、たくさん遊べる日にまとめて、プレイしていただいてもいいというふうに、皆さんの生活サイクルに寄り添うために、こういった仕組みに進化していこうと思います。
So again, by evolving from a daily to a weekly cycle, it will allow you as players more options to choose how you want to play. Do you want to log in a little bit each day? That's fine. Do you want to take off the weekdays and then maybe come in and focus a week's worth of play on Saturday and Sunday? That's okay too.
That's what I
you
do.
decide your in-game schedule based on your own real-world schedule without any penalties.
さあではどんどん続けましょう。
All right, let's continue on.
次、アイテムレベルの成長ルートというのも今回大きく変更をかけます。
All right, and we have some changes for item level progression as well.
これまでアイテムレベルの成長には大きく分けて2系統存在してました。
All right, so up until now, there has really only existed 2 consistent means of increasing item level.
まず一つはレイドのサベージをクリアして直接ギアを得ていく方法。
One
Yeah.
is collecting gear from Savage Raids.
で、もう一つが修正源のアラガントームストーンを貯めて交換していくっていう方法でした。
And 2 being via Tomestone Exchange.
しかしこの場合、やっぱりこう奇数パッチ、例えば 7.1 とか 7.3 というのがどうしても皆さんキャラクター成長のモチベーションにつながりにくくて、プレイするコンテンツっていうのも固定化されてしまったので、これを大きく、見直していくつもりです。
So the problem with this, however, is that it locks players into certain content while creating a content gap every other patch during those odd patches like 0.1s and the 0.3s. And this can end up lowering motivation for some players during that time.
実はあそこによーく見ると、
Okay.
サベージギアっていうメニューあるんだよね。
Oh yeah, Savage Gear, right up there, the top, that tab.
さあ、それがどういったごめんなさい、管理方法になるかは日本ファンフェスでお話しします。
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait for details. Sorry.
いや、これ、何パッチかかけてのこう、どうやってギアが成長していくかっていうダイアグラム作んなきゃいけないんで、仕様が固まってから、完全にフィックスしてからじゃないとお伝えできないので、
Yeah,
詳細は日本でお話しします。
we're still in the process of, getting everything ready and deciding on all of the different features of this. So we want to make sure that we're finished with it before telling you. So that's why it's going to take a little bit more time. So please wait until Tokyo.
さあ、続いてはこちら。
Okay, so they don't have it finished yet.
こうしたゲームデザインの変更を受けて、自分が今、どの時点にいるのか、
Here's
それ
where
から
they're gonna get
どの
blowback.
程度
This
で
is what I
ア
was
イテムレベ
mentioning
ルの
before.
大幅キャップ解放があるのか、それらを分かりやすくするためにも、他のゲームでも採用されているシーズン制というのを14にも導入する予定です。
All right, so to coincide with these changes, as well as make it easier to discern increases in item level cap and and the exact progression of your character, we'll be implementing something that you see a lot in other games, and that is a season system. Season? Season? Like free to play, season pass, extra fees? No.
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 What do you mean? What's the season?
いやいや、今講師に言われたけど、それはね、シーズンパスがあってね、皆さんにシーズンパス買ってくださいとか、追加料金あるなとか、これは何 ?F2P になるのかと。ないです。
Okay, so I know some of you might hear seasons and be like, oh my god, does this mean free to play? Does this mean that we have to buy a season pass? Absolutely not. No.
そういうもののためのシーズン
Okay.
っていうことじゃないので、ご安心ください、まず。
So yes, please, rest easy. This is not what we mean by season. We're going to explain.
なので、皆さんには
And
実
you
は
better
もう同じ
explain
で
this right now. A lot of people are going to take this to
タッチ
mean
単位って
season
いう
pass.
ものだったのを、やっぱ分かりにくいので、新しいプレイヤーにとってみると。分かりやすくシーズンっていう呼び方にしようっていうだけです、これは。
And again, this is just to make it easier to understand what we're talking about. When you say patch, sometimes it can be confusing, especially if you have multiple patches as one kind of unit. So we're basically using the word season to make this a lot easier to understand.
まあ、そもそもこれまでも、偶数パッチでアイテムレベルの上限が大幅に解放されて、偶数パッチと奇数パッチで1シーズンみたいな、イメージだったと思います。
Okay,
Right,
so
Final
season
Fantasy XIV
is
currently
the
already
space between
runs on a
patches.
two-patch cycle, where you have the even patches, like the point zeros, the point twos, and the point fours, and then you have that patch after it, the subsequent odd patch. And these two patches usually coincide with what we're going to call a season.
だからこれまでも、これからもパッチっていうのは変わんないです。ちゃんとアップデートはメジャーアップデートしていきます。ただまあ、2パッチに1回を大きな1個のシーズンと呼びますよというものだと思ってください。
So we're not getting rid of patches. We're still going to have patches like we normally do, but these blocks of two patches, the even patches and the odd patches, we're going to call these set of two patches a season.
なのでまあ、エバーコールドがリリースされたら、8.0、8.1合わせて1シーズンみたいなイメージですね。
So again, when Evercold launches, 8.0 and 8.1, the patch that comes after, is going to be our first season in Evercold.
まあちょっと、このパッチとパッチのね、スケジュールも若干長くなってるんで、もう短くする努力はできるだけします。もうちょっと具体的に詰まったらまたお話しますけど。
And also, right now, you know, the gap between patches has started to get a little bit bigger in these past few years. Hopefully, we're going to try to get those a little bit closer together in the coming years. But we'll have more on that in a future Fan Festival.
さあ、続いて、
Okay,
ゲームデザインの
reducing
変
the
更
patch
こちら
cycle
で
is
す。
increasing the
Alright,
number of
another way
expansions.
we're
I
looking
think,
to
for now.
evolve game design in Final Fantasy XIV is?
これまで長くファイナルファンタジー14皆さんと一緒にね、運営こうさせていただいてきて感じたのは、まあ当たり前なんですけど、プレイヤーの皆さんが自分のキャラクターをどれだけ愛しているかということを改めて、強く感じています。
So
Okay.
if there is one thing that has been absolutely clear during my time with Final Fantasy XIV, it is how much all of you love your in-game avatars.
It is true. A lot of
皆
people
さ
are
んの分
very
身である光の戦士がどのような格好をしているか、
very
まあ
connected
どれほ
to
ど
their
強いのか
FF14
また
avatars.
それがね、他の人にどう魅力的に映っているのか、そ
It's
れ
your
が
alter
本当に
ego,
重
okay?
要なんだというふうに思ってます。
Again, how strong they are, how attractive they are, how appealing they are to both you and others. These are all very important to every Warrior of Light.
ですので、エバーコールドとそれ以降のパッチでは、プレイヤーキャラクターの進化、それから皆さんのキャラクターの個性作りなどをゲームデザインのより中心に持っていこうと考えてます。
So with Evercold and the subsequent patches, we want to make sure that your player character can be as unique as you are, and have made this a focal point of our game design choices moving forward.
では、キャラクターに関する進化変更についてお伝えしていきま
All
す。
right, so let's talk about what we have in store.
まあ、他のこの アドベンチャーアクティビティね、他のキャラクターだとあんな感じで、自分のね、中心のキャラクター、こう、いろいろポーズ変えたりとか、まあ背景はね、その場所、開いた UI の場所が表示されるんで、まあこんな感じになりますよというサンプルです。
Okay, and again, that changes start with even this new UI. See how we have the character there? We'll make that character fully posable, so you can customize it based on how you're feeling at the time. Those backgrounds, that's where you're going, where you open it. That's going to be the background that you see. But the character will be fully customizable in this as well.
さあ、では、キャラクターの進化について順番にお伝えしていきますが、1個目はまず、アーマリーシステムの進化です。
Okay, but that's just the beginning.
Okay.
The first thing we want to talk about today is an armory system update. Whoa.
Like maybe include enough room to put all your shit in the
手
armory.
を入れてこなかったこのアーマリーシステムですが、
I mean, that would be a
デバーコード
useful
から大き
update.
な進化をさせていただきます。
Again, the armory system is something that's gone pretty much untouched for the past 13 years.
Yeah.
ファイナルファンタジー14のアーマリーシステム、一人のキャラクターで全てのジョブがプレイ可能であるというのは非常に大きなメリットなので、まあ当然それはそのまま残ります。
So again, as you know, the armor system sets us apart from other MMOs in that it allows players to experience multiple classes and jobs with just a single character. That's not going to change.
ただ、これまでは装備とかアイテムレベルはやっぱり共通ではなくて、基本的にジョブごとにちゃんと成長させてくださいというのが今のアーマリーシステムです。
But again, that also means that gear and item level are also specific for each job. And this forces players who want to specialize in multiple jobs to gather gear and increase item level for each job separately.
新たなアーマリーシステムの進化として、ジョブのレベルそのものは今まで通り、それぞれのジョブレベルをちゃんと上げてくださいというのは変わらないです。
So in 8.0, jobs will still exist, and you'll still have to level them separately. But
ただし、アイテムレベルについては、最も
You're
高
gonna
い、
give them per role.
アイテムレベルのジョブの値を他のジョブにコピーできるようにします。
But now players will be able to reflect their highest item level to other jobs.
Okay. So you don't have to gear each job independently of the others.
まあ、ただしですよ。ただし、まだ使用検討中ですけど、マテリアとかサブパラメーターとか、それぞれのジョブを究極に強くしたいって考えたら、それぞれのギアをちゃんと揃えてください。
Again,
それは、モチベーションをね、ちゃんと両方作りたいっていうことなので、
okay, we're still hammering out the details. So, again, this won't include like stat boosts awarded by material. We still want players that really want to maximize things to have something that, gives them motivation for that.
ただ、やっぱりこれまで、レイドのね、サベージをヘルプしたいみたいな時に、なかなかね、アイテムレベル、ギア揃わなくて、ヘルプできないよみたいなことあったと思うんですけど、これまで以上に複数のジョブでプレイしやすくなると思います。
But for the majority of players, this new feature means that you now have more freedom to choose how and what you want to play. For example, maybe you wanted to help out, with a savage raid, but you didn't have the right gear. Or you wanted to go as one job, but it hadn't been leveled up and you wouldn't be able to go. Now,
詳細な仕様は今後さらにねお伝えしていきますが、このアーマリーシステム進化させて、これまで以上にたくさんのプレイスタイルを許容していきたいと思います。
again, we still have a lot of details to tell you in the future. But again, this is opening up the game for more players to play a lot of different ways rather than being kind of forced into one job. So please look forward to the information that we have in the coming months.
So this is their answer for not being able to earn as much in the weekly system as you could in a daily system.
キャラクターアクションスキンというシステムを導入します。
Next up, we're looking to introduce character action skins.
こちらはですね、皆さんの光の戦士、キャラクターをもうちょっとね、個性豊かに カスタマイズできるように、新たな報酬として、アニメーションを用意して、それによってですね、キャラクターをちょっと個性的にね、カスタムするみたいな遊びを想定してます。
So, via these new rewards, players can now customize their characters with additional animations designed for specific player character actions. With this, you can further set apart your avatar from everyone else.
ただし、ごめん、これ、欧州で。
Come on. Sorry, have to wait until Berlin. It's July, though.
まあちょっとね、サンプルが間に合わないんで。
We were gonna show it here, but we couldn't get the sample ready in time. Sorry.
Okay, so you're gonna be able to change the animation for your actions in combat.
非常に細かいポイントになりますけど、キャラクターメイキングに関するお知らせです。
All right, and thirdly, we are planning on broadening character creation options.
Finally.
前回 7.0 にて皆さんに本当に多大なご協力をいただいたグラフィックスアップデートを行わせていただいたことでシステムの拡張というのができるようになりました。
All right, so thanks to the massive graphical update we introduced back in 7.0, our character creation system is now capable of handling an even bigger load, so we will be offering much more in the way of customizing your in-game avatar.
Such as?
まあ、そのおかげでですね、様々な部分でキャラクターにアップデートを行っていきます。
So here are a handful of some of the features that we're looking to add.
まあ、ちょっと、かなり細かい点が多いです。
I'll say, so a lot of these are very, very, small things.
ただ、ごめん。残念ながら、バットスライダーじゃない。
Oh, we don't have any butt sliders? Sorry, no butt sliders. Yet? Oh, wow.
No butt slider.
まあ、こんな感じの、今回ですね、今まで決められたカラーパレットからしか、例えば、髪とか肌とか目の色っていうのは変えられなかったんですけど、カラーピッカーを今回用意しますので、ものすごい数の色を皆さん自身で作ってください。
So, up until now, hair color, skin tone, and eyes have all been, you had to choose from set presets. Now we're going to introduce a color picker for these three things, allowing you far, far more options to customize your character.
なので、今までできなかった色表現というのが相当増えることになります。
Again, so colors that you couldn't have used before, now most of them are going to be open for use.
Okay.
まあちょっとね、スクリーンショットだと分かりにくいですけど、目の色もかなりね、今回細かく、変えてます。
And again, it's hard to tell in the screenshot, but not just the skin tones and the hair color, but also the eyes as well.
こんな感じもできますね。
Yeah, like this as well.
まあなので思い思いの個性でね、楽しんでいただけたらなと思います。
Again, this is all about individuality and what you want to do and creating styles that were impossible before.
それからですね、続いて瞳とか唇とか、細かいカスタマイズ、アイシャドウっていうのがあるので見てみましょう。
All right, next up, let's get a better look at improved iris and lip customization, as well as the new eyeshadow feature.
まずこれが今です。
So this is now.
Now.
Yeah, that's kind of.
こんな感じになります。
Okay.
かなり細かいですけど。
And again, it's very detailed. It's kind of hard to tell, but if you look closely.
Well, no, you can see new detail on the highlights and the eyes. Brighter here. And the lips are fuller in the one that was on this side.
So like iris size, the highlights around the eyes, whether you want it off or on or stronger or lighter.
で、目周り
Also, the
全体に
highlights on the
アプロ
lips
ーチ
over
ちょっと
here.
入れたスクリーンショットを用意してます。
And we have a screenshot that shows close up of the face as well.
こんな感じもできますね。
You can do it like this as well. You can see around the eyes.
だからもう最近流行りの
Yeah,
メイク
bigger
まあ
irises
例え
over
ば
here.
リップを鮮やかに表現し
The
たり
lips are
アイシ
fuller
ャド
on
ウ
these
とか
models
チーク
than
と
on
か
those.
ペイントの重ね合わせ
And the
みたい
face
なこと
paint is a lot more
が、さらに
vibrant.
ね、キャラクターの個性、引き出せるカスタマイズっていうのが可能になります。
And so, again, things like lip glossiness or eyeshadow or being able to layer the face painting, all these different things we are planning on adding to be able have you be able to customize your character even more.
そして一部装備品特定パーツのオンオフっていう機能も実装されます。
All right, and finally, I mentioned toggling on and off certain parts on pieces of gear. Let's take a look at that.
これが今の状態です。
Okay, so this is what we have now.
まあスイッチをオフにすると
You switch
まあ、パーツを
off.
消すまあ斜め掛けの革ベルト、片当て、
Okay.
草釣り
So
な
they
んかを、
switched off
ま
the
あ
pauldrons
ヘルメットの
and the
開
thigh
閉
block
オンオフと同じような
pieces
ものだ
right
と思ってくだ
there.
さい。
So you can see
And
that
the
for this piece
belts.
of gear, we are able to turn off as a set the leather belt, the shoulder pauldrons, and the tassets at the waist. So you can think of this along the lines of what you can already do with your helmet and the visors. It's that kind of thing. You can on, off. So all on or all off like this.
まあ鎧以外もちょっとスクリーンショット持ってきました。
We have something that's also just not armor as well, like all the other gear will have this.
まあ、こんな感じです。
So like this. Oh.
まあ季節とかシチュエーションとか気分とかに合わせて一層、個性豊かなね表現というのができるようになるんじゃないかなと思います。
And so now you have the freedom to better coordinate your look based on the seasons, your mood, or whatever.
Are you going to give us more
まあで、
more
これなんです
glamorous
けど
slots, please?
8.0 でこれらね機能を入れますけど、このキャラクターカスタマイズのアップデートは 8.X シリーズ 8.0 だけじゃなくて 8.1、8.2、8.3 でもいろいろなカスタムの幅増やすアップデートを今進行中なので、メジャーアップデートにもぜひ期待してください。
Okay,
Okay,
flex
so
on
the
us a little
options that I
bit.
just showed here, these are all planned for an 8.0 release. But updates to character customization is something that we plan on continuing throughout the 8.x series. So in 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, we'll have even more things. Yoshida-san? Yoshida-san? Butt slider? 8.2? No?
わかったわかったわかったわかった。I'll try.
Okay.
さあ、まあ以上のようにですね、これまで以上に皆さんのプレイモチベーション上げるようにですね、光の戦士自身を中心としたゲームデザインというのを加速させていきたいと思ってます。
Ultimately, these changes are about making sure that you, the Warrior of Light, are the centerpiece of your adventures in Final Fantasy XIV, and we are committed to taking strides to see that happen.
さあ、めちゃくちゃ長くなってますけど、次行きましょう。
Again, I know we've gone over a lot, but we're not even close to being done.
続いてはもちろんシステムだけじゃなくてコンテンツ自体も進化させていきます。
Again, the evolution of Final Fantasy XIV doesn't stop with game design. We're also looking to improve upon our in-game content.
まずこちら、
Okay.
Starting with this.
パブリックフィールド、これまで以上にパブリックフィールドの体験遊びというのを向上させていこうと思ってます。
So again, we want to improve player experience in the public field areas.
よりダイナミックな
Public field, this is referring to the zones that you quest through over the course of the expansion that you basically
And that
never
means
come back to.
adding more dynamic events and more content for players to try out in each area in order to truly master those areas.
でまあこれまでどうしてもねこうマッチングベースだったがゆえにパブリックフィールドの活用が我々、まあ、僕自身やっぱりおろそかになっていたのでそこに手を入れていくつもりです。
And again, with the majority of daily player activity being relegated to the duty finder, public fields can feel kind of lonely and underused, and that's our fault.
で、たくさんの
Yeah.
人数で戦った時の、
Especially
例えば
this
バフや
field
デ
right
バフの
here,
表示上限の問題などにも、
is
今積極的
completely
に手を入れ
barren,
ていこうとしてますので、
even of
ぜ
NPCs,
ひ
because
ご期待
of
くだ
what
さい。
And
happens
again, we want to
in
fix that,
living
creating
memory.
more exciting dynamic content.
This
And of
this
course,
area is
we'll be working on
completely
making
empty
sure that
all
those
the time.
areas remain stable. We don't want any problems with too many debuffs crashing the servers, right?
さあ、さらに続いてなんですが、クエストの体験も向上させていこうと思ってます。
And again, we're also looking to improve how quests are played.
ファイナルファンタジー14、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズのナンバリングタイトルとして、メインクエストとかサブクエスト、ストーリーに、重きを置いてます。
So Final Fantasy XIV and the Final Fantasy series is one that takes its stories seriously, and puts a big emphasis on stories.
ただ、システム的なサポートはあえて極端にはしないようにしてきました。
And that means we've avoided a lot of system-side guidance seen in many other modern games when it comes to progressing through main and side quests.
より快適にですね、ストーリーを進めていただくためにも、今回はシステム面にも手を入れる予定なんですが、スケジュールが大変今苦しい状態になってます。
So moving forward, we plan on introducing some quality of life features that will help ease the burden of questing. That said, we have a lot on our shoulders right now, so
なので、ごめんなさい。これも欧州で話させてください。
we'll have more come Berlin.
まあもちろん、バトルコンテンツも進化させていきます。
And of course, we'll be evolving our battle content as well.
まあこれら既存のバトルコンテンツを
They,
進化させていくん
they're
です
talking
が、
a lot about improving
長らくノーマルとサベ
like
ージっていう
systems and
二つの
things
ね
going
難易度でやって
forward.
きた
Oh, we're gonna
8
give you a
人
couple
なん
of
ですけ
little
ど
tweaks you can do,
エヴァーコール
like
ドから
with
は
the character
その
creation.
上じ
Oh,
ゃないです。
we're gonna let
中
you
間
pick colors
に
from
当た
like
る三つ
an
目の
eyedropper
難易度
tool now
追加
instead of
させて
having
い
to
ただ
just
きま
pick
す
the pre-made
Okay, so
colors.
up until now,
Well, how
AV
about
grades have been limited to 2 difficulty
actually
levels,
giving us a
normal and
bunch of
savage.
different
With
options
Evercold, we're going to be
for
adding a 3rd difficulty
for
level,
faces
not
and character
above, but
design
in between
instead
the
of just
two.
letting us pick more colors.
で
Like,
や
yeah,
っぱり
picking more colors is nice,
ノーマルは
but not when you have
85%ぐらいの
like
人がクリア
6
してくれ
set
るんですよ。
options for
で
height,
も
5
それって
options for face color,
Well,
and like 3
20%
options for body type.
この差をやっぱり
Right?
埋めたい。
How about you
もっとたくさん
expand
の
the
人に
entire
上にチャレン
system
ジしていただくために
instead
も
of just
習慣を作りたい。それ
throwing
が
a
ま
new
ず一
coat
つ
of
目
paint
の
on
理由
top
です。
of it and
So again, if
pretending
you
like
look
this is
at
a whole new
the
system?
clear rates of our normal raids, it's about 85% for normal. But when you get up to Savage, it's only about 20% max. So what we want is a way to shore up this difficulty gap between the two, offering new ways for more players to experience these raids and improve their gear.
ただもちろん、報酬どうなるのか気になると思うんですけど、さっきね、新しいアイテムレベルの成長概念を入れますっていう話をした通り、その、ノーマルとサベージの間の、コンテンツ、難易度をプレイしてって、ギアを成長させるみたいなルートをちゃんと作ることで、まあ、どう遊んでもギアがね、成長させていけられるみたいなのを目指して、この2つ目の難易度を作ろうと思ってますので、より多くの方に楽しんでいただけるように、頑張っていきます。
And again, what you're probably all thinking is about what are the rewards going to be for like for this. And again, it's all about creating that third route
Well,
that allows more
like
players
here
to
once
have that
again, they're
opportunity
not
to
addressing
improve their gear
one
and
of the
their item
core
levels. And
problems
this is going to be one of those routes.
between the difficulty levels in
当然、
the raid
霊式
content.
の上に当たる絶、
They're talking about adding a new level to kind of break it down, but
But don't worry,
one
hardcore
reason a
gamers,
lot of
we
people
still
don't
have
take
Ultimate for
on
ya.
ultimate content in Final Fantasy
We're gonna
XIV is
continue
because
updating Ultimate
even
as
if you
well.
are geared for it, you can't
開発
just
し続けるんですよね。
drop in and queue for an
Wait,
ultimate.
Ultimate.
You
That's
have to
the-
go and unlock a
Yeah.
special part
We won't forget
of
about the hardcore
the-
gamers.
of the raid finder. Then you have to
It's
go
okay, I
complete a
got you.
quest, then you have to go update the
あ、すいません、
quest
この
with
8人
the
レイド、
particular duty that you're
より
trying
詳細
to
な、ね、
get
難易
in
度の
there.
設計とかっていうのはすいません書かれている
And
通り
then
の
you
報酬
have
ファ
to
ンフェスで発
switch
表
the
させてく
mode
ださい。
And like
from
it says
normal
there, we'll have
to
more about
the
these new
hardcore
aggression rates
content,
in this third difficulty
and
level in
then you're
Berlin.
able to
それか
start
ら2
looking
番目の項目、
for content,
アライ
but
アン
not
スレイ
all of the
ド、
content.
まあ非常
Just
に
the
ね、
opening
多くの方に
specific
プレイし
one,
てもらっ
which
て
you
るんで
have
すけ
to
ど、
clear to unlock the
長
second
いと時
one,
間が
which you have to clear. Then you get to go
As
into
for
the
alliance
content
rates,
that you're
we
actually looking to go
understand
into.
that these can prove to be
It's a
quite
complete, and they don't tell
time-consuming
you
for a lot of players.
any of this stuff that
な
you
の
have
で
to do in the
こ
game.
れ
Like you have
規
to
模
go
は下げませ
outside
ん。
of the game
より
and
楽しんで
Google
もらえ
stuff
ばし
and
ますけ
find
ど、
out the order of
進
steps that
行
you have
方
to
法
take
を
in order
大
to
胆に
get
変え
into
ます。
this content.
But
It's not
we
as
have
easy
no
as
plans
just
to shorten
clicking it from a
the length
list
of the
and
raids, but
dropping
we're
into it.
exploring ways that we can
And they're
change
not
up raid
talking about
progression so as to
any of that.
alleviate the time burden on
There's
you.
no
で、こ
reason
のアライ
that
アン
the
スレードを
ultimate
使ってという
content
か、アライアンスレー
can't
ドで
just
作ったボ
be,
スとかを使
okay, I'm
っ
gonna
て、
click on this one that
新
says
しい
ultimate
ギアを
and
成
then
長させ
click
る要素
Q.
とかも今考えている
Why
の
do
で、
I have
そ
to
れを
go
含
through
め
a
て日本ファンフェ
10-step
スでお伝え
alignment
させてください。
process
Again, we have a lot
before
of
I can get
new
into
content
the ultimate
attached to
content?
this, ways to raise your
And
item level
like
via
once
these type
again,
of
they're talking
these,
about, okay, we're
raid
gonna add more
bosses. But
content
again,
in
we
here.
can't talk
We're gonna
too
make
much
more
about it
levels
yet,
in between.
and we're going to
Where
talk more
if you
about that
just
in
make the
Tokyo.
process
まあもちろん
simpler
これ
to
まで
get
にない
into
タ
the
イプのコン
content,
テンツという
more
のもお届
people
け
would
して
do it.
いきますので、ぜひこれからまた 8.0 で始まっていく新しいバトルコンテンツ、ぜひご期待ください。
Again, we have a lot of new content planned as well. We'll be talking about that soon, so please look forward to it.
さて、今日ここでお知らせするゲームデザインの進化に関して、今日お知らせできる分の最後、これからご紹介します。
Okay, and last but not least, for our game design updates, today we have the following announcement.
それがこちらです。
There we go.
Okay, I mean, that
新
doesn't
生
really
ファ
mean
イナルファン
anything.
タジー14から13年、本当に大変長くお待たせしました。
After 13 long years, we're finally introducing
いよいよですね、リージョン内フリーマッチングが実現します。
Region Player Matching.
Okay,
これによりですね、
so they're letting the
同一
data
リージョン
centers
の
match
全ワール
against
ド
each
から
other now.
自由にマッチング可能になります。
This means player matching will now include all worlds across an entire region.
で、ひとまず、北米と欧州と日本のね、データセンターを例にちょっとご説明します。それが何なのか。
All right, so I want to show you what I mean with an example from the US, the EU, and Japan.
まあ、今こんな感じで、いくつかのリージョンには複数のデータセンターが
Okay, I'm gonna pop off real quick for a little break. I'm gonna leave this on though so you guys can
ワー
watch.
ルド軍というのが存在してました。
All right, so in each of our regions, we have several data centers that each contain several different worlds.
まあ、そして、マッチングっていうのは、このデータセンターごとにマッチングしてました。
So up until now, player matching has been limited to worlds that exist in only the same data center, like this.
まあ、これが今ですね。
This is now.
今回の進化により、この複数データセンターが存在する場合の、このデータセンターの間にある壁、これがなくなります。
But soon we will have succeeded in removing that barrier between data centers in the same region. Like this.
まあ当然、マッチングができるようになるので、パーティー募集もできます。
Yep, and this includes Party Finder as well.
まあこれまで本当、例えば、まあレイドのね、攻略が盛んなデータセンターへ、プレイヤーのね、ワールドトラベルが集中するなど、本当に長らくご迷惑をおかけしました。
I'm back.
In the past, we've seen a lot of players forced into using the data center travel systems to specifically play on raid-focused servers. Sorry about that, but
ただし、今回の
Okay.
進化によって、複数のデータセンターが存在するリージョンでは、データセンターの壁を越えて、同一リージョン内、すべてのワールドからマッチング、そしてパーティー募集、ワールド間テレポも全部自在にできるようになります。
So now with same region matching, all worlds in the region are open up for player matching, party finder, and world visits, meaning more options for players without having to switch data centers.
Yes, and no more 3.5-hour queues to get into one dungeon, which I
When?
faced last
When?
night.
You want to know when, right?
Hey, Yoshi, when?
When?
7.5x, so not 7.5.
このリージョン内のフリーマッチングシステムですが、エバーコールドのリリースを待たずに、パッチ 7.5X、パッチ 7.5 の途中で、テストを開始します。
The best thing is you won't have to wait long for this. Development is currently wrapping up, and we hope to have our first stress test happen sometime in 7.5x.
まず申し訳ないです。どうしても我々開発チームが日本にあるので、日本で念入りにテストをさせていただきます。
Again, we apologize. Our dev team is in Japan, so our first test is going to happen in Japan, so we can make sure everything is.
で、細かいバグなどがフィックスできたタイミングで、すぐにですね、北米、欧州、それから中国で順次公開していきます。エ
And
バ
then,
ーコールドまではお待たせさせませんので、いずれにしても、ぜひ楽しみにお待ちください。
and then once we have determined that there are no bugs and everything is safe, after Japan is done, next up is America, then EU, then China. And we hope to have everything done before
Now, it's interesting that they're
Evergold
just
even
coming
begins.
right out and saying China right here, but currently, China is not an accessible region from any of the other regions. You cannot just sign up for a Chinese region account like you can with many of the other
Alright,
regions.
and so we'll update you all as soon as we have a detailed schedule on when that Japanese test begins and when we're going to begin expanding. We'll have details very
I
soon.
mean, I don't even think the China regions are listed on the lodestone.
さて、まあ怒涛の勢いでいろいろお話ししてきたんですが、さあこれで終わり？じゃあもちろんありません。
Okay, we're finally finished. Or are we? No.
さあ再びエバーコールドの具体的な内容に戻りましょう。
It turns out I still have a lot more to tell you about Evercold.
They're gonna come straight out and tell us what the new jobs are?
拡張パッケージといえば、まあやっぱり新ジョブ皆さん楽しみにしていると思いますが、今回も2つ、新しいジョブを2つ追加します。
Okay, and of course, a new expansion means new jobs, and just like 7.0, we're planning to introduce 2 new jobs with 8.0.
じゃあ、ロールは
Okay, what's the roles then?
一つはタンクです。
Tank and healer are the roles. Because they're lagging behind DPS.
もう一個は DPS です。
Oh, and now there's a DPS? What kind of DPS?
That's melee
DPS
DPS.
は、は
What kind? DPS? Just
い
DPS?
やまあ、DPS は、物理レンジ DPS です。
Oh, physical range DPS. Range.
Oh, okay. Well, there are only
It's hot. What? Are you
3
taking off?
physical range
Hey.
DPS.
Guess who's back? Hmm.
わかんない。わかんない。
Screen capture right now.
この2つのジョブ、どちらも14オリジナルのジョブになります。
Okay, so I can tell you that
ど
both
んな
of these
ジョブになるのか、ぜひ想像をいろいろしながらお待ちください。
both of these new jobs are FF14 originals as opposed to legacy FF jobs.
Okay.
ただ一つ目のジョブは
Okay,
欧州
you,
です
you piqued my
Sorry.
interest.
First job is going to be announced in Berlin. So
Okay,
you
and
know
the second one's
rules.
going to be announced
あの
in
ね、ごめん。開発中すぎ
at the
て、まだね、
Japanese
動画がで
fan
きてないの
fest.
よ。
Yeah, we're still so early in development. We don't even have any videos of the jobs in play yet. So
で、まあ、いつもだと、ジョブの話は、ここで、大体ね、基調講演終わりなんですけど、ジョブに関しても、実は、めちゃくちゃ大きな進化が予定されてます。
but speaking of jobs, we have another major evolution in store for you in this department. New system?
Okay.
Oh.
さあ、ざわざわしてきます。ざわざわしてきます。
Everybody's like, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
新たなジョブシステムとして、リボーンモード、それからエボルブモードっていう、全く新しい概念が、今回8.0で実装になります。
Okay, we're looking to change up how you play Final Fantasy XIV with the introduction of an all-new job action system, which consists of two modes, Reborn mode and Evolved mode.
じゃあこのリボーンとエボルブ、一体何のことなのか、そこから説明していきます。
So you're probably wondering what these two modes are, so let me explain.
Yeah, a little bit.
皆さん、落ち着いて聞いてくださいね。
Okay, calm down. Let us get to the end.
リラックス
Relax.
リラックス
Relax. We've got a lot to tell you.
まず、今のファイナルファンタジー14、7.0までに実装されたバイパーとピクトマンサーを含め、通常のバトルジョブとしては21ジョブ、それにエクストラの青魔導士を入れて、合計22ジョブ存在してます。
Okay, so currently in Final Fantasy XIV, we have the 21 Disciples of War and Magic, these combat jobs. We have 21 jobs, and that's including Viper and Pictomancer from 7.0, plus one limited job, Blue Mage, for a total of 22 battle jobs.
今回のリボーンとエボルブは、青魔導士、それから間もなく実装となる魔獣使いのエクストラの2ジョブには対応してません。
Okay, so the two battle modes that we just talked about, Reborn and Evolved, will only be available for the 21 jobs and not the limited jobs of Blue Mage and the upcoming Beastmaster.
あ
Just an animation, just
It's limited, so
swipe,
it's limited.
swipe left
あ、
on the
ここからは
blue
通
mage.
常
Just,
21ジョブをベースに説明します。
Okay, so today we're talking about these modes for these 21 jobs.
じゃあまず、リボーンは何かというと、これまでのファイナルファンタジー14、21ジョブのアクション、それから今皆さんがね、使っている基本ローテーションなどをそのままのモードとしたのが、リボーンモードというものになってます。
Okay, so what exactly are these modes? So we're going to start off with the Reborn mode. And basically Reborn mode is what we have now. The actions and battle action rotations.
so this
that
is
you've been used to
born out of
since
pure
A Realm
laziness,
Reborn.
is what this is.
まあこれは、
They don't want to have to
そう
rebalance the
で
job
エ
and
ルリ
make
ボ
sure
ー
it
ンという
works
ほら
from
申
level
請から
1 all
こ
the
の
way
ジョ
up
ブ
to
システ
level
ムが始まってるので、
110.
名前を
They
リボーンに
only
し
want
ま
to
すよ
have to
という
care
ことです。
about
And again, that's where the
the
name
fancy
comes from.
in-level
We're calling it the
content and
Reborn
not
mode,
worrying
not because
about
it's Reborn, but because it's been around since A Realm
the
Reborn.
previous stuff.
で、これはリミテッドジョブを除くすべての今ある21ジョブにリボンモード存在します。
And so all 21 jobs will be getting adjustments and upgrades for 8.0, but for all intents and purposes, this mode exists for all those 21 jobs.
この21ジョブのリボンモードは当然 8.0 の調整とか
This
アッ
right
プグレー
here
ドを行って
is the
皆さ
Dragoon
んが今
rotation
プレイしている
that I was talking about on
これまでの
stream
ものをなるべく
a
維持
couple
して
weeks ago about how you
実装され
could
るモード
clear
だ
up
と
the
思って
Dragoon
ください。
rotation. And I've mentioned
And
it
again,
several
we're going to
times
be
in
doing
game.
updates like every
So,
expansion for these 21 jobs.
What
for
they're
this
saying
mode.
is that they're
Basically,
going
like
to
what we always
redesign
do,
every job from the
Reborn mode is
ground
what we
up,
know, what we've had
balancing
before,
them.
with
But
very
they're
little
also going to
changes to it.
leave
これ
everything
に
as it
この
was
リボンモード
before
に加えて
8.0 in the
今回
game in case people still
8.0
want
か
to
ら
play
は
like that.
既存21ジョブすべてにエボルブモードを実装します。
But the real change here is apparent with evolved mode, which is also available for all 21 existing jobs.
まず、リボンモードとエボルブモード。エボルブは、今までの、リボンとは異なるジョブアクションのローテーションになってます。なので基本別物です。
So what is different? First off, that biggest difference is we're going to have all new action rotations, different from the existing ones in the Reborn mode.
そしてですね、今より少ないキーとかボタン使用数になるように重視してます。
The next big change is that it will have fewer keystrokes or button presses, fewer inputs.
でね、これを言うと、
This is one thing I've been complaining about for a long time. Button bloat.
勘違いされる方いるかもしれません。
But I know, again,
And
looking at
there's
this,
so
what
many
some of you
people who
might
want to
think
talk
that
about
is,
how
oh,
everything in
so
Final
it's
Fantasy
just an
XIV is
easy
perfect.
mode.
エボルブモードっていうのは、
But reducing the amount of buttons that you need to
簡
press
単操作でプレイできるっていうものではないです。
doesn't necessarily
In
make
no
it
way is
easier.
Evolved mode a simplified, watered-down version of Reborn mode.
まあ、現代のね、ゲームプレイのプレイフィールにより合わせるために、できる限りキーの数を少なくしたりとか、パッドでより快適に遊べるっていう工夫はやってるんですけど、リボーンとエボルブは別のものです。
Again, to give games a more modern feel, a lot of games have recently taken to introducing modes that kind of feature streamlined controls.
で、まあどうしてもね、こう、他社さんで失礼なんですけど、こう、ストリートファイター6のほら、クラシックとモダンってね、想像されると思うんですけど、そうではないです。
I don't know if I would
So
mention
take,
Street Fighter
again,
6.
Street Fighter 6, for example. It has its classic mode and modern control schemes. And you may be thinking that our Reborn and Evolved modes are similar to this, but that is not the case.
まあなので、リボンモードの竜騎士と、エボルブの竜騎士が、まあなので、ジョブが倍になると思ってもらった方が早いです。
So for example, Reborn mode Dragoon and Evolved mode Dragoon will have some similarities, but they all also have their own unique actions and own unique rotations. So you can now think of it like there are two kinds of Dragoons in the game.
まあもちろん、そう、リボンモードとの竜騎士とエボルブモードの竜騎士、それぞれ共通のアクションというのもあります。
And again, they will still have things that are actions that overlap.
ただし、それぞれ固有のアクションを持っていて、まあやっぱりローテーションが全然変わるので、違ったタイプの竜騎士が生まれるというふうに思ってください。
Again, but like I said, they also have their own unique actions and their own unique action rotations, making them feel completely different.
Okay.
なので、まとめるとこういうことですね。リボンモードは、
But they're not going to go into
基本的に
detail
は
on it.
従来の今まで皆さんが遊んでるもの変わりませんよと、基本通りのローテーションを使って楽しめる。
So Reborn mode preserves and maintains the actions of old, offering up an experience that feels familiar, no different from what you're doing today.
で、エボルブモードに関しては、新しいジョブのスタイルで、より個性的にローテーションもリボーンとは違いますよという新しいスタイルだと思ってください。
And Evolve mode, on the other hand, introduces a completely new way to play, a completely new style with redesigned rotations that better bring out each job's unique characteristics.
Okay.
ちょっとまとめてみますね。
Alright.
まず、リボーンとエボルブは、非戦闘中であれば、いつでも切り替えていただけます。
All right, to get into the details, first off, players will be able to toggle between the two modes at any time outside of battle.
そして当然なんですけど、レベルは共通なので、育て直していただく必要もありません。
And job level
Okay.
is shared, so there's no need to relearn actions for either mode.
装備も共通なので、そのまま使っていただいて大丈夫です。
Gear is also shared, so again, no need to gather new mode-specific gear.
そして、このエボルブモードが使えるようになるのは、ジョブ解放された瞬間に、もうエボルブ選択できるようになるので、ぜひお好みの方で遊んでください。
And Evolve Mode unlocks when a job is unlocked, so right off the bat, you will be able to choose which mode you want from that point.
もちろん、リボーンとエボルブ、どっちでもちゃんとコンテンツがクリアできるように調整は行っていきます。
And of course, all content can be cleared with both modes.
ただしですね、リボーンモードが存在するのは、ここまでの21ジョブです。
But Reborn mode is only available for the existing 21 jobs.
エバーコールドから追加される、新ジョブ2体、またそれ以降に追加されるジョブも、基本的にはリボンボードを持ってなくて、エボルブだけでやっていきます。
All new jobs introduced from 8.0 on will only have an evolved mode.
So why not just get rid of Reborn mode and force Evolved
ちょっ
mode?
とどっちが強いのみたいな。
Oh, and so I
Say,
bet
okay,
the
we're
question on
overhauling the
everybody's
job
mind now is
system,
like, which one's
starting in
stronger?
8.0, and it's going to be
こ
completely
れ
new
はちゃ
and
んと
work
お
like
伝え
this.
しておきますが、エボルブモードの方がほんのちょっと強くなる予定です。
And so due to how the new mode has been designed, I can say that in a general sense, evolved is probably just a little bit stronger.
まあ、いずれのモードでも、コンテンツはちゃんとクリアできるように調整していきますので、お好きなモードでプレイしていただくというのが基本です。
However, like I said earlier, battle content has all been designed to be compatible with both modes and completable with both modes. So ultimately, it comes down to you. Try both and choose the style that feels best for you.
ボスコンテンツ、ボスとのね、バトルしてるときに相性っていうのは出るかもしれませんが、まあそれももちろん埋められるように努力はしていきます。
That said, at first, depending on the boss and their mechanics, there may be some battles that feel better suited to one mode than the other, but and the develop team will do our best to make sure that that difference is as negligible as possible.
さあ、この基調講演で、このリボーンとエボルブの話をするのはここまでなんですが、おいおい、ちょっと吉田待てよ、もっと詳しく、なんか映像とか見せろよっていう声あると思います。
So this is all we have for Reborn and Evolve modes today, but I imagine some of you are like,
So,
what the hell, Yoshida? I don't know what's going on. Come on.
yeah, my initial thought on this was it was
今日こ
something
の後、
that was born out of laziness, but I
今日の
don't
この会場である
necessarily think it
開発
is.
パネルで、
It seems it's more born out of
モードの
pandering
4ジョブ
to the
動
audience.
かして説明します。
Okay, so
if
they're
you
going to
want
have more on
know
the dev
about
panel.
This new evolved mode, we have an entire development panel planned later today to talk specifically about this, where we're
Yes,
actually
we're
going to
gonna
have
be-
a
we're gonna be
PC
covering
on
that
stage
panel
and
too.
showing the evolved mode in action.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. We can see what this is
Paladin,
about.
Dragoon,
詩人、
Bard,
ホワイトメイジ。
White Mage. We'll be showing all of those.
Dragoon, Bard, and White Mage. Okay.
ものすごい開発初期段階で、ユーザー UI とか、すげえデバッグ表示みたいなやつ出るんで、なかなかレアな映像も見れますんで、ぜひ、この後、開発バトルシステムデザイナーの玉木くんと一緒にやる、ここで実機を使って、プレゼンテーションしますので、そちらをご注目ください。
In this presentation, like we said, we're going to be showing some very early in development type of stuff. So you're going to actually, there's going to be debug messages on the screen. So it's actually a good way to kind of see how we develop the game and some of the tools that we use.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think is going on, Landry. They don't want to piss off the existing player base by putting something out there that may be buggy and glitchy and forcing them to
you need
use
to be
it.
here to watch because it's going to be pretty
But
exciting.
I can tell you a couple of things that's going to happen with this dual system right off the bat. Once they iron out all the kinks, the fact that all future jobs are only going to use the
still have more
evolved
to go.
system means that the
We're not
evolved
done.
system is going to keep getting stronger and the old system is going
各種
to
アップデートと、
not.
コンテンツの話を簡単に
and people in the
ざっとしていき
community
ます
are very
So we do
quickly
have
going to
some additional
figure
updates.
out
We're gonna go
which
through these
system
kinda
is
quickly.
best, and
Yeah,
the
level cap
community is going to
100
put
から110
restrictions on players,
First off, level cap increase from 100 to 110.
saying that, okay, if you're not using
100
evolved, you
到達したら
can't join our
もうちょっとなん
party,
か
because we
変えるっ
need
ていう話
the
はしたんですけど、
evolved
まあ今回は
white
素直
mage,
にレベル
not
10上
the
げる
reborn
ことに
white
しました。
mage.
After
So you
hitting
can't join
100,
our
there
party
was
unless you're an
internal
evolved
talks about
white
maybe
mage.
possibility of
The
trying something
community is going to
different,
start
but
putting those
in the end, it's
restrictions
like, I'll
on it
just raise it to 110.
because they always do.
えー、サク
Min-maxing
サ
is
ク
a
いきましょう。
thing. They're going to figure out which
え
version of the job
も
is
ちろんね、
better,
これらの
and that
コンテンツ
version of the
も
job is
通
going to
常通
become
り、減
mandatory,
らさずに実
or
装して
people are
い
just
き
going
ま
to
す。
kick you out of
And of
parties.
course, we won't be cutting any of this content. All of this is going to be making updates in the upcoming expansion.
ただ、あらゆる方面でやっ
Okay,
ぱり
level going
進
up to
化は必要
110.
だ
They
と
already
いう
kind
ふ
of
うに感
released
じてい
that.
て、例えばフェイトは少
New
し数
treasure
減らして
hunts
で
and
も
fates
より
and
ダイナミ
hunts.
ックなものを作っていき
Yeah.
たいと思ってますし、モブハントにしてもフィールド強化施策として 8.X シリーズでさらに強化した遊びへと、進化させようと今計画をしています。
So, but we also recognize that a lot of aspects of these things need their own evolution. For example, maybe we have the fates, maybe we reduce the number of fates introduced, but we make those fates introduced larger and more dynamic. As with the hunt as well, it's ready for an evolution of its own to kind of correspond with those updates that we have planned for the public field.
まあもちろんね、トレジャーハントに関しても新しい要素というのを、計画しようとしています。
And of course, we're planning some new features for treasure hunts as well.
それからですね、忘れてはならないダンジョ
I
ン
mean,
も
there's a
も
lot
ち
of
ろん
cool
たくさんあります。
things they can do
And of
with
course,
like
we cannot
hunts,
forget
like
our instance dungeons. We'll be
tie in
introducing
like
separate
hunts and fates.
vertical.
Like I would like,
こ
it
れ
would be
らの
really
インスタンス
interesting to
ダン
have
ジョ
a
ンもですね、
hunt
これまでの拡張
that
同様
hunts
に、
you,
数を減ら
right?
したり
So
せ
if
ず、
you complete, say,
いつも
6
通りの
fates
数、ちゃんとたくさ
in
ん
one
実装して
zone
いきます。
without
And
leaving the
again, we're
zone,
planning on releasing the same amount
have
that
a
we
hunt
always do with every
monster
expansion. We're
that
not cutting
starts
anything.
tracking you
まあ
through
今
the zone
ここにね、表示されてい
until
る
it
のは
actually tracks you
現在
down and
開
finds
発
you.
中の
And
ダン
then
ジョ
you
ンの
have
アートワークにな
now
ってます。
Again,
a
the four
hunt
UC
that you
keys
have
are
to
currently under development for
face
every
out
vault.
that only appears if you start cleaning up the zone. It starts hunting you.
どこがだよって
They can
Again,
do
you're still
cool
looking like,
stuff
where's the
like that.
ice? It's supposed to be
I don't know if
ever
they're
cold.
going
It's
to,
not cold.
but
まあどんな
Their
仕上がり
ideas
になって
here.
ね、どんな冒険とか強敵がいるのか、ぜひちょっとお楽しみに。
Again, what adventures await? You have to wait to find out.
yeah.
それからもちろん拡張といえばですね、
They gotta make sure that people buy the ticket to
新しいクラフトなんか
and
も
tune
実装
in
となります。
to the
Again,
other
with
two
new
fan
dungeons, we'll
fests
also
that are
be
coming this
introducing a
year.
lot of new gear and crafting recipes.
まあちょっとね、アート紹介しましょう。
Yeah, new gear and
About some artwork?
recipes.
To show you.
Not that exciting, really.
まあまあどのアートがね、どのジョブなのか、皆さん
Nothing
なんとなく
here
わ
is
かりますよ
blowing
ね
me
I'm
away.
guessing you can kind of already tell which gear goes with which job.
Yep, dragoon, samurai. That looks like a dancer. Before there was a paladin and there was a monk. I forget what
侍
was
す
on
ごい
the
ね
left.。
That's pretty cool.
まあもちろんね、ギャザラーとかクラフターも進行中です。
Red
And we
mage
haven't
stands
forgotten our
out.
crafters and gatherers as well.
まあもちろん、
Like crafting,
新しい
gathering,
エクスパンション
red
となれば
mage.
ね、当然新しい敵とかも出てきます。
And of course, you know, with new expansion comes new enemies.
まあまあ、本当
Okay.
今回はさらっとちょっとだけですけど、まあボスもですね、めちゃくちゃこれまで以上に多彩にご用意してます。
Again, we can only show you a little bit, but we can tell you that the designs and the gimmicks and the mechanics that we have for our upcoming bosses are going to be pretty amazing.
まあシナリオにね、
Yeah, I mean, these look
関わ
like
るので
boss
今日は
designs,
本当
especially the
ごく
one
一部し
over
か
there on the
お見せ
right.
できないんですけど、
This one
ご
right
め
here.
んな
This
さい
is definitely a
Again,
boss
a lot of
design.
these are
This
linked
looks like it might be an
directly
enemy
to the main
design,
scenario, so showing too
but,
much would be spoilers. So
Like showing
again, we're
this
gonna have
right
to kind
here,
of- this
you
is gonna have
just
to be
know
enough for
that
you. Sorry.
there's gonna be 5 different color
そしても
variants.
ちろん
One
こ
for
れま
each
で
of
通
the
り今日
different
ね、
zones.
3段階になりますよって発表しましたけど、8人レイドというのも、順調に開発進んでます。
And again, we cannot forget our 8-player raid series. Again, we talked about how there's going to be a new difficulty level.
じゃあ、おいおい吉田、8人レイド何がテーマなんだよ。
Yeah, what's the theme? Sorry. Sorry.
まあ、欧州ファンフェスで、これは理由があるんで、欧州ファンフェスでドドーンと発表予定ですので、ぜひお楽しみに。
Again, this is we're gonna tell you more in Berlin. There's a reason for this. That again, we
It,
can't
it,
tell you
it
now,
like even
but you'll know
still, I
once we
still
tell you
think
in
the
Berlin.
major problem they have with
そ
the
して
raid
もちろんね
system
バトル
and
コ
the
ンテンツ
super
付
high
け
level
全シリ
content,
ーズ
like the ultimate
こちらも
content,
継続してやってい
is
きま
the
す
And of course,
accessibility
there will
of
be
the
new
ultimate
ultimate
content.
raids as well.
I mean, you have to go like in order to do
What
any of the
about-
ultimate content, you have to do like a
this
10-step
ultimate raid,
attunement
7.5.
and
7.5
then
ultimate raid.
like 2 specialty
What?
clears before you get into what you're trying to do. You can't just like
Eh,
click on it and
今日
get
この後
what
こ
you
の
have
後
to
話す
do.
ね
later. You promise?
Even if you're
Promise?
geared for it, you have like
Okay. Promise.
a 10-step quest line and then 2
あのボス
prior
もねもちろん
things
楽
that
し
you
みだ
have
と
to
は思います
clear
が
before you can just
さ
jump
っきね
into the
お知ら
ultimate
せした
stuff. You can't just
エボル
jump
ブモー
into
ド
it.
で挑む際にはこれまでのねバトルの感覚とまた全然違うと思うのでそのあたりも含めてですね今後もまた Z シリーズ、期待していてください
Again, with this new content, we can't wait to see how players approach this content with the newly introduced evolve modes.
そしてもちろん PVP のコンテンツ引き続き力も入れていろいろな計画が今進行中なのでこちらまとまり次第またお知らせしていこうと思います
And of course, we have not forgotten PvP. We have several different interesting plans for PvP as well, all of them currently in development.
そして続いてはこちらコンテンツサポーターでこれ、8.0 ではこのコンテンツサポーターシステムにも、進化をちょっと予定してます
Okay, we also have some plans for our duty support system coming in 8.0.
これまで皆さんから2人で ID に突入したい
When I'm talking about
多くのリ
steps
クエストって
for
いうのをいただいてます
So
for
a lot of
the
players have
raid
been
stuff.
clamoring for an option to enter dungeons in pairs.
それを、
This is what I'm talking about here.
アップデートをちょっと今予
I
定してま
can't
す
really zoom it in
And,
all
we're
that
hard at
more.
work seeing if we can
But you have
implement some
several
of
different
those
steps that you have to
moving
complete
forward.
before you can jump straight into a high-end duty. And this is
Really
just
sorry,
the
man.
Unreal and Extreme right there. If you click on
や
that
ってる
purple
の
one,
やってるの
We're in the
there's
middle of
act
making
you
it. We
actually
can't
have to
tell you yet.
complete
Okay, but we'll have details
some of
soon.
these steps.
Berlin.
Um,
ごめんなさい
and it's on a completely different tab from all of the regular
それが対応され
duties
る
which
と
are just
いうふう
listed.
に思っておいてください
So yes, changes are coming
Yeah,
very
it's-
soon.
Super complicated.
さあでは続いて
Oh.
エバーコールドにももちろんアライアンスレイドがまあシリーズとして実装されることになります
And of course, with 8.0, we're going to have a new alliance raid, of course.
さっきねアライアン
Yeah,
スレイド
the
その仕組み
Winders.
自体にも大きな進化があるというふうにお伝えしてきました
And so I mentioned earlier in the keynote that we're looking to evolve alliance raids.
それだけじゃなくてですねじゃあどんなテーマのアライアンスレイドになるのかというのについても驚いていただけると思ってます
But I reckon the big question on everyone's mind is, what is the theme of the next raid series?
では
Oh, are you just gonna tell us? Or are you
Memo.
gonna say like Japan?
耳もぜひ注目してご覧いただきたいです
So without further ado, open your eyes and ears for this.
Oh, you're just gonna tell us. Oh, they have a video. Evangelion? There's no way I would have guessed an Evangelion crossover. Oh my god. For the Evangelion 30th anniversary. If we don't get Cruel Angel's Thesis as a piece of music in game, if you get the romance Oscar, you may start
と
playing.
いうわけで新たな8.0から8.1からか始まるアライアンスレイドは、まあ、世界中誰もが知っている 日本が
I'm
誇る
definitely
アニメー
putting
ション
Cool
作品
Angel's
群
thesis
エヴァンゲリオン
in
と
one
の
of my houses.
最大火力での
Like
ク
my
ロスオーバーとなります
apartment or
I'm
Greek Cup,
excited
somewhere
to
is going to be
announce
playing Cool
our
Angel's thesis.
explosive new crossover with the world-renowned Japanese animated series Evangelion.
What kind of story are they going to tell with Evangelion?
このアライアンスレイドシリーズ、タイトルまだ課題ではありますがゴースオブデザイアというタイトルになってます。
The tentative title we have that we're currently using for the upcoming series of raids is Ghosts of Desire.
まあもちろんね1回の単体レイドではなくて複数回にわたるシリーズ
I
で
mean,
お
it,
届
it,
け
al-
い
it
たします
already like
And you
lends
heard me
itself
correctly,
out.
I said
The raid
series
series is
of
going to be
raids, so
called
this isn't a one-off.
First
This
Impact, Second
collaboration will
Impact,
span
Third Impact.
all multiple
I
tiers.
mean, that's a given.
今回は
You're
です
gonna
ね
have 3 parts. You're
株
gonna
式
have
会
3
社カラー
impacts.
さんが完全監修我々スクエアエニックスがコンテンツを制作という超強力タッグでお届けしてまいります
So for this
Neon
exclusive
Genesis
content,
Evangelion is
Square
one of
Enix
my
will be
favorite animes of
developing
all
the
time.
content, while the producer of Evangelion, Kara, will be fully supervising that development.
Okay.
まあ僕自身がすいません相当に濃いエヴァンゲリオンオタクなのでプレッシャーが相当高いんですけど、驚きと面白さ、最大に詰まったコンテンツとしてお届けしていくつもりです。
So many of
See?
you know
Yoshi P,
already that I
huge
am a
Evangelion
massive
fan.
Evangelion otaku. So I reckon your expectations are going to be through the roof, but I'm more than confident that we can bring you something that will both surprise and entertain. Nervous?
プレッシャー
So much pressure.
新たなデザインそれから新たなアートワークモデリングいろいろ進行中ですので今後のファンフェスでも続報を順次お届けしていこうと思います。
So we're currently right in the middle of creating new designs, artwork, working on modeling, and much, much more. And I hope to have even more to reveal to you at the EU and Tokyo Fan Fests.
ファイナルファンタジー14の世界で描かれるエヴァンゲリオンとの物語30周年を迎えたエヴァンゲリオンシリーズとのクロスオーバーぜひご期待ください。
We are honored and excited to bring Evangelion, now nearing its 30th anniversary, into the world of Final Fantasy XIV and cannot wait for you all to experience this crossover and the unforgettable story we have planned.
ああよかったさあまあたくさんねお届けしてまいりましたがここまでのねエヴァーコールドのご紹介いかがだったでしょうか
So that's been a lot to take in. Is everybody pumped for Evercold now?
Possibly.
さあここからもうちょっと続きます
But before we wrap up the keynote, we have more.
Okay. System requirement
まあ
updates.
まあまあちょっとだけ動作環境のお知らせさせてください
Just give us a little, just a little one, a small one.
まず 8.0 エヴァーコールド動作環境に変更はありません
So the good news is we won't be making any big changes to the system requirements.
Okay.
However,
Because they already did that with the last
we
expansion when
have
they
one
upgraded
request.
everything.
長らくですね我々を支えて世界中のたくさんのゲーマーに対してたくさんのゲームをねほんとプレイさせてくれたプレイステーション4についてだけちょっとお知らせさせてください
And that goes out to our PlayStation 4 users all around the globe.
今言った通り 8.0 では大丈夫ですプレイステーション4も大丈夫です
So we've worked hard over the past few years to make sure 14 runs smoothly, and we can ensure you that it will still run smoothly, 8.0 will run smoothly on the PlayStation 4 as well.
ただし
However,
システム的な容量データサイズの限界が近づいてきてます
the problem is as Final Fantasy 14 continues to grow, we're quickly approaching the data limit of PlayStation 4's system capacity.
これまではですね、ソニーインタラクティブ
They're going to be
エンターテインメント様
sunsetting the
の
PS4 with
ご
this
協力で
expansion.
実はファイナルファンタジー14だけむちゃくちゃ容量の限界を突破してなんとかサポートをしていただいたんですが、もう無理だと、物理的にごめんなさい、制御できるハードディスクの容量サイズを14が超えようとしてしまってます。
And while cooperation with Sony's wonderful engineers has allowed us to limit break a few more times than we thought even possible, it will soon be impossible to physically contain all of Final Fantasy XIV on the PlayStation 4 hard drive.
なのでおそらくパッチ 8.3 ぐらいまでは大丈夫です。今計算したところ。
So we currently believe that we're probably going to be okay up until about 8.3.
なので、まあ、あと2年ぐらい、あと2年
They're
ぐら
not
いか
even
け
getting
て、
the full
プ
expansion.
レイステーション5へ少しずつお金を貯
They
めて移
move
行して
into
も
the
らえると、
PlayStation 5.
準備をぜひね、そろそろしてもらえるとありがたいです。
So if you're still playing on the PlayStation 4, you've got 2 years to save up for a PlayStation 5.
で、まあ、繰り返しなんですけど、8.0 では大丈夫なので、
There
今
can't
すぐ
be
という
that
わけ
many
では
people in the audience that are
Like I
butthurt
said,
about that.
We're already going to be okay for 8.0, so you don't have to get it now.
というわけで、以上、お知らせでした。
But yeah, that's all we have for system updates.
さあ、あれ、ようやく終わりかなと思いきや、すいません、まだ続きます。
Yeah, you thought we were done, huh? No.
ここからはですね、エバーコールドへと続いていく、まあ、パッチ 7.5X シリーズがあるので、ちょっとざっとね、それも紹介させてください。
Again, while we're finished talking about Evercold, before Evercold, we have the 7.5X series.
Yeah.
まず新たなリミテッドジョブ、魔術使いがやってきます。
The biggest update being the launch of our second limited job, Beastmaster.
こちらはですね、パッチ 7.56 でリリース予定です。
And this will be coming patch 7.56.
まあ、先日のね、PLL でもお伝えしましたが、まあ、魔物たちをね、従える遊びとか、
So like I talked about in the latest producer or letter from the producer.
That's
line,
exactly
Beastmaster
what
is
I
all
was thinking about,
team outreach.
Landsley. That, what, you don't have
それぞれね
phones?
魔獣たちとコンビネーションで、自身の
Although,
アクションロケー
although
ションが変
that
わるね。
that actually got him booed.
And then you fight with them in battle, employing unique battle action rotations that changes based on your
I think
health.
ultimately, like
Yeah.
the PS4, PS5 thing, no one's really
さらに
really
や
gonna
り込み
care
要素
about it.
満載
Like
の
people
専
gonna
用
say, "Oh,
コ
I
ンテン
can't
ツなど
believe I
用意
can't
し
play on
ま
my
すので、
PS4
ぜひ
anymore."
こち
Well,
ら
the
楽
game's
しみに
getting
していてく
bigger.
ださい。
And we've got a
I
lot
mean,
of job specific
they've
content
already
ready for you to sink your
retired,
teeth into, so please
the
look-
PlayStation 3.
そし
Like
て
it makes sense that they're going to retire the PlayStation 4
ありますね。
as
Yes.
well. And if it keeps going, they're going to retire the
長らく
PlayStation
すい
5
ま
in
せん、引っ
favor of
張
the
ってお待
PlayStation
たせしまし
6.
た。次なる絶シリーズ、いよいよ登場です。
Okay, and sorry for the wait. Like I promised, it's time to reveal the next ultimate raid. Check it out.
Oh, we get a video. I mean, we already knew it was Capcom.
世界で一番の力を私は取り込んだ。それ以外のものなどカスだ、カス以下だ、カス以下のゲソだ。全部破壊して死の世界を作るのだ。This is meant to be our ultimate encounter. So you're in for it now.
You only just met him and you already don't like him?
さあ、
So,
今
this is
回
not
の
the first time that
絶シリーズ
Kefka's
そ
been
の名の
introduced
コンテン
into
ツ
Final
名、日
Fantasy
本語タイトルは
XIV. He was at
絶
the end
妖
of
精
the,
乱舞です。
I believe
That's right.
the
Our next ultimate raid is Dancing
Shadowbringers raid series. So we've already faced off
ジレンの
against
狭間のトレガ
Kefka
というレイドシリ
before,
ーズでですね、
and
オ
Kefka
メ
is
ガによ
from
って
Final Fantasy
生み出された
VI.
14の世界に生み出された存在であるケフカ。
Yes, it looks like Omega's latest creation from the interdimensional rift is none other than Kefka.
そのケフカをテーマにですね、壮大なケフカをテーマに壮大なバトルコンテンツに仕上げました。
And again, we have prepared an epic battle that's based all around Kefka.
で、ほら、今の
Yeah,
動画ね
because he was in the Omega Raid
サベージと
series,
あんま変わんないん
which
じゃない
brought back a bunch of
And so
characters from
some of you may
FF4 and
have been watching this
FF6.
and thinking, that doesn't look that much different from Savage.
この悪そうな顔を見てよ。
Look at his face. Does that look like a face that would make it easier than Savage?
まあ相当すごいです。
I mean, are you gonna
正直
show us what's
ネタバレしたくない
different
の
from
で
Kefka
抑えたんで
Savage?
むちゃくちゃ面白く仕上がりましたんで、
So yes, it's going to be a crazy battle. We didn't want to release too much here because
So
it would
no,
spoil the
they're
whole
not
battle,
going.
but
They're
believe
not
me,
going to
it's
show
going
us what
to
they
be
added
epic.
for Savage
で、今回ですね、
or
スペシャル
Ultimate
ゲスト
rather.
として、そも
What
そ
they
も
changed
FF6
from
で
Savage,
ケフ
I
カ
should
生
say.
み出した野村哲也さんにもアーティストとして参加していただいてます。
And we even got the original designer of the FF6 Kefka, Nomura Tetsuya, to help with the design of this in-game character.
それからですね、今回のケフカ、めちゃめちゃボイスがあります。めちゃめちゃ喋ります。
And as you could hear in the video, Kefka is pretty chatty during this battle.
哲さんにはですね、そのボイス収録もめちゃめちゃフォローしていただきましたんで、この場を借りてお礼申し上げます。哲さんありがとうございました。
And again, Tetsuya Nomura-san also helped a lot supervise this voice recording as well. So he was very involved in the creation this time, and we thank him for his participation.
はい。こちらのですね、絶予選乱舞、パッチ 7.51 でいよいよリリースとなります。
And the release of this ultimate Dancing Mad will be coming in patch 7.51.
ワン。いや。まあ、やってやるぜっていう方はどれぐらいいますか？
Who's ready to battle Kefka? Yeah?
Oh.
Yeah?
いるいる。
Okay.
まあ、もちろん攻略する方の中で、配信とかされながらね、プレイする方もいると思うんですけど、コンテンツにチャレンジしない方、ぜひですね、配信も見てください。多分ね、めちゃめちゃ盛り上がると思うんで。
And again, I know a lot of you will be playing, but a lot of you maybe won't be playing. But we recommend to those people who are not going to be playing the content to watch it on streams because it is very, very interesting.
はい。では、パッチ 7.51、楽しみにお待ちください。
All right, so please look forward to patch 751.
そして 7.5X で、今までですね、スケジュールがやっぱり数ヶ月遅れていた、中国版。中国版はいよいよグローバル同期をパッチ 7.4 でできたんですけど、それに続いてですね、韓国版もグローバル版と同じスケジュールになります。本当は韓国、非課線の皆さん、大変お待たせしました。
Again, our next announcement is specifically for our fans in Korea. Soon we'll be completing our patch release schedule synchronization for our global and Korean versions very soon. We already finished the synchronization with the Chinese and global versions back in 7.4, and now it's time for our Korean version.
前回パッチ 7.4 で今お伝えした通り、中国版、スケジュールがグローバルと同じになったんですけど、レイドレース相当盛り上がったというふうに聞いてます。
Again, with that synchronization that we had with the Chinese version and the global versions back in 7.4, we saw a especially heated race to world first.
韓国版プレイヤーの皆さんにも本当ね大変お待たせしたんですけど、ぜひぜひ楽しんでください。
Again, we're excited to see what our Korean fans can bring with this new update.
そして次のお知らせはこ
Just
ちら。
synchronizing patch
And our next
versions.
announcement,
Shadowbringers.
フリートライアルの範囲拡大のお知ら
The
せです。
free trial is
have you
now
heard
going to
that
include
the critically
Shadowbringers.
acclaimed MMORPG Final
Okay.
Fantasy XIV has its own free trial?
来週リリースされるパッチ 7.5 からフリートライアルの範囲が拡大されて、漆黒のヴィランズを含む パッチ5.5までプレイ可能となります。
And so, with the release of patch 7.5 next week, we're going to be updating the free trial to go all the way through patch 5.5 in Shadowbringers content.
ぜひですね、これを機会にお友達とかご家族とかお誘いいただけますと幸いです。
If you have a friend or loved one looking to get into Final Fantasy XIV, now couldn't be a better time.
Please さあ、じゃあちょっと、まだまだですね、パッチ 7.5X にはすいません、未発表のコンテンツも
Okay.
実はあるんですけど、それはちょっとまた別の機会に移る
So
と
the
して、
7.5
スケジュー
patch
ル
release
と代
schedule.
表的な実装内容を確認しておきましょう。
All right, and there is even more content coming in the 7.5X series that we haven't even talked about yet, but there will be time to talk about that in the next few weeks. So for now, I want to show you the patch release schedule for some major content release milestones.
まず今、北米のファンフェスありますね。
Okay, so we start off with Anaheim right there at the beginning.
まずは週明け、
Yes.
パッチ
And then on the
7.5が来
28th,
週
which
火
is
曜日に
Tuesday.
実装となります。
And then next Tuesday, we have the release of patch 7.5.
実装されるコンテンツはこんな感じですね。
And here's what's coming with 7.5.
はい。で、これ以降も、続々とマイナーパッチでコンテンツが実装されていきます。
And continuing on from here, we're going to continue on with minor updates.
次、6月2日です。
So
パッチ
7.51,
7.51。
June 2nd.
こちらでは、コスモエクスプローラーとか、お得意様とか、アルティメットが実装となります。
And during this time, Cosmic Exploration, new custom deliveries, and of course, Dancing Mad will be coming in patch 7.51.
Okay,
レ
on
イド
June
に
2nd.
行く皆さん、
About a week or two
6
later.
月2日開始なので、スケジュールと体調の準備を
Do I have a
ぜひよ
calendar
ろしくお願いします。
that I
So
can
for
easily?
those of you that are going to be
Pop up.
tackling Kefka on this day, you need to start training and preparing right now, hydrating.
No, a
そ
month
して、
and
その後ですね、欧州のファンフェスがあります。
And then we have our fan festival.
about a whole
in
month
Berlin.
later.
こちらがですね、7月25、26、ドイツ・ベルリンで開催となりま
That's
す。
Saturday the 25th of July and Sunday the 26th of July.
さあ、その後、パッチ 7.55 がやってきます。
And then right after that, we have patch 7.55.
こちらで、欧州ファンフェスの直後ですね、ヒルディブランド、ク
Okay.
レセントアイル、
The new Hildebrand
ファント
quest.
ムウェポンやってまいります。
The
And then
next
with
step of the Phantom
7.55, we
weapon.
have Hildebrand, Occult Crescent, and Phantom Weapons.
そして、7.56。
And then 7.56 comes,
メインクエストパート2と魔術使いがやってまいりま
and the
す。
main scenario quest parts 2, as well as the launch of Beastmaster.
その後、日本のファンフェスがございま
And then we have the Tokyo Fan Fest.
す。こちらが10月31日、11月1日ですね。
And then October 31st and November 1st of 2026.
はい。というわけでですね、ファンフェスの新情報のみならず、メインシナリオのアップデートとか、様々なコンテンツ、もうどんどん順次つながっていくようにリリースされますので、ぜひ 8.0 までの間、じっくりいろんなコンテンツを楽しんでお待ちいただければと思います。
And then we've got a lot in store for you this year, have you seen? And we'll provide updates as we get closer to 8.0's launch through FanFests and PLLs. So hop on and enjoy the ride to Evercold.
Okay.
というわけで、ファイナルファンタジー14 8.0 エバーコールド白銀のワンダラーは2027年1月発売予定です。どうぞお楽しみに。
And that is it, really. Evercold 8.0 coming January 2027.
I wasn't expecting the
さて、
expansion
めちゃ
release
くちゃ
date.
に濃くなった
That caught me by
基調講
surprise.
演ですが、皆様いかがだったでしょうか。
So, how was the keynote? Lots of exciting stuff, right?
これでですね、僕の、ファンフェスアナハイムは半分ぐらい終わりました。
Hey, so with this, half of my work is done at the fan festival.
いや、では基調講演もう山場に来たので、この人にちょっとご登壇いただいて皆様にご挨拶いただこうかなと思います。
So now that my work is done, I can hand off all the work to some more important people.
株式会社スクエアエニックス CEO 高橋桐生
Important people like Square Enix CEO Takashi Kiryu. Woo!
Oh my god.
はい、ありがと
Don't
うご
come
ざ
out
い
here
ま
and
す。
say something stupid.
さあ、それでは桐生さん、全世界の光の戦士と、会場で集まってくれてる北米の光の戦士の皆さんに、
I think they're working up to cross
So
region
Kiryu-san,
play.
do you have a message for the people here and people watching on the stream?
Hello, all you warriors of light here in Anaheim. And everyone watching from home. Thank you so much joining us the Fan Festival. I've been looking for seeing all of you in person, so I'm really, really excited. Thank you.
いや、桐生さん、本当に、めちゃめちゃお忙しいんですよ。14のために皆さんにぜひどうしても直接ご挨拶したいということで来てくださいました。
I mean, you have here pretty much the busiest man at Square Enix, but he took time out of his schedule because he wanted to be here with you today in Anaheim. Thank you so much.
あんまりね、
Is that
言っていいのかわ
Xenos
かり
right
ませんけ
there?
ど、この人、株主総会とか、いろいろすごい大変なところでこうやってスピーチしてるんですけど、どうですか、この、もうね、1万に届こうかという光の戦士の前でスピーチする気持ちとか、ちょっと感想などあれば。
So, Kiryu-san, I mean, you have to give a lot of tough talks in front of like shareholders and investors. But today, you're in front of 10,000 warriors of light. How does it feel?
とにかくですね、人が多いです。
So many people out there. Wow.
そして火力がすごい。
And I mean, your power is amazing.
Dude, I want to know who's flying this drone.
やっぱ盛り上がってくれて嬉しいですね。
Did anybody see the guy down here that only started
I am
clapping
blown
because he
away.
saw himself on the
吉
Jumbotron?
田さん、こんなにたくさん多くの火力を体に受けて、全然緊張したり大丈夫なんですか？
So, Yoshida-san,
Oh, I mean, you,
sorry.
you receive all this power from the players. Aren't you like? Are you feeling it? How do you take it?
いや、緊張してますよ。緊張してますよ。ほら、ほら。
Nervous? You don't look very nervous. Oh.
でもそろそろほら、ちゃんと発表に行かないと緊張してばっかりだと。
Okay, I think we should cut the nervousness and we need to pick ourselves up and go on with the announcement.
はい、というわけでですね、ここで、私の方から、もう一つ、皆さんにお知らせをさせていただきたいというふうに思います。
So yes, I would like to make an announcement to everybody here.
Okay.
Please.
They're finally bringing it to the Switch 2. They've been teasing that for a long time.
そうなんです。本当に長らくお待たせいたしました。いよいよ、ファイナルファンタジー14、任天堂スイッチ2でお楽しみいただけます。
Thank you so much for your patience. It's been a long time coming, but we are finally so happy to announce you will be able to play Final Fantasy XIV online on the Nintendo Switch too.
はい、桐生さん発表ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for that announcement, Kiryu-san.
ものすごくね、
There's probably going to be a lot of people pissy about that. Oh, you're retiring the PS4, but you're bringing in the Nintendo
この発
Switch?
表に関してはもう桐生さんからお
Yes.
願いしたいというので、発表していただきました。ありがとうございます。
We've had so much support from Kiryu-san getting this to happen, and so I wanted him to be able to make this very important announcement. Thank you very much, Kiryu-san.
And I believe that would bring it back around to Square Enix to be the first company
So
to
we
get
currently plan to
crossplay
launch
on
the Switch 2
every
version
major
in
gaming
August.
platform.
ただですね、発売よりも前、先行プレイ期間というのを設けさせていただきます。
But to make sure that our servers are stable, we'll be starting with a short early access period of about a month.
まあ先行プレイは約1ヶ月間を予定してます。
Like I said, this period is scheduled to last approximately 1 month.
で、この先行プレイ期間中は無料で遊んでいただけます。
During this period, no Switch 2 version subscription fees will be collected.
はい。その後ですね、先行プレイが終わったら正式サービス開始という流れになります。
Then, once early access is over, official service begins.
ただしですね、すみません。どうしてもお知らせしておかないことが
Okay. No charge if you're playing in early access. That's pretty good.
Now, by no means do I wish to throw cold water on this amazing announcement, but I do need to talk about subscriptions.
これまでのファイナルファンタジー14では、まあそれぞれのプラットフォームにてパッケージのね、権利を購入していただければ、まあどのプラットフォームでもサブスクリプション共通ですよという仕組みでやってまいりました。
As you know, in the past, Final Fantasy XIV has only required players to purchase one subscription to be able to play on any platform. Again, as long as you have purchased the game for that platform, of course.
ただしですね、スイッチ2の場合に関しては、まあ、パッケージとスイッチ2というプラットフォームでプレイする料金が、必要になるというふうに、なっております。
However, after discussions with Nintendo, it was decided that the Switch 2 version of Final Fantasy XIV would require a separate subscription.
まあこちらについてはすごく任天堂の様と協議をねずっと重ねてきた結果で、まあちょっとこれまでとね異なるサービスになってしまうんですが、どうぞご容赦いただけると幸いです。
And again, this is, decided after many months of discussions with Nintendo, and I understand that this is different.
I mean,
to how
that
we've done
might
things
just
before,
kill it right before it gets
But-
out,
ただし、
picks up at all.
But
まず任天堂スイッチオンラインのメンバーシップはなしで大丈夫です。
the following concessions have been made. One, you will be able to play Final Fantasy XIV on the Switch 2 without a Nintendo Switch online membership.
Okay.
そしてですね、今、14を他のプラットフォームでプレイしている方は、スイッチでのプレイ料金が半額になります。
And two, active subscription playing 14 users playing the game on another platform will get 50% off the Switch 2 version subscription.
はい。まあもちろんこれから新た
So
にね、
that brings it
スイッチ2
around
で
to
14をプ
like
レイ
an
するよ
add-on
という
subscription
方は
like they
まあパ
currently
ッケー
have.
ジと、プレイ料金だけで、まあそれ以外に費用はかからないので、皆さんぜひご理解とご協力の方よろしくお願いします。
Of course, for Warriors of Light, both new and old, looking only to play on the Nintendo Switch 2, you only need that one Switch 2 version subscription, the game and nothing else. So, thank you for your understanding in this matter.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
せっかくようやく任天堂プラットフォームで発表できたので、スイッチ2持ってきました。
And now, before we finish up, you'd like to see the Switch 2 version up and running, right?
ちょっと 会場これだけ皆さんの携帯 Wi-Fi あると無線は怖いんでちょっと優先にしてますが
Yeah, we're scared that someone might steal our Wi-Fi, so we have it connected up with a LAN cable. But
まあちゃんと最新の開発サーバーからやってます。
I'm just playing. This is on the development server. It's playing right now.
まあやっぱり任天堂スイッチ2といえばね、やっぱこの携帯モードでいつでもどこでも遊べるっていうところが売りなので、またこれもですね、皆さんのプレイスタイル、いろんなプレイスタイルで14楽しめるということの一つかなと思ってます。
I mean, I
Of
immediately
course,
see
you know, the best
benefits
part
of being
about
able
the
to play
Switch
the
2
game
version
on the
is
fly.
playing on the go, and this version
Yeah.
works great. With this version, we hope to give players even more freedom to play that the way you want to.
めっちゃプレイしづらいの。まあまあ普通にね、遊べますよ。
Yeah.
まあこれ携帯モード中なので、気軽にね、いろんなところで楽しんでもらえれば、誰か、そうアップにして。はいはいはい、ありがとうございます。
Get a close up of this? Yeah.
で、かなり開発進んでまして、8月にちゃんとリリースできそうな見込みです。
All right, and development is proceeding as planned, and like we said, we plan to have it ready for that test by August.
I mean, that's actually kind of impressive,
ここで
considering that the
この団長
Nintendo
ですね
Switch
リアルタイムに
is
スイッチ
like
2で
hardware,
デモをしたいと
like
言ったところですね
speaking, little more than a
任天堂
Kindle.
のたくさんの方
Like
々にめ
it's
ちゃくちゃ多くの
not
ご協力をいただ
there's
きま
not
し
a
た
lot
本当
of
にこの
space right there. It's like a half an inch
ありがとうございま
thick.
した
A week ago, I had this great idea to play the Switch 2 on stage here, and Nintendo kind of freaked out a little. They're like, what? But they cooperated and helped us so much to make this happen. So thank you, Nintendo, very much to help us make this happen on the stage today.
I mean, Square Enix, backed by Sony, is one of the few companies that's gonna step up and say, "Hey, Nintendo, we're gonna do this, and you're gonna be okay with
お
it."
願いしたいと思います
So,
皆さんよろ
Like,
しくお
not
願
a
い
lot
し
of
ます
companies
before we end
have
today,
that kind of
Kiryu-san has a special message for all of
that
you, so
kind
we'd
of
like to
throw
hand the floor
around
over to Kiryu-san.
with Nintendo.
Okay, thank you so much for the my introduction, Yoshi and Coach-san. And from now on, I will deliver my message in English. Thank you. So, we announced so many things today, including the latest expansion ever called Evangelion Crossover and the Nintendo Switch 2's launch. So, are you ready, excited for them? Woo! That's good to hear. Anyway, when we first started work on EverCode, Yoshi P approached me for a quick consultation, which I soon learned was more of an impassioned demand. He told me, looking ahead to the next 10 years, you have to let our team limit break so we can accomplish even bigger and better things.
That is one of the cool things that I like about Yoshi
That
P.
way,
He
we can
walks
make a
in there,
game
he's like,
that will
look,
not
we're gonna have a
only
little
appeal to,
consultation on
but
Friday. And he
amaze
walks in on Friday and he
current,
tells them what they're
returning,
going to do.
and future warriors of light for years to come. And then he went on to describe what those bigger and better things were, and then he was finished. I was speechless. And going back to my room, I thought to myself, is it even possible to ever go that big? But to the team's credit, they've definitely gone big so far. And what we've shared with you today is only the beginning.
And like, I will give it up for
Yoshi
Yoshi P
and
in
the
Final
team
Fantasy
will
XIV
continue to
because
challenge
of what
themselves,
they've done with this game
leading,
so far. When
sorry,
this game
leading up to
launched in
EvaCore's launch
2010,
and well
2011,
after that. Right?
it was
So,
absolute horseshit.
Lee
The game was
and
horrible.
Dave can
Like,
shatter
not even
your
borderline unplayable. It was
expectations.
unplayable. It was a mess. And they
On that note,
they were losing so
are
much
you
money because they
ready
had
to
poured so
join
much into it.
Yoshi and his team?
They brought in Yoshi P and his team, Creative Business Unit 3, and basically said, fix it. And he took 2 weeks, looked around, and he came back. He's like, okay, we have two ways that we can fix this. We can scrap the whole thing and start over. Or, and this is what we're going to do, I can rebuild it in the background while the game is currently running, and then we'll write a storyline that leads into the rebuild. And that's what they did. While 1.0 was live, they rebuilt the entire game in the background and wrote a storyline that led up to the launch of A Realm Reborn, where players just had to log out. There was a maintenance cycle, and then when they logged back in, it was A Realm Reborn. And then A Realm Reborn was just fantastic for the time. It's aged a lot since then.
Let's do this.
But yeah, ever since that, when Yoshi P completely fixed their trash MMO and turned it into one of the best ones out there, like he's basically been able to walk into the office and say, yeah, we're going to do this now.
From the development and operation team.
And they just go with whatever he says. Something aged in a decade? Yeah. Oh, this is a dev team. Some of these guys are pretty famous in their own right. He and him are pretty.
Okay, let's start out with comments one by one.
That was long. My legs. Yeah. Sit down. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. I am super excited to be here. At my job at Square Enix, literally coming to these events is the most exciting time. This is the best part of my job, just because I get to meet all of you here in person. I get to go down on the floor. I get to shake your hands. I get to hear your awesome stories. I get to get hugs, so many hugs. And you know, I'm going to be up here on the stage. The Taskmasters are cracking the whip, and I'm going to be up the stage most of the time. But anytime I get free, I'm going to be down on the floor. And so if you see me, grab me, tell me your stories, give me a hug. I'd love to talk with all of you. I'm going to be here both days, and I want to see you, and I want to talk to you all. So see you on the floor. Thank you.
Koji Fox.
Okay.
Hi there! And hi, Yang.
Yan.
I am Masayoshi Soken.
Yep.
Sound director of Final Fantasy.
All of the
14.
awesome music that you hear from Final Fantasy XIV is coming out of this guy's brain.
日本語でいきます。
Okay,
He's
into
picked
Japanese
up
now.
the legacy
今日
of
はファ
um,
ファンフェスティバル2年ちょっとぶりかな
oh my god, I
About
forgot the main
2
composer's
years
name. Okay.
ish since the last FanFest.
今日たくさんの人がここに集まったんで僕はここで一言言いたいことがあります
So today we have
It's
so many people
Uematsu,
gathered, and I wanted to
yes.
say one thing.
Uematsu Nobuo.
パッチ
He's
7.5
picked
の
up
開発の
Uematsu's
スケジュー
legacy,
ルと物量がお
and
かし
it's
い
just
ぞ
amazing.
The patch 7.5 workload that I had to handle was a lot.
What? 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 What?
俺たちマジで今回はやばかった
I mean, really, I think we were really stretched thin this
Like
time.
I think you
まあ
said
間もなく
insane.
パッチ7.5やってくるからみんな俺たちの努力の決勝を遊んでください。
That said, we are happy to let you know that patch 7.5 is coming, and so I hope you get to enjoy the fruits of our labor.
そして
And
tonight we have a piano concert, you know?
Yes, you have to buy the ticket to get the concert tonight. I think it's still available. You can buy the online ticket if you want to watch the
have a rock concert, you know?
the concerts that are happening tonight.
You must join us, okay? Thank you so much.
ソケンさんの後でめちゃくちゃやりづらいんですけど、
oh my gosh, it's so hard to go after such a after Soken-san.
皆さんはじめまして、バトルシステムプランナーの玉木です。
Hello everyone. My name is Hikaru Tamaki. I am battle system designer.
Ads are coming back.
皆さんにお会いするのは初めてなんで、この後の開発パネルで自己紹介と、あと先ほど、紹介された2つのバトルモードについて、紹介させていただこうと思ってます。
So of course, with me being here for the first time, I will have a development panel where I will talk about who I am and then go into further details about the two battle system, the new battle system design.
見ての通りかなり緊張してるんですけど、とにかく、楽しむ気持ちを忘れないように頑張るので、皆さんもこの2日間全力で楽しんでいってください。
And of course, I am quite nervous, but I'm going to keep in mind I'm here to have fun. So I hope you all have fun as well.
それでは2日間どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
So yeah, thank you for your support in advance for these 2 days.
じゃあキルさんも一言。
はい。Thank you again for such a kind of wonderful time. I got lots of energy and passion from here in Anaheim, Warriors of Light. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our very first fan festival happening in California. Finally, outside of Las Vegas. I hope you like it. Yeah, I believe you already enjoyed our.
You're in Anaheim.
Keynote
You ain't
speech.
that
Did you
far
like it?
outside of LA.
Good to know. As you know, we have more to come throughout for 2 days, so please look forward to it. And personally, right after this, I will be jailed into meet and greet room for 3.5 hours straight. But I believe I still enjoy the fan festival. So if you happen to join the meet and greet, please bring your excitement for me to the meet and greet room. So let's enjoy
Be
fan festival
jailed in
together.
the meet
Thank
and
you.
greet room for 3 hours.
Oh, by the way, my name is Toshio Morochi. You are a global community producer, also known as Fox One. Oh, I totally forgot about that.
Hello everyone. This is Aimee from the Square Enix Los Angeles team. Oh, thank you. I'm happy to be back on the FanFest stage. I will be helping out with interpretations throughout the 2 days. Looking forward to it. And yeah, thank you. Have fun, everyone. Thank you.
では改めて、長時間の基調講演まずはありがとうございました皆さん。
So thank you again for listening in to the keynote that we just presented.
そしてですね、ライブストリーム世界中いろんなところからね見てくださってる光の選手の皆さんも本当にありがとうございます。
And of course, we want to also extend our thanks to those who are watching on the live stream.
ファンフェスいよいよここからがスタートなの
That's
で、
us. We're
ぜ
watching
ひ
on
で
the
す
live
ね
stream.
会場にお集まりの皆さん、アクティビティもたくさんあります。 コミュニティの仲間ともね、一緒っていう方非常に多いと思うので、怪我なくぜひ楽しんでいただきたいと思ってます。
And of course, we will be kicking off Fan Festival from here. We have a lot of activities that are happening inside the venue. I'm sure you're here with your own little communities. So please make sure to stay safe, do not get injured, and yeah, have a happy Fan Festival.
Okay, let's begin to the Fan Fest.
There's the Warrior of Light. That's Kyle. That's Tataru. Alice, she's my favorite. Istinian, he's like my second favorite. No, third favorite. That was J, Thancred, Y'shtola. She's my second favorite. Graha and Alphino. So yeah, like Alice is like my favorite of the Scions. Y'shtola is number 2. Istinian is number 3. Graha is number 4. And then probably Tataru. These others are kind of tight. I'm not overly connected to J or Thancred. I guess Alphino would probably be the next one. If I'm ranking the Scions for some reason. Alphino, Kyle, and then Thancred and J is probably last. Yeah. Not super big fan of J. These are not reflective times for East Coast time. This is Pacific time. So these times would be accurate accurate-ish for Lojo. They are already 15 minutes past the well, I guess they rolled the opening ceremony and the keynotes together instead of having that as two different things. Yeah, so that works. So what did you guys think of the keynote and the opening ceremony? New things coming to FF14 for sure. Noise. You understood none of it. It looks pretty. You should come play Final Fantasy XIV, Lansing. Get a new MMO. Everybody seemed happy. I think there were some moments where the audience didn't seem that enthused, and then of course, like most of the creator community for Final Fantasy XIV right now is super toxic, and they only make like toxic content shitting on the game. So over the next little bit, we're going to see a lot of toxic videos come out. People saying, "Oh, this is shit, that shit, that shit." Yeah, so I'm just expecting that to pop up. Yeah, a lot of them do. And you see it, so many of them, their viewership is falling off. Because you need to clear the junk out of your room, set up your tower. if you decide to, let me know. I have a recruitment code. I can give you. In fact, I should probably put on the stream. Hey, you guys want to play FF14? Here's my recruit code. We can both get cool shit. Yeah. I don't know if the recruit code. Well, recruit code. Get your. Let's see how it works with closed servers. Okay, yeah, so you're not playing an MMO on the Steam Deck? Why not? It's coming out on the Switch! And one thing I will say about Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XIV has the best controller system that I have ever seen mapped into an MMO. It is hands down the best. It is so good that even though I'm playing the game on a PC, I'm still playing with the controller. See my little controller down here? All lighten up. Yeah, I still play with a controller. Like, I started on the PS4 and then moved to a PS5 and then moved to my PC once I stopped, like, traveling. Because I was playing it when I was a truck driver in my truck. Because I had one of the little, like, Verizon Wi-Fi hotspots, and I was playing Final Fantasy XIV in my truck as a truck driver. And when I was retired from being a trucker and I started streaming, even though I moved from the PlayStation to the PC, I still play with controller because controller scheme is just so good. In fact, I would probably still be playing it on my PS5 if my PS5 was still working, because I have a wireless keyboard right here. I can't show it to you. I can type. But yeah, it's just a crappy little Logitech wireless keyboard. I need to wipe that dust off of it. It's been sitting in the corner. A paintbrush. Let's go get like a $1 paintbrush from like Walmart or the hobby store or something, and it's a great duster for the keyboards. I know this guy. We used to be in the same guild in World of Warcraft.
It highlights very specific components of the audio design.
I love it.
Immerse. Except there's no Jollibee anywhere around here. Let me double check. To where I am, the nearest Jollibee chicken location is in Texas. Texas is a 2-day drive from here. And yes, it's a 2-day drive. I used to make the drive every week because I delivered chocolate from Laredo, Texas to Palmyra, Pennsylvania when I was a truck driver. I was driving for Hershey, delivering chocolates and candies and ingredients and stuff back and forth.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could.
This is the new This is the trailer from the live letter. That's the new dungeon, which has to be Garlemald. That looks like the Scorpion tank from Final Fantasy VII with like an RM or something stuck to the top of it. That was of course the key from the last patch of FF14. There's Azim's Crystal. I'm excited to see that come back because we have not seen that at all in Dawn Trail up to this point. You got the new Beastmaster job that's coming later this year.
The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
Winders.
You've no recourse but to cower before my true power!
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
The Mandeville stories are absolutely crazy.
Can compel it to stop the wheels of creation
Toxic?
from turning.
Yeah, we already kicked his ass several times.
So many seeds of life have already been lost.
I'm excited for more Zero content.
Countless perish as nature runs its course. Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice. And no one will be left alive. No one.
I noticed that Thancred and Yuyan J are not in the Trial to the Heavens content. And then, of course, where they straight up told us who the Ultimate was going to be. That's probably the closest one to you two, yeah. Cause they said they were bringing it to like North America for the first time, but they chose a chicken restaurant to like partner with that's only in Texas, Nevada, and California. It looks pretty. Warrior of Light. One. Okay. Who makes it though? Height makes it? Okay. I've not really heard of the Height computer companies. Okay. While we are waiting for the roulette game to start, I'm going to take a quick little break and I will be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Me. Reset position. I have an auto-translate thing right here that I use to kind of help me with some of the Japanese stuff. But this is how... I'm just going to read off what it translated the last time the trailer went up. Cower before my true power. May half the time has come for another journey across the stock. No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. So many seeds have already been lost, tentless, perish as nature alongs. I don't think my translator is quite up to snuff. Like every once in a while, it may hit on a word that is correct. But I'm sure there will be much better inventions as we continue to journey across the stock. Oh boy. Look, a Final Fantasy chair. Interchangeable magnetic roll patch. Oh, that's cool. So you just go click with whatever role that you're playing at the time. Just boop.
The sounds are coming from all around.
I'm using my embody immerse sound. It's so good. I'm hearing it from different angles.
It's actually pretty cool. It highlights very specific components of the audio design.
I love it.
Anyway, what was I doing before the keynote started? I was going through the patches. They're making changes to deep dungeons. Party KO count will not increase before reaching floor 100. For Heaven on High, Eureka, and Pilgrim's Traverse, Party KO will not increase before reaching floor 30. Party KO count will no longer be displayed when viewing save data. It said they're changing the background color. Okay. Waymarks can be saved and loaded while undertaking field operations. New items are available in exchange for trophy crystals. Series 10 will end and 11 will begin. Jump clips, healing clips. Yeah, we already learned all about that. New frontline changes. They're ending and starting a new season. New recipes. Okay, and this is the raid gear for... They're adding so many die channels.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could.
They're doing a die consolidation.
Doing so means ushering in complete annihilation.
Standard spectrum die. New the glamour updates, yeah. Crafted 770 equipment can now be exchanged for upgraded 780 equipment. I have crafted 7.7 equipment.
The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
think the time has come for another journey across the salt.
No amount of
Okay.
devastation and death
New fish.
can compel it to stop the wheels of
Decent
creation
level
from
cap.
turning.
Oh, that makes it a lot easier that I can pull stuff from different locations. But I'm pretty sure someone is going to disenchant their equipment because it's now looking at places other than just the inventory. New chocobo barding, that's cool. They added a goat minion. New face wear, two new eye patches.
But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice. And no one will be left alive. No one.
Okay, more new areas to help with server congestion. New achievements and titles.
Guess I'll have to spice things up.
A balanced party button. Okay. New adventure plate accents. To another time. It's a Dawn Trail song. A soft focus feature has been implemented. The G pose. Archangel. The Beastmaster category has been added in advance of its upcoming release. Okay. Okay, are they changing shared data? Oh, nice. So they're just changing who all you can share your data with. Clear gray and pink. Who has been asking for pink? Like, even if you like pink, this like Pepto-Bismol vomit is headache inducing. Even if you enjoy pink. Following text command has been added. Cackle. I'm gonna be using this all the time. Conduct. Oh, is this Cackle? Is this Chantotos? I'm gonna be using that. That's gonna be my laugh now. I'm gonna be using it all the time. Additions have been made to the auto translation dictionary. Yes, but do we have a hotkey? Can we please hotkey? Huh? Anybody from FF11 know what I'm talking about there? Additions have been made to the PlayStation 5, 4, and Xbox Series autocomplete dictionaries. Okay. New trophies have been added. New achievements have been added. New music, sound effects, and voices have been added. The layout of the game launcher has been changed, and that's all the patch notes that they released so far. Those are preliminary patch notes. Okay. So we've got 5 minutes, it looks like, before the start of the roulette game show. I've got myself a nice glass of milk to kind of like cleans? Words? What? Huh? cleanse my palate of all of the other drinks. You ever like drink a drink so long and you just like, man, I don't want to drink this anymore. It's annoying. I would literally rather drink anything else on the planet other than this one drink. This seems to be the only drink that I have. Yeah, I was there. So I'm like, you know what? There's a gallon of milk right there. I'm gonna drink some milk. I'm gonna drink some milk. It's a perfectly cromulent thing to do. It's a nice idea that popped right into my front. That's a Stargate joke, if nobody got that. Stargate SG-1. Awesome TV show. Used to watch it with my dad all the time. We watched Star Trek, we watched Stargate. Yeah, I've recently been rewatching Stargate during my downtime while I'm doing other stuff. Like, last night I ended up doing 3 things at the same time. Because I'm like, you know what? I'm going to log in. I'm going to play a dungeon or 2 of Final Fantasy 14. So I'm trying to level up all of my jobs. Like right now, my goal is to bring all of them above level 40. And then to bring everything at level 40 up to level 50. And then bring everything at 50 up to level 60. And so I logged in. You know, I'm going to bring my Black Mage up to level 40. 3.5 hours before the queue popped. So while I was waiting for the queue to pop, I put on Stargate SG-1. You like the Stargate movie? Never got a TV show? The Stargate TV show SG-1 is pretty good. If you like the movie, you're gonna like the Stargate SG-1 TV show. If you enjoyed MacGyver, you're probably going to enjoy SG-1 because Richard Dean Anderson plays the lead in SG-1 for pretty much the entire run of the show. As you go into the other spin-offs of Stargate SG-1, the quality drops off hard. Like Atlantis starts off really good, and then Stargate SG-1 okay, so when SG-1 came out, the main team of SG-1 got really popular with sci-fi. Michael Shanks was awesome as Danny. And he became like a really, I would say Atlantis started off almost as good as SG-1, but then they made a mistake. There were casting issues with SG-1. One of them led to Michael Shanks leaving for a season and then coming back. And another of them was with Richard Dean Anderson being stepped aside as the leader of SG-1. And the reason that Richard Dean Anderson stepped aside as the leader of SG-1 was because that other popular sci-fi show, was it Farscape? Yeah, it was because Farscape ended. And now you have all of these actors that were really popular on Farscape, and they didn't have anywhere to go. So Sci-Fi is like, you know, we'll just throw you into Stargate, and you'll be the new main cast of Stargate. And they did that with Ben Browder and Claudia Black. And the reason that they got the lead roles then on Stargate was partially due to Michael Shanks, because he's married to Claudia Black. They're married. So he got his wife a spot on the show, and she got her friend, who was the lead on Farscape, a spot on the show. And it bumped the lady that plays Samantha Carter and Richard Dean Anderson. Well, Anderson was already looking to retire, so he didn't mind being bumped up to the general, which bumped the guy that was currently playing the general off the show. But the lady that was playing Samantha Carter then had nowhere to go, so they fired the lady that was in charge of Atlantis and replaced her with Sam Carter's character. And all of that ended up in very bad blood, not only between the different actors and the productions of those two shows, but between those shows and the fans. They didn't appreciate the people that they had grown to like care about as the actors on the show summarily being replaced because other sci-fi shows have now ended and those actors needed a spot to stay on the network. So yeah, the end of Stargate SG-1 was very much the end of Stargate as a whole. Because the ripple effects of Season 10 of Stargate SG-1, which was the last season, which effectively wrote out General O'Neill, Samantha Carter, and Daniel Jackson from the team. It ended the show. There was not a Season 11 because the ratings just dropped off phenomenally after that. They had to take... They dropped off so hard that they had to take the end of the two storylines and make a straight-to-TV movie for both of those storylines to wrap up that story. And the only reason that they did that was because they still had Atlantis going at the time and they needed those stories wrapped up for Atlantis storylines going forward. But after season 5 of Atlantis, like, that show was over. It just dive bombed in the ratings. And they tried to launch another Stargate show after that was a spin-off of Atlantis called Stargate Universe. I don't even know if Universe finished its first season. I didn't get through the first season of Universe. And I tried 3 different times to watch Universe. And I don't, honestly, past the first episode, I don't remember anything about it. I don't remember if I even got to the end of it. I don't remember if there's a season 2. I think there might be. I don't know. There was nothing even remotely interesting or important about Stargate Universe to make it stick in my mind. Past the first... Oh, here we go.
Everybody, and welcome to Final Fantasy
we can...
Festival.
Well, I think we're pretty much done with the Stargate
Aya, also known as Seeker from the community team.
Yeah.
How y'all feeling today? So we have quite a different show. I feel like we usually don't do this kind of thing, so I really, really hope it goes well personally. But we have some special guests that are joining us today, and I'm going to go ahead and call them out now. So let's go ahead and get started. So first up, we have Crystal.
Just as least.
And next we have...
See, I know the
Joy.
cosplay. Just as herself, I assume.
Let's go with this.
Cactor shirt,
Next
Cactor.
up, we have Mr. Happy 1227.
Bringing on Jesse at the end. Jesse was gonna be dressed as a giant teddy bear, the Cossacks
Last,
character.
but certainly not least, we
But
have
things
Jesse
went horribly
Cox.
wrong. So he came as himself.
Awesome. So it's really great to have
I like this
all
guy.
of you
He's awesome.
here on stage with me today. But starting from Crystal and moving down to Jesse Cox, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell everybody what you're about? Crystal?
Oh, that's
Would you like to go ahead first?
Hello, FanFest. My name is Crystal, and I'm a content creator. I focus on JRPGs, RPG gaming. I also cosplay, and I'm a professional dancer as well. As for Final Fantasy XIV, I started the game back in 2018 at the launch of Stormblood around then. And I'm proud to say, or maybe not proud to say, but as of a week ago, I hit 13,000 hours of playtime in the game. With about 8,000 of those hours AFK and Limsa Laminza, but you know.
That tracks.
All right, and next up we have Joy.
Hello, I am Curious Joy, but you can just call me Joy. I have been a Warrior of Light since 2019. As soon as I saw the Shadowbringers trailer, I was like, who is this person using Squall's weapon? So I started playing it, and I have been hooked ever since. But other than that, I am.
And
a
you
content
realize
creator
that that
prioritizes
person is the
JRPG and
least
fighting
important
games.
character in the story.
Awesome, awesome. And next up, we have Happy.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here. It's great to be here. I've been playing since 1.0, as it would be put, Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Even before that, Final Fantasy
Accurate.
11. Final Fantasy's been a part of my life for most of my life.
Hey,
so
me too. I
being
also
up here,
started in Final
being able
Fantasy
to
11.
Join all of you for this fun is a special privilege. So I'm glad to be here.
I earned my stripes in 11.
All right, and Jesse.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jesse Cox. Check is in the mail. I've been playing 14 for 6-7 years now, but I've been playing Final Fantasy since the 90s. So shout out to my old people. I love yous. And yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's nice to see all of you.
All right, contestants, and thank you so much for introducing yourselves. Now I'm going to ask you all to go ahead and take a seat. Please feel free to adjust it as needed. Okay, I'm going to wait till you're all settled in, and then I'm going to go ahead and explain how everything is going to go down. So, okay. All right. Everybody all comfy, good to go? Yeah. Awesome. It's like a ready check in a live party. Okay.
4-4.
Okay.
All right, so
Ready check.
there's actually going to be some audience participation, but I will get to that in a second. So
Oh,
you know
boy.
how we're usually having like A, B, C, and D markers in 14? So that's going to actually represent some of the question answers and also all of you, and which is pretty fitting because like since Crystal is in red, she will be representing A or red. And then Curious Joy, you will be repping B marker or yellow. Mr. Happy, you will be repping C or blue. And Jesse Cox, you will be representing D or purple. So if you happen to have any light sticks with you or anything like that, please make sure to like wave it around if you think like, oh, red for Crystal is like my choice. So anything, or you could just yell it at me. That works too. Either way. But yeah, so we're going to go through a variety of segments. I feel like these are all going to be like lightning rounds, 5 lightning rounds. It's going to be crazy. Not really, but maybe. I don't know. It's the Game Roulette show. Even I don't know what's going to happen. But all right, so we're going to go ahead and get started for our first segment. So you all see that you have whiteboards in front of you. So we are going to be going for
Oh, wow,
our
they went
first
high-tech with this
challenge,
one.
But let us see what this is going to be. Actually, depending on what comes up, you may not use the whiteboards yet, but we'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Ooh, and it looks like the joy of Pictomancy is up first. So for this segment, I'm just going to ask you all to just draw a simple thing and then draw it to the best of your abilities. And then once you're done, just please like what's called be on standby. And then we're going to show it off to the audience, and whichever ones they think is the best out of all of
all
your
the production
drawings
value
will
went
get the
into
points.
this.
So contestants, are you ready?
I think so.
Yes.
All right.
I think.
Maybe.
So here we go. The first thing you're going to draw is a Yan. And you're going to have 30 seconds to do so. So best of luck, and your time starts now.
Okay. Okay, so they do have cameras above the contestants to show what they're drawing. Or at least
Pretty
over
quick.
slot A.
You got 15 seconds left. Gotta rush, gotta go, gotta go. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. All right. Pencils down, competitors. And now I would really, really like to see you all raise it up and show the audience, please, and thank you. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, show it off. What do y'all think? Who has the best one? A for Cristal, B for Joy, C for Happy, or a D for Jesse Cox?
I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, okay. Okay, it looks like I'm seeing.
Okay,
if
I
that's-
am going to
I'm
be
seeing pinks, reds. I don't think pink was the color, was it?
critical
I'm just gonna
of
assume that's purple.
stuff
Question
like
mark?
this.
Okay.
Like
So
the
it
production
looks
value of this
like-
segment is absolute dog
it looks
shit.
like I'm seeing majority.
We're
of
talking about
D. So
a
Jesse
company
Cox,
that is worth millions of dollars
congratulations.
putting on an event
So if we
that
could go ahead
was
and get
selling
our first
tickets
point
at
over
$300
to
a pop
Jesse
and
Cox,
sold
please.
10,000 of them.
Minarine, are you there? Awesome.
And the
Hi.
best they can
Over
do
to
for a
Jesse
stage
Cox, please.
segment
Thank
right here
you.
is a shitty PowerPoint presentation and 4 whiteboards. I mean,
That's your point.
pull your head out of your ass and spend some money on the actual
Well, now I
production
want
of your
one.
goddamn show.
Well. You need to play to the audience more.
Like my live
All
stream
right,
right
thank you
now
so
has
much,
a higher
Minarine.
production value
Okay, and
than
so that's
this
pretty much how
what
this is
we're
going to go,
watching.
but for 4 more times, and maybe not drawing. So here we go. We'll see. I don't know if the roulette's going to do anything, but
I was
yeah,
close.
just wanted to see how that looked like. Pretty great. Jesse Cox apparently had the most accurate one.
Pretty close.
All right. So next up, we have. Ooh, what is it going to be? Ooh. It's kind of like being in a. Ooh, what's this one? The popularity survey. So once again, audience, it's all up to you.
I mean, look
Please
at this
yell
slide
your
right here.
answer or just show me which
This
color
looks
you
like it
think
was
is the
put
correct
together
one.
by an
So,
elementary school student.
for all of
who
you,
is
including the
learning
contestants,
PowerPoint for
I
the
want you to answer
first
this
time.
question. Just as honest
Like they gave it
as
to a
you-
5th grader and they say,
as
"Hey,
honest
use
as
this
you
new
can.
program you've never seen
So
before
here
and
we
make
go.
us some stuff."
And by the way, if you win these rounds, they're going to be worth 2 points this time. So just FYI. So,
Which
all
would
right
be the
then,
best at
which
karaoke?
Of these Arcadian fighters do you
I
think
mean,
might be the best at karaoke?
Honeybee
Is it
Lovely
A,
is a
Black
singer.
Cat, B, Honeybee Lovely, C, Brute Bomber, or D, Wicked Thunder? All right, and it looks like, oh, okay. What is everybody's answer? What am I seeing? So it looks like majority of people voted C. So we're going to go with that. And so Cristal, Joy, and Happy, congratulations for getting 2 points each. But we'll go ahead and distribute those at the end. So we have another question too. So
I mean,
next up, here we
Jesse
go.
Cox is
Thank
going
you.
to win this because out of all the people on stage, he is easily the most charismatic of them,
For sure.
and has one of the biggest audience bases amongst this
That's
audience.
Cute. You got like a pair of Namazu. What did Joy get? I'm
Like,
like so curious.
The
Also-
audience is
also
gonna
happy,
just
also
vote
happy.
with whatever Jesse says.
I was like, I still don't get one.
I was like, wait, we get 2 points? Like, those are ours?
All right. And then now next up, we have our next question. So that is going to be, which of these 4 dungeons would you be most willing to live for?
Oh, they're
in
not
a
going
year?
on audience,
For a year,
okay.
Excuse me. Would you like to live in the Aurum Vale? Would you like to live in the Dead Ends? The Praetorium?
I don't know
or
how
the
they're judging
Strayborough
this.
Dead Walk? How you feeling, audience? Where would you want to live? You know, I was hearing like some C's and like D's, and then also like I see a little bit of B, which is crazy. But all right. Okay, let's go ahead and see which one is the most popular choice. But I
And
do
halfway
feel like
through
it
3 of
is
5
C.
questions, they turn
So,
on a background
contestants,
track.
would you like to show your answers, please? D, Strayborough Dead Walk. D, but I love A for sure. And A. Oh. You know, I think it was D that I was mostly seeing, so it looks like Cristal and Joy also get 2 points each. Minarine, can I have you distribute these points as well, please?
We gotta up our game.
Yeah, I know. I'm speaking from the heart, you know?
Yeah.
It's okay. I know you guys are worried, but there are chances to catch up. We still got 3 more games to go, right? 3? Yes, I'm counting correctly in my head. Okay, but yeah, so we're going to actually move on to the next challenge now, and that is going to be... Oh, it's my favorite segment. Spelling Bee.
Oh,
Lovely.
no. Oh no.
So for this challenge, I'm gonna show you a location. It's not gonna say any words at all, obviously, but you're gonna have to identify the place, person, or thing and spell it to the best of your abilities. Are y'all ready? No.
No.
If I see
Stay here.
there's so many names, I'm afraid of right now.
And these are all Dawn Trail also. So sometimes I even struggle with pronunciation. All right, here we go. The first one is, oh no, spell this location.
Tuliolo is the name of that location. Unless they want to get super specific, in which it's called Wachumeki Meki. So yeah, good luck spelling either one of those. Tuliolo
Audience, would
or
you like to
Wachumeki
yell out
Meki.
the answer? Maybe it'll help them out in their spelling.
Tulio. Nope, that's not gonna do it.
Nothing happened. You're doing great. All right, so are you all good to go?
Tuliolo.
Okay, here
that's
we go.
correct.
So, contestants, may I please see your answers? Please show your answers. Tuliolol, sure. I mean, I guess that's kind of correct. Tuliolol, unfortunately not correct. Tuliolol Markets, not correct. And Tuliolol Market.
I did, yeah.
So,
I didn't know.
I don't know.
I literally sat there. I was like,
Why? I was like, it's like my free teleport too. So I was like, how do I spell this?
So, you want to know the funny part about all this? All of you are incorrect. I mean, this is technically in Tuliolol, but the answer we were looking for was Wachumeki Meki, spelled...
Told you.
And that is spelled W-A-C-H-I. Oh my gosh, even I'm getting these wrong now. Wachu, sorry. W-A-C-H-U-M-E-Q-I-M-E-Q-I.
I was worried that it was more specific than Tulio.
Sorry. Maybe I'll try to be better for
It's
this
one of the
one.
teleport
Okay.
destinations.
Are you ready for the next one?
When you're doing the
All right.
the
The next
crafting
one
stuff
is-
for Dawn Trail, you will know
What
that.
is this
location.
cuisine? Specifically, the cuisine.
Oh my god.
It's a part of MSQ. I'll give it a little bit. Here, I'll give you a hint. It starts with an X. If that helps. I don't even know if it really does or not.
I mean, they're just called crushed tacos, right? Tacos.
All right, audience, would anybody like to yell out the answer by any chance? Yeah, I heard it. The answer is Shibrook Pibble.
Shibrook Pibble.
And that is spelled Xibruqpibbil.
Can I get half a point?
I did see Pibble, so.
Yeah.
I still
What, are you
am
just gonna
upset
cut one of
about
these
this.
in half? Just bring it
Wait, I'm
out.
so sorry. Can I see all of your answers? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask you to show to the audience. Oh. Light, nice reference.
So mad your tacos with stepped on
Taco.
tacos.
I mean, sure. Something Pibble. You know, just for that, we will give you a point. So, Minarine, can we go ahead and give Jesse Cox 1 point, please?
I'll take all the sympathy points I can get.
Oh, Minarine, are you there?
So the points are just awarded randomly by the
Minarine,
host?
are you getting tacos? One for Jesse Cox, please.
Thank you.
She has corn on her plate.
Is that the... You will see what that corn servant is for. Perhaps in the next round or so. We'll see. All right. So, I think we're ready to move on to our next segment. So let's go ahead and see
The
what's
rules
next.
are made
There's
up
only
and the
two more.
points don't matter?
And I
Yep.
believe this next one, I got to see which one it is. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. And this one is going to be Time of My Life. So, competitors, I would like you all to stand up and please proceed to the front of the desk once more.
Are you gonna make them
It's emote time.
do the Mandeville dance?
Oh. Okay.
All right. So I'm just going to give you all the name of the emote, and then you're going to do your best to perform it. And I feel like you should be able to see it right in front of you, but we are going to be going into our first emote, and the first one is... Actually, I should tell you how much points this is going to cost, huh? So it's going to be 4 points for every, what's it called, vote from the audience, the popular vote from the audience. So here we go. The first one is going to be the pose of the Unbound.
I'm not sure my
I don't have that emote.
It's okay. You can do your best. All right. So please, contestants, when you're ready, maybe like spread apart a little bit more so there's more room, right? Okay. And so here we go. Pose of the Unbound, please.
Oh, right now?
Yes.
Oh.
To the best of your memory.
Uh-oh.
And as they are dramatically posing, who do y'all think is the best one? All right, and it looks like I'm seeing the majority is for Crystal. Congratulations. 4 points in your pocket, so congrats for that. All right. Okay.
I didn't really hear the audience
Next up, we're going to
doing
go
anything.
ahead and move on to the next one. So Crystal already has 4 points, so let's see how much more she can get. So this is the next one. The Runway Walk by the female Ellison. So I was about to say chat, but even chat, if you're watching this at home, just like say it in chat which one you like the best. And the audience here, please also light up your glow sticks to see who does the best runway walk in female Ellison posing. So here we go. Let's see who has the best sophisticated saunter, shall we? Here we go. Crystal getting it. Everybody getting it. Fantastic. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, what are we thinking, everybody? Ooh, this is actually like... Ooh. Okay, I think I'm seeing... Ooh, you know, I'm actually seeing majority blue, so happy. 4 points. All right, and congratulations to both Crystal and Happy for 4 points each. So, Minarine, when you're ready, can I have you distribute the points out? 4 to Crystal and 4 to Happy.
Do I get a corn servant?
Yes.
I get a corn servant.
The corn.
Mr. Happy.
Yes. Yes. That's all I wanted. I was waiting for that.
All right. And thank you so much. So, as you could tell, once you get 5 points, you get a coin servant.
Greetings.
And so, after
Queen
this
Grid.
next one, we'll see
Welcome,
who
welcome.
might potentially win. So, can
So
I
the
actually have
points
you
that they're
all
handing out
seated back down, please? Because this one
don't
coming up
even
is the
like
last,
match between
challenge
each
of the
other.
day.
Like some of them look like they're children's
All
puzzle
right.
pieces.
And what challenge might that be, you ask? Gosh, look at that emote. It's so good. I love it so much. All right. And then let's go ahead and head back to the game, please. I mean, the other game. Not this game, but like the other game.
I mean, we can keep doing the catwalk.
I mean, if you would all like to, sure, absolutely. Okay. I think we're moving on to our next one. So there's only one left, and this one is going to be kind of crazy. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So this one is called Remember Us. Remember We Once Crafted. This is Final Fantasy XIV, and it would be such a dishonor if we didn't have anything crafting related. So we're going to go ahead and show you what you're going to be making, and then we're going to distribute supplies to y'all. So if you could all move your whiteboards forward, that would be great, because you won't be needing them anymore.
Okay.
All right.
As if
So,
anybody can actually
You'll
see
be
them because
making the
you've seated
living
the
memory
contestants
ice cream
behind a
from
fucking
memory.
wall.
It's going to be great. Meanarine, can
And
I have you
to
bring
be
out
fair,
all
the wall
of
is
their
probably there
items,
to
please?
hide the fact that the tables are probably fold-up tables that you can get for
Oh
20
my.
bucks at Walmart.
Everybody gets a cone each.
Why?
Oh my.
Cute. And there is going to be some fun things for you to all choose from and everything like that. Make sure to share it with your fellow contestants, please, and thank you. Because you will need like some of everything. So if you
This
need some
Play-Doh?
scoops, pass it down.
it clay?
If you need anything else, please make sure to pass it down.
Wait, what is this?
I don't know.
What is this?
Yeah, I don't.
So that what you have in your hands is what you're going to be making the ice cream scoops with. You have other scoops there, but we just wanted you to be included in the fun of making your own ice cream. So
Okay.
I think we can go ahead and get started, but did y'all want like one hint at the very least, maybe? Would that help? Okay.
Mhm.
This is
There-
not the texture.
oh.
I thought.
There you go.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
This does not feel like what I thought it would.
Like I said, even I don't know what's going to happen during the roulette game show. I've been saying it incorrectly, but yes.
How
Please
tall are we?
make your
Like,
best
do I
living
build
memory
it so-
ice cream.
I don't know.
Off of this.
We just combine forces?
I was gonna say we need to get up to steal their scoops. Yeah.
You could use the pre-made scoops also if you want to steal them from.
Wait, you guys got the balls.
Yeah, no, don't worry about that.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
send them down your way.
Yeah, we'll send one. Yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty for everyone.
You guys, you're good.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
You can have them. You can have them.
Okay. I want some, please.
Oh no.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Awesome. Great. Do you guys want another hint by any chance? You guys want
Now,
another hint?
if I had paid
Contestants, would you like
$300
another
for a
hint?
ticket to a show, and then one
Does
of
it
the
not help
main
every time I
stage
ask you, do you
events
want
of the
another
show was this bullshit, I would be pissed.
All right, I'm gonna move on to the next hint. We'll see what that one
Especially
looks like.
since the thing is being
Oh.
put on by a multi-million-dollar company.
Cool. Great. And it's Grahatia holding it. Oh, wait, no, something is actually visible in this hint, so.
have to stabilize the bottom.
Stabilize.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly why they've got that big border thing around it,
Oh.
so that you can't see how cheap the tables
What
are.
is Destiny gonna get? A few stars? Ooh, and a cherry. Perfect. Wow. All right. Also, for all of your efforts, this is worth 1 corn servant. A full 5 points.
Stabilize.
All right. And then here's just in case. Oh, looks like Crystal is done. Oh, so pretty. If you want to, you can go ahead and hold it up once y'all are done with your creations. Or yeah, you can put it up. That works too. That's so cute.
It's a masterpiece.
Oh, finishing touches?
Oh my gosh. It looks like a cactuar.
Oh. Are we safe? Is it gonna fall over?
I want to edit mine now. Can I
Ever
choose
watch
it?
Friend Zone on
Maybe
YouTube?
once
On
you put it
YouTube,
up,
they
you
had
might
just Cox
block
and Dodger.
open, so.
Give that.
You know what? I love it.
I don't know if I ever watched
It's
Friend
great.
Zone.
I think theirs are gonna fall.
I've been following Jesse and Brooke since early in their career, though.
All right. Once you both are
A
ready,
long
please
time
put it
ago,
like some glue.
on a YouTube far,
I don't
far
think so,
away,
no.
I worked for Maker as an editor, and I edited a bunch of the Game Station and later Polaris
This
content.
is fantastic. These creations are great.
Right up
is that gonna
until
hold steady?
Maker
Wow,
exploded.
that is all.
And Disney is still locking half of my channel.
Ooh.
Stay. Stay.
It's leaning.
It's stay.
It's leaning.
Structural integrity.
This is fantastic. Awesome. Great job, everybody.
Stay.
It's gone, dude.
There was a lot of stuff.
don't see
That
the
was back
vision.
in the Maker days. People like Commander Holly
Awesome.
Beautiful.
and them
Okay, so
were
audience,
on.
who do you think has the best
were
ice
part of
cream
Maker
cone
and the
according
Game
to the
Station
Living
at the
Memory
time.
ice cream? Is it A for Crystal, B for Joy, C for Happy, or D for Jesse?
Oh
It's still good. It's still good.
It's good otherwise.
You know, I am seeing some C and I am seeing some B. So, ooh, okay, there's some at the corner over there. I think I'm actually seeing a lot for C. All right. Mr. Happy, congratulations. Can we bring out one corn servant for Mr. Happy, please?
I'm in shock.
It's Picasso.
I think that's beautiful. I'm not gonna lie.
All right. And so that is actually going to conclude our games. May I have all of you stand up and please proceed to the front for our award ceremony. Oh, I forgot you get something if you end up winning this. Did I forget to mention that?
What?
That you win something for... Anyway, please head to the front. Yay. Or did I know? I don't know. Maybe it's... So congratulations
So
to
this whole
Mr.
segment
Happy,
was
who won 2 corn
A
servants.
quick cash grab from the audience.
All right. And can we go ahead and award
Just playing
Mr.
off
Happy
of
with
these
his
4
prize,
creators
please?
and their audience that people would want to tune in and watch because one of their favorite creators is on this panel thing.
This is the greatest honor I've ever received in my life.
Why don't you show it off, Happy? Yeah! And Happy, how you feeling right now? How are happy? Are you pretty happy?
I'm very happy.
And so, yeah, thank you all so much for joining us. What did you all think of the show? Should we do this some more? What do you think? Maybe include more people? Very, very happy to hear it. But yeah, from all of you, any last words you would like to, what's it called? That sounds so threatening. Any last thoughts
I mean,
before
you
we end
could
the roulette
do the
game
show again.
Last thoughts, let's
How about
see.
next
I don't know,
time
it's just an honor to be
spending
here
more
on the
than
stage with Fan
$5
Fest
on
after
the
being such
budget,
a
actually
big
getting
fan of
somebody
Final
who,
Fantasy for so
who
long.
knows how to
And
host?
you know what?
That
I still love
doesn't
my
sound like a
creation, and I tried
half-dead
to make it as
rip
accurate as
mouse
possible to the game one,
mumbling
and I
into
was
a microphone?
so far off,
Like,
and I don't regret it for
good
1
God,
second.
people, come on.
Awesome. Anybody else have any last
Dead
thoughts
air,
before
right in
we
the
end show?
middle of. You're the host. Lead the. You're supposed.
You see how mine
That's
is
what you get
still
for laughing at me.
standing?
What just happened?
And how pretty it is! So gorgeous. I did this for Cryle, guys. Come on, she deserved it.
All right. And any last words from Happy? Jesse?
This is a really weird still image of anyone. If you just look at it. Thanks to everyone for joining us for the show. Thanks to everyone for supporting as you have and showing up to fan festivals like this, because it makes all these times that much better when everyone's here and having a good time. So expansion announcements were great, and I'm looking forward to the next year of Final Fantasy XIV as we get towards Evercold.
All right. And Jesse, any last words?
I am just so happy to have been up here with all y'all. This is a treat. And
no, don't. You know I have.
except for Happy, who is not my mortal enemy. But this has been a blast, and I'm so glad to be part of this community. This is amazing, and I'm happy to do this. Thanks.
Awesome. Woo! Give it up, yup.
Except for you.
Awesome. And I think that pretty much wraps up our show. So thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. But we do have more panels on the way. So please remember to stay tuned. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. Bye.
That was an absolute train wreck. And the thing is, they have 4 fairly decent entertainers right there as their contestants. And you don't mic them for the entire time that they're up there on stage. You don't let them show any of the personality that has grown each of them to over 1 million subscribers on their individual channels. Like, how can you fuck that up so badly that you bring out 4 different content creators that are each like 1 million+ audience creators, and you don't let them talk on stage? Instead, you put someone up there who says like 2 things, mumbling into the microphone like this, so you can barely hear whatever they're saying, and then they go silent for 30 seconds at a time. And there's no music in the background, and the contestants don't know what to do. They just kind of look like it's completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. The contestants didn't know what they were supposed to do. The host was supposed to be leading them, but she didn't give them anything. She would mumble into the microphone and then go silent for 30 seconds, and they're just looking around trying like, what happens now? Like, what? And then she would then realize, oh, she's still in front of the audience and she has to decide a thing. Like, oh my god. I mean, I'm curious to see if the same level of incompetence is going to be in the Berlin show and the Japan show that they put on here in Anaheim so far. The keynote and the welcome ceremony was fantastic. I'm expecting the development panel that's coming up next in about, I guess about a half hour or so. Oh, or did they push it back even further? Looks like they redid the time. Yeah, they pushed the development panel back an entire hour, it looks like. Yeah, that was horrible. Yeah, I don't care what people's titles were. If you've never taken a public speaking class and you've never been on stage in front of people presenting, you shouldn't be given a job presenting at anything anywhere near as big as this. Like, you absolutely should not be anywhere near a microphone, because it's not a skill that comes naturally to the majority of people out there. It is hard to get on stage or online or anything like that and just talk to people straight for even a half hour is difficult to do. Like, to do it for an hour, to do it for multiple hours, like this is not something that a lot of people just figure out or innately know how to do. Yeah. Pausing, comedic timing, not putting in front of every word that you're going to say. Yeah. It's much better to take a pause and a deep breath like that instead of saying yeah, and then yeah, we were going to do yeah, like you got, yeah, you have to cut that out of your commentary. You absolutely do. I mean, an or an is gonna sneak in there every once in a while, but you have to learn to take a breath, take a note, take a space, or stutter your next word once or twice to kind of chop that up to hide those moments where you're thinking about what you're going to say next. Or say the wrong thing and then go back and correct it yourself. Like, these are all important things that you have to do to get the audience on your side when you're talking to your audience. Like, it is a very specific set of things that you have to do to...
The sounds are coming from all around.
Like, to make this stuff happen.
Immerse sound. It's so good. I'm hearing it from different angles.
Which is not what the right word was right there. See, make this stuff happen. That's not what I was meaning to say. To properly put on the show in front of people that they're not going to be upset about. There are certain things that you have to do in order to control the flow of the audience and how the interactions happen. And I saw none of that in that. At school, around 3 years old, we had to talk about the class, and if you odd or the entire class did it back at you. And either you ended up able to talk without doing that, or ended up with a speech impediment. Well, yeah, it's very much the same thing when you were taking like any kind of stage lessons, like public speaking or theater. Like, one of the things that they show you right off the bat is how to talk to an audience full of people. And it's not really a difficult thing. The ahs, ers, and all that, those are natural inflections that happen with spoken language. Like right there. Naturally came out because I was trying to think of how to best phrase the next thing I was going to say. Even if you know to look for it, it happens, it comes out. it's a natural part of all speech, and it's in pretty much every language in the world. But if you look at people on stage, if you look at movies and television, you don't see it there. Because they're specifically trained to take that out. It does break immersion when you are watching somebody that says like that. It breaks the immersion a little bit. Because it makes you relate to the person who is speaking. And quite often in most scenarios, you don't want the audience to relate with you as if you were one of them. Like, you're standing above the audience, you're putting on a show, you need them to look up to you and the show and not relate to you in that way most of the time. So it comes one of
The star is tolerant to life.
it comes down to not being as relatable to the audience.
No grudges. And neither rages nor
To
weeps for being
make
sundered.
the flow of the conversation happen a little bit better. Like I use and every once in a while between pauses for the specific reason of being relatable.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey.
Like I don't want you guys, my audience, to think of me as a presenter presenting to you all the time. So you'll hear me use and every once in a while. Sometimes I'll stop and let whatever's in the background have its moment, and I won't comment on it at all. Which is different from which is different from what someone who is strictly presenting would do.
Perish as nature runs its course. Yet in
Like I'm so used to how I do things here on my channel now that it's second nature for me to do things in this way. But I still do a lot of things with how I speak and how I interact that I do slip on every once in a while. That is designed to help retention on my channel. And in addition to using like one of the things is putting a pause in when I am attempting to figure out what I'm going to say next. Like I did right there in that sentence. Or I'll stretch out the syllable of the previous word a little bit longer than what it would have been while I come up with the next thing to say. Right? And as I've been saying these lines, I've been doing what I'm attempting to describe. When you mix all of this stuff together, you don't really hear it all that much. Yeah. Throwing in something like that. Yeah. When I've reached the end of a thought, but I didn't end the sentence correctly at the thought's end, yeah, that's it. Right? Mix a whole bunch of it together and you've got someone who's putting on a performance for an audience. I mean, yeah, that's what it is. Now that I've pointed out all of these little tricks, you're probably going to spot them every single time that I speak with any one of you. Pulling back the curtain behind the performance. Yeah. This is the theme music for Tuliolo. But yeah, like this stuff that I'm talking about here, this is public speaking 101. This is like the first stuff that you get when you're taking any kind of a theater class. Another is speaking loudly, like when you're never turn up your microphone, right? I have my microphone turned at a rather low volume, and I just speak louder. that gives me more range to do things with the microphone. And it's going to make me not blow people's ears out as much when they're listening to me speak. Like I turn the microphone gain down a little bit and I speak louder. It gives me more control over my diction and over my volume. It lets me go into lower volume things so I can just like talk and at normal, or I can whisper closer to the mic. I can speak at a louder voice, and I can pull away and still speak at that louder voice. So turn your mic down and speak louder. It is another tool. They had the mic on that stage set correctly. It was not turned, the gain on that mic was not turned way up for the host. But she was not projecting her voice into the microphone. Like, if I was hosting that thing, the first thing I would do would be to disconnect that mic from that podium, put the podium to the side, and then walk over there in front of the contestants with the microphone, holding it in my hand, directing the action of the show. Like, there's no reason to stay huddled over there in your little corner behind your podium the entire time if you are presenting. Step out from behind that thing, get out there in front of the stage, and lead the action. Show people what's happening, what's going on. Interact with the different contestants. Walk up and down the line as you're talking to them. Like, make it exciting. Make it interactive. It always amazes me how me, who's only taken like high school level theater classes because of an unfortunate chemistry accident. I just love saying it like that. It always amazes me when I can look at these things and say, how do I know more about showbiz than these guys who could literally afford to buy an expert and put them right there on stage? How is it that I know more about how this works than they do? How can I build a better presentation in 45 minutes than they've had to build like this weeks to build this entire thing?
It's so good. I'm hearing it from different angles.
It's actually pretty cool. It highlights very specific components of the audio design.
I love it.
Who's really good at it is Adrian Paul. Yes, you're going to find actors are phenomenal at this because they've taken hours and hours and hours of training on how to do this kind of stuff properly. Every one of those 4 YouTubers that was sitting behind that desk right there knows every bit of the stuff that I know. Most of them a whole hell of a lot more because they've taken training that I haven't. Yeah, you can immediately pick up on somebody who knows how to be a host and somebody who doesn't. I wish there was a Jollibee that was closer than Texas. Which means, I mean, that chicken emote, yeah, it's on right now, but in the future, it's going to come back in one of the Moogle events. So if you don't manage to snag the chicken emote right now, it will pop back up in the future under one of the Moogle events, because they always do. But yeah, like my big rant about this is just that
Both the source
if
and
this
the
had
reflections
been
are
a little like
irreplaceable
weekend
I would
like
protect them all
stream event put on by like 5 different YouTubes that got
if
together
doing so
and
means ushering in
like
complete annihilation.
reformatted somebody's mom's basement and then they put on, or they rented out an Airbnb and they put on a little event like this that had that kind of quality, that would be fine. I would be okay with that. I'm like, yeah, this is like 10 different people that got together, rented an Airbnb and put on a show for a weekend, right? I would expect that level of quality from it. But seeing as this is a convention with $300 tickets from a multi-million-dollar company, to have that level of quality at a panel on the main stage is absolutely insulting.
The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
Shantoto. I never actually played the Shantoto stuff. In Final Fantasy
Mayhap the
XIV.
time has come for another journey across the salt.
No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. So many seeds of life have already been lost.
Would you guys like to see Final Fantasy XIV content return to the channel? Like, just playing through the MSQ and
That the morrow will come.
basically telling the story of 14?
But it will not. For nothing lies beyond.
Because I do have an idea of exactly how to do that. I think I would just need to get my PlayStation 5 fixed first. Here for whatever.
Did you think you'd won? Guess I'll have to spice things up.
I would kind of like to play through the whole of Final Fantasy, like all the numbered entries, before diving into 14 full on. That way all the references and everything would be there. I mean, do you guys like the way that the quest system on the channel is currently set up with voting for what happens next? Or do you want me to just kind of, like, pick what happens next and just move on with, like, whatever I personally feeling at the moment? You have days of one or the other. Well, it would probably fall more towards games than. I could alter it a little bit and let you guys vote for games being added into a rotation. Could do that. So the last thing that we're going to be looking at today is this development panel that is scheduled to kick off in just about 20 minutes from now or so. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, a little less than 30 minutes. Don't you hate it when you get an email from something that your service you're subscribed to, and they say, okay, in order to help us continue to serve you, we're going to be raising the price of your service and giving you less stuff for it, and this is going to help us continue to make content, even though the content that we're making hasn't changed for the last 5 years, and it's been great up until now. But now you're gonna pay more and get less. You can purchase the concert streams. Those are gonna be happening later after this. Like here, there's a piano concert tonight and tomorrow, which is day 2. There's the Primals concert right there. So tomorrow we're going to be covering these 2 events, starting at 4 and going to about 7:45. There's another main stage event about the lyrics of the music. And this is going to feature Iron Mouse, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. And I swear to God, if they just have a couch and an iPad propped up on the couch for that, like,
sound, it's so good. I'm hearing it from different angles.
It's actually pretty cool. It highlights
yeah,
very
that would be
specific components of the audio design.
I love it.
Alrighty, Lojo. Have fun doing work stuff. We're going to be here until probably about, I think, 8 o'clock. And then back later on after that, about an hour later, with Lady and the Planet Crafter collab. TTFN, ta-ta for now. So I'm pretty sure I'm still going to be live whenever you get back. Because there's only going to be about like an hour or so break in there. Bum. There are other people doing the exact same thing that I am doing.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
So they've shown several times that there's a moment where this key and Azim's crystal from the Warrior of Light, that crystal right there, kind of like fuse together. I'm really curious about what that's going to mean.
The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
You've no recourse but to cower before my true power!
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the sun.
No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning.
So I think I might take some time and draw up a new schedule. Because I've already got a lot of the things you guys have voted on.
Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice. And no one will be
And
left
I think I'm still going to put up polls to add new things into the rotation. But I think I'm going to put a mechanic in place for the voting that
Guess I'll have to spice things
after a new thing has been put into the rotation, we're going to kick back and do one of the entries from the previous quest lines to keep everything moving forward a little bit, I think. I think that might be a fun addition to the questing and keep things a little bit more sane on my side when it comes to a lot of this stuff, I think. Yeah. So I guess Lojo has vacated the premises. Do you guys enjoy like streams like this with me just sitting around and talking and covering like events and things that are going on? Bum, bum. Just chilling with whatever. Well, surely you must have a preference on whether you want to see gameplay or chit-chatting. You got a bop with the chocobo music whenever the chocobo music happens. Okay. Apparently, I've earned the Fat Cat badge. It says chat, so I will type chat. Oh no, I do not see a Fat Cat badge. You probably have to turn it on in your list of badges and things. Depends on whether or not you're laying down and watching the stream on the ceiling or set up and able to type. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, it looks like we're just a little ways out from the dev panel. I'm going to take a quick little break, and then I'll be right back. Yeah. I'm back. Where'd the sound go? Oh, there it is. Yeah. How goes it? Did everybody enjoy the little break we had? We've got about 10 minutes till the dev panel starts. Visit height.com. Let's visit height.com. Let's see how much that Final Fantasy PC is. Wow, it's not even on their front page. So I'm looking at the Height website, which is right here. And the only thing that mentions the Final Fantasy one is this little banner right there. And when you click on it, it takes you to a little thing asking for your email. And that's it. And it doesn't even give you anything. And nowhere else on their page do they show this Final Fantasy thing. There's a HoloLive collab right there. There's Honkai Star Rail. Just some basic colors. There's a Gundam wing. Some more like components. There's an airflow version of their case. And the Final Fantasy PC is nowhere on their site. That's some great brand work you've done there, Squeenix. Great brand work with a company that, while your event is live, is not even showcasing the PC that you're advertising on their site. Good job. I need a button to play those emotes. See, who made this? This like little loading waiting screen thing is pretty high quality. Why couldn't you take some of that quality and put it in that game show? This is the t-shirt that Yoshi P had on before the keynote. Then he went backstage and changed shirts. Bum, bum, bum. All the budget went to that roulette panel. I wonder if I go to the Secret Lab site, the Final Fantasy chair will be even mentioned on there. Okay, let's load up Secret Lab. Pokemon
The
chairs,
sounds are coming from all around.
McLaren, One Piece, Genshin Impact,
I'm using my
Lamborghini,
body immerse
Star
sound.
Wars,
It's
Mobile
so
Suit
good. I'm
Gundam,
hearing it from
Monster
different
Hunter Arcane,
angles.
Dragon Ball Z.
Actually pretty cool.
Final
It
Fantasy
highlights
14.
very
Okay, so it is
specific
listed there
components
with
of
the
audio
other
design.
with the other chairs. Mm-hmm. No chocobos were harmed. They're still cute. Here, feel, think. Jollibee. They're trying to get all the ads in twice before the next 5 minutes is up. Light speed. Now they're in the trailer again.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
I mean, I wonder what's taking them so long to set up between the different panels. I mean, it's not like they're putting in any kind of production value at all into any of their panels. They're basically just throwing a couple of like Walmart chairs and tables on stage and then plopping everybody down and calling it a day.
The star is tolerant to life.
It with that a level
It
of
holds no grudges.
they need to get the good
And
table
neither
setups
rages
for it.
nor weeps for being sundered.
I mean, everything is in a PowerPoint presentation that the devs put together before the show even began. They're not prepping anything. I don't know why it should take an hour to get the stage ready between each
Mayhap the time has
event.
come for another journey across the salt.
And I know there's people out there that's like, oh, well, that's how long it takes to prep this stuff. No, it's not. No, it's not. Ask anybody who's ever worked in a play production, even a cheap high school one, can tell you you can reset an entire stage in about 30 seconds if you have enough stage hands. Go watch Hamilton and watch how fast they set the stage and reset the stage. Because they do it in some of the songs, they do it 3 or 4 times during one song. Completely reset the
It will
stage.
not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice. And no one will be left alive. No one.
And if Hamilton can set up 3 different stages doing one 3-minute song, these guys can set this up faster than a fucking hour.
Did you think you'd won? Guess I'll have to spice things up.
It should let the devs be in charge of putting the show together. It might actually get done correctly. I'm expecting this to be a lot better. Because the devs are going to be running the show here. I mean, do you guys agree with my assessments here, or am I just being like overly critical? If you paid $300 for a ticket and then got something like that roulette game show as one of the main pieces of content, like, would that not feel like them just spitting in your face? Or like pissing on you without even the courtesy of calling it rain? I'm not making up that price. Ticket details. Tickets will cost $249.99 per ticket, $264 after fees. So it's a $265 ticket to this event. I mean, that's basically the price of me getting my PS5 repaired. Here we go.
さあ、戻ってまいりました。お待たせしました。そこまで言う
Oh, they're getting
そこまで言
fancy.
います
They moved the table
聞こえてないわ、俺全
10 feet to the right.
Sorry. Little technical difficulties. One moment.
あゆみさん喋ってみて。
Turning the knob.
OK, thanks.
There we go.
ちょっとイヤモニのボリュームすいません。合わせてました。さあ、戻ってまいりました。ここからは、デブパネル、開発パネルとして、今日、先ほどの基調講演でお伝えした、バトルの大きなシステム追加、リボーンと、それからエボルブ。この2つのモード、何が違うのか、主にエボルブの方を中心にお伝えします。一旦お願いします。
Hi. So we are back. So we mentioned about new battle system, the reborn and evolved system. And so now that we have our development panel, we'd like to go a little bit in depth, focusing more on the evolved mode.
それと同時にですね、他にもいくつか、バトルシステム 8.0 から、変更する要素がありますので、それらも合わせて、この開発パネルでその意図も含めてお伝えしていこうと思います。
And also there will be updates made to like job systems in general, and through with the launch of 8.0. And we want to explain how that is set up, as well as the intent behind how we designed it in this development panel.
改めまして、ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
So yeah, thank you for having me here, producer and director Naoki Yoshida.
Yoshi P!
さあ、では、ここからは、バトルシステム デザイナーの玉木くんにも同席してもらいたいと思います。
And so, yeah, we brought Hikaru Tamaki here. He is the battle system designer, and we would like for him to also speak on the subject.
さあ、ではちょっと一言ね、ご挨拶お願いします。
はい。
Before that, if you could say hi to the audience.
はい、改めまして皆さん、はじめまして、バトルシステムプランナーの玉木です。
All right, hello everyone. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Hikaru Tamaki, Battle System Planner on Final Fantasy XIV.
絶対に緊張するん
If
で、
this new
事前
system
にコー
works,
ジさんから
this
は
guy's
緊
gonna
張し
probably
ない
get
方
pretty
法を伝
popular.
授してもらったんで、今日は大丈夫だと思います。
So this is my first time doing a panel like this, and I'm very nervous. So before I decided to do this panel, I asked Koji if there's any advice on how to stay relaxed, and I got some good advice, so hopefully I can make it through the panel today.
待って待って、俺、そのアドバイス聞いたことないんだけど。
Wait. I didn't hear about this advice. What?
ちなみにどんなアドバイスだ
Well, what did he tell you?
非課線の皆さんの一人一人の顔を見ると、絶対に緊張するから顔は見るなっていうふうに教わりました。
Basically, I told him that if you look in the eyes of everyone, then you will probably die. So don't look anyone in the eye.
あ、でもね、
I
日
mean,
本で
fair.
は、こういう時、緊張しないためには、お客様のことを、野菜だと思えっていう例えがあるんで、それに比べたらまだマシです。
I mean, in Japan, we say, just think of the audience as a vegetable patch. So, I mean, I guess it's better than that.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
まあじゃあ早速できるだけラフに楽しくやっていきたいと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
Yeah, so this is going to be a
I mean,
casual discussion.
those
but,
are
yeah, I hope
things
you
that they
enjoy.
tell people in theater
じゃあ
class.
席行きましょう。
Well, just imagine that they're just
Let
a
us
bunch
take
of
our
carrots.
seats.
That you're standing outside tending your garden, and you're preaching to the cabbage.
私のパワーポイントの PC の
Okay, so we are
電
going
源
to
が
first
入っていません。
bring up the PowerPoint, but I'm afraid the power is not on. Uh-oh. Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Get a little bit help.
An hour they had
PC.
to put together
I'm
2
afraid it
tables
is
and 2
down.
computers,
俺
I guess power?
and they didn't turn the fucking power on.
Turn off.
テッ
Sorry.
ク
Can we
誰
get
か
some help? Technical help, please. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh no.
And you have to wave down the tech staff as if this is not the most important
stage
thing
manager.
happening.
I wonder what happened.
PC is down.
Where is their tech staff at? As if this is not the important thing most important thing happening in this hall on this day that they didn't even turn the damn thing on.
You might
え
not.
ほら
Oh, turn it off. Shoot. We're gonna see if it boots up.
Yeah, it bodes well for the new cross-region rollout. I know,
こ
right?
れ
Oh, somebody just turned it off. No.
あ来た来た来た来た来た来た
Huh.
再起動しちゃってる。
I think for some reason it wants to reboot.
お
Windows update? Really?
Oh dear.
Come on.
At least it's not a blue screen.
あ
There we
来た
go.
来た来た
There we go. We got it.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Yay, we're good. Thank you, thank you.
Oh my gosh.
ちょっとさ、一応怖いから、すいません、スイッチングの皆さん、パワーポイント、オッケーオッケー、大丈夫大丈夫。
Are we good?
We got it. We got it.
Phew.
ちょっと待ってね。
Okay, let us get situated.
玉木くん、そもそもさ、今回、海外が初めてだって聞いたんだけど。
They've got the screen that we're watching infinitely
This is your first time
repeated.
outside of Japan, isn't it?
今回初めての海外出張なんですが、そもそも海外自体が初めてで、いきなりスタートからやらかしかけました。
So yes, not only is this my first
Yeah, he
time
says
on
his
an
first time
international
going
business trip,
overseas.
this is actually my first time out of Japan ever.
I mean, that's not unusual for
And you
Japanese
had
people.
a little trouble at the airport, right?
空港に着いて飛行機を降りた後に他のスタッフの方が降りてくるのを待ってたんですが、10分ぐらい待ってても誰も出てこなくて、でこのまま待っててもしょうがないから入国審査だけ済ませてしまおうと思ったらとんでもない列ができていました。
So, it's my first time, so I get off the plane, and I'm waiting for everyone else to get off the plane, thinking that they're behind me. And I wait, and I wait, and I wait, and no one comes. And the whole time, the immigration line is just getting longer and longer and longer, and I went, where is everybody?
でこのまま待ってもしょうがないと思ったんで入国審査に行ったんですけど、もう何もかもがわからない状態なんで言葉もわからないし、並んでいる列が正しいかもわからないし、初めての国で一人ぼっちだったしで完全に終わったと思いました。
So I had to do something, so no one was coming, so I got in line. But I didn't know if it was the right line. I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know where I was. I was lost and alone in a strange country with no one there to help me.
Now, we can't see it
I thought
right
it was
now,
all over.
but this screen right
これ
here
ね、ひどいのはね、
is repeating
玉木くんじゃないん
this
ですよ。
screen right here.
So, you know who's really
That means that that screen up there
the person who's actually
is infinitely repeating
here.
what we're
我々
seeing right here.
海外出張
Because
慣
we
れ
can
て
see
る
that
組
screen
が
right there.
残り全員でして、イミグレのラインが長くなる前に今だって言ってすごいスピードで出ていくんですよ。結果全員出てからあれ玉木くんが来ない。
So the rest of us are all used to traveling overseas, and so we saw that the line for immigration was pretty light. So we were like, oh shoot, this is our chance, and we rushed through. So we're done, and then we noticed, wait, where's Tamaki?
いやなので玉木くんが一番人格者だったっていう我々をね全員待っててくれたら一人取り残され俺たちはもう我先にと出てしまっていて。
So the poor guy, he was just being nice and waiting for everybody to come. We just blew right through immigration, and we left the poor guy waiting for us and got stuck behind. So, yikes, yeah.
まあそれぐらいいい人なんでぜひ皆さん応援してあげてください。
He's a very nice guy, so your encouragement would be appreciated.
さあでは早速ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to leave you.
さあでは早速始めていくにあたって玉木くんにちょっと自己紹介をしてもらおうかなと思います。
Okay, so before we get into the meat of the conversation, I would like for Tamaki to introduce himself.
はい、今日はエバーコールドからのバトルシステムについてお話しさせていただくんですが、その前に軽く自己紹介をさせてください。
So yes, my main job today is to talk about the new battle system being implemented with the launch of Evercold. But before I begin, I want to talk a little bit about who I am.
まず僕がスクエアエニックスに入社したのが2013年の9月で FF14 が申請した4日後でした。
So I joined Square Enix in September of 2013, 4 days after the launch of A Realm Reborn.
前職はゲーム雑誌の編集者やライターをしていました。
So before joining Square, I was a writer and editor for a game magazine.
それまではゲームをプレイする側の立場だったんですが、
That's
仕事
quite
で
a
い
job
ろんな
change.
タイトルや開発者の方と関わらせていただくうちに、少しずつゲームに対しての接し方であったり、感じ方が変わっていって、いつかは作る側になってみたいという興味が強くなっていました。
So I had always been a gamer, but being a writer helped me see game development from a different angle. And before long, I had developed an interest in making games myself.
もともと FF11 と Q14 をかなり本気でプレイしていたこともあって、この経験を活かせるかもと思って、吉田さんへのインタビューに立ち会った際に、思い切って、一緒に働かせてくださいと直接志願させてもらいました。
So I had already played a lot of Final Fantasy XI and Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, And I thought I could use that to get my foot in the door. So when I was assigned by the magazine to do an interview with Yoshipi, I used the opportunity to ask him for a job.
I mean, that's how you do it.
さすがにいきなりだとちょっとやばいやつだと思われるので、当時よく面倒を見てくれていた上司の方から事前に話を通してもらってはいました。
Of course, I mean, I didn't want, Yoshipi thinking that it was kind of sketchy, so I asked my boss ahead of time if he could call up Yoshipi and let him know what I was about to do.
いや、今でも覚えてるんですけど、当時、まあ今でもね、ライターとしてもとても、ベテランで有名な方ではありますけど、Q14 の頃のインタビューの中で、どうしても、やる気に溢れ、将来性のある若者を一人紹介したいので、このインタビューが終わった後、話を聞いてあげてくれませんかって、まあ事前にね、言われていて、まあそれがまさに玉木くんでした。
Yeah, I still remember it to this day, but of course, Tamaki was a great writer too, but his supervisor told him when we were about to do an interview for the original Final Fantasy XIV, he mentioned that I have this really young, aspiring creator who wants to, who has a passion for 14. Just could you at least hear what he has to say?
で、まあその時言ったのが、本当に経験が当然ないんだから、アルバイトからだよって。何も経験がないんだから。
And of course, when he comes here, I tell him, because you have no experience as an actual developer, you're going to have to start from the bottom. It'll be like a part-time job.
でも、構いませんと。何でもやりますと。何でもやらせてくださいと。アルバイトで構わないので、ぜひチームに入って働きたいですということだったんで、まあものすごい真剣でしたし、まあ、あと彼ね、とてつもなくゲームが上手いんですよ。本当に、プロゲーマーレベルなので、まあ、そこも買ってですね、入社してもらったというのがスタートですね。
And he was open to any opportunity that we had for him. He didn't mind whatever he was assigned. He would let me know that I can do anything that you ask. And he was really serious about this. He really wanted to be a part of the Final Fantasy XIV team. And also, he's a really good gamer too. I mean, he's a pro gamer level.
で、そんなこんなで運よく拾ってもらって、入社してから現在までバトルシステムプランナーとして FF14 に携わっています。
And luckily, it all worked out. Here I am. I got the job, and I've been working on 14 as a battle system planner ever since.
Oh, I don't know if you want to admit that, dude.
では、少しだけ趣味の話をさせてください。子供の頃からずっとゲームが好きで、今も変わらず趣味はゲームです。で、ジャンルは問わず、その時に話題なものであれば何でもプレイします。
And so, as for my interests, if you hadn't noticed, my hobby is gaming. And I've been gaming since I was young. And you'll generally find me playing whatever is popular at the time.
特に対戦ゲームが好きで、リーグオブレジェンズはもう10年以上
Oh
プレイ
my
してます。
god, League of
But my
Legends.
true love is competitive games, and I've been playing League of Legends for more than 10 years.
で、昔は
Why?
日本サーバー
Why
がな
would
かったの
why
もあっ
would
て、
anybody
北米
play
サーバー
League
で
of
遊んでたんで
Legends
すけど、
for
もしか
more
したら
than
この
10
会場の中
years?
にもマッチングしたことのある方もいらっしゃるかもと思ってます。
Back in the day, there weren't any Japanese servers, so I spent most of my time on the North American ones, which means there's a chance I may have played with some of you in here.
ちなみに、メインロールは ADC です。
And for those keeping track, my
Silence.
main role was ADC.
で、あとは格闘ゲームを昔からプレイしていて、最近はなくなってしまったんですが、仕事の昼休みであったり、業務が終わった後に会社のラウンジで吉田さんや他のスタッフの方とよく対戦していました。
I feel
I'm
like
also
there's something
really
I could
into
say about
fighting
people
games,
who are
and while I
ADC
don't do it
players.
much anymore, I used to challenge people at work all the time during our lunch hours, even Yoshipi in our gaming lounge.
多分僕、勝率1割もなかったんじゃないかなっていうぐらい強いですよ。本当にめちゃくちゃ強いんで。
I don't think I've even won 10% of the time I fought against him.
で、入社してすぐにその集まりに呼んでもらったおかげで、ゲームでしかコミュニケーションが取れないような自分でもすぐに会社に馴染むことができたので、もうその場に誘ってくれた吉谷さんであったり、横澤さんであったり、権代さんには本当に感謝しています。
And so thanks to Yoshida-san and my fellow battle team members such as Gondai-san and Yokozawa-san, thanks to them inviting me to those meetups when I first joined Square Enix, I was able to get the chance to communicate with people in the company that otherwise I wouldn't have had the opportunity to talk to. And so for that, I'm very, very grateful.
いや、これね、バッテリーが抜けてんじゃねえかっていうさ。
No, the battery.
Did the battery die again?
Oh no.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh.
Just if it all fails.
No power.
Duct tape.
No PC. いや、そうなんだけど。Hey, I want a password.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Tony.
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 Help us, Tony.
Help, Tony.
We
Tony.
want to
Tony.
password. Oh my
Oh.
god.
Now it's Windows Update.
Another Windows update.
Update?
We're terribly sorry. This isn't.
Well, at least he fixed the screen over there.
This is just.
There's Tony.
Tony. いや、今繋いだ。パワーは大丈夫。
電源は入った。
はい。
You just need the password.
You just need the
いや、もうね、緩んでたよ。
It was just loose.
今ね、アップデート入っちゃった。Sorry.
Sorry. 頑張って。
There we go.
Not your fault.
No, no.
Okay.
The PC is nervous.
Yes, the
It's
PC
okay.
is being nervous. There you go.
Oh.
We've secured the power. We've logged in.
Okay. Here we go.
Almost.
Okay. Okay. 多分ね。はい。
Where's your
じゃあ
hype
パワーポイ
man?
ントお願いします。
Get back to the PowerPoint again, please. Thank you.
Maybe.
Okay. You did it.
We did it.
Sorry. Oh, password.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Nice, Tony. Tony, thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
グレンのリベレーターのパッチノートをアメリカで読み上げてた時も、うちのプロジェクトマネージャーが足を伸ばしたら電源を引っこ抜いて放送がシャットダウンされた時もトニーは悪くないんですよ。トニーがもう大慌てでね対応してた。
I remember we were reading patch notes for when Stormblood was about to release, and we were on a live stream, and then our project manager accidentally tripped over the cable. Power went out, and the live stream went down, and we were like, "Oh no!" And that's when Tony came to the rescue.
She made that a little bit better than what Yoshi P actually
We are
said.
very thankful for Tony.
And Koji Fox caught it. He didn't say he tripped over the cable. He said he was stretching and kicked the cable out of the wall and unplugged the
So going
power.
back to Tamaki's introductions, we're going to cover what he had worked on.
出してもいいですか？
Oh, yeah. Can we show the slide? Okay.
Whoa.
これが自分が担当させていただいた仕事の一覧です。
So this is a list of some of the things I've worked on since joining the team.
基本的には、ジョブなどのプレイヤーキャラクター周りの仕事をすることが多いんですが、たまにバトルコンテンツを作らせてもらうこともあります。
So for the most part, I'm tasked with things related to the player character, such as job actions. But every now and then I get to help implement and create battle content as well.
この中だと、特に共鳴編4層は、吉田さんもよくパーティー募集に参加されたりしてたので、よく覚えてます。
And I heard a rumor that when Eden's verse Refulgence came out, Yoshida-san would join players on the public server to play?
まあ僕、今までね、それこそレイドやってますけど、一番好きかもしれないね。
Yeah, I've played a lot of the raids, but I think this is one of my favorites.
さあ、ちょっと聞いてみたいんですけど、まあ皆さん今ね、これ出たらみんなざわざわしてたと思うんですよ。開発チームって、大抵なんかコンテンツとか、あだ名をね、つけてもらってるんですけど、例えば中川だと、
オズマ。
オズマとか、彼にも何かでニックネームをつけてあげたいんですけど。
Yeah, so I want to get your audience participation actually. So whenever we have one of our developers come on stage, and of course they work on different content, and looking at the list here, I want to give Tamaki a nickname, kind of like how we did with Nakagawa and gave him Mr. Ozma nickname. We would love to do that for Tamaki also. What do you think?
なんかありません？何？
Oh, it's very difficult to hear.
聞いてきて。何がいい？
What do you want?
ちょっと前に行って聞いてきてよ、コウジ。
You want me to go in front and?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna come down. I can't hear.
This is such a big venue.
Sorry. What? Oh my God! Everyone's talking at the same time. Mr. Prime. Mr. Prime. Okay.
Oh.
I knew it. I knew it.
Oh.
Because of the Ridorana Lighthouse. Mr. Prime.
何に素数
Mr. Prime.
ミスター素数
Mr.
Mr. Sosu.
Prime.
英語でなんていうの？
Mr.
Prime.
Prime.
プライム
Prime number.
Prime.
あ、プライムナンバー。
そうそう。
プライムナンバー。
Mr. Prime.
ちょっとかっこよすぎないですか？
Yeah, that tracks. That tracks.
Yes, cool. じゃあ、ミスタープライム。
For now, Mr. Prime.
Because of the lighthouse,
ありますよ
yeah.
ね、担当してるもの。
And I mean, this isn't the only thing he's worked on.
はい、他にもこういった仕事を担当しました。
These are some of the other things that I've worked on as well.
で一番最後に書いてある高難度コンテンツの調整業務ですが、2.x から今まで実装された高難度コンテンツのバランス調整はほぼ全てに参加させていただいています。
And so for those high-end duty adjustments that are there at the end of the list, I've worked on most all of them since Heavensward, with the most recent being
直近だと、皆さん注目の絶妖精乱舞の調整にも参加していて、もちろん詳しいことは言えないんですが、良い感じの難易度になってるんじゃないかなと思います。
Again, so the most recent being the upcoming Dancing Mad Ultimate. I worked on that. Again, I'm not supposed to talk a lot about it today, but I can tell you the difficulty level is just about right.
でコンテンツとしては、この中で一番思い入れがあるのがクリスタルコンフリクトです。
The one thing here that I'm probably most proud of is my work on crystalline conflict.
So we're about a half hour into this panel, and
組み上げたっていうのもあって、
they've not talked anything about what they said the panel was about.
できました。
Again, creating a system from scratch was not without its challenges, but fortunately I had help from a lot of talented colleagues.
まあでも、クリスタルコンフリクトのタイミングでPVP ジョブアクションほぼ作り直したんですけど、彼一人で全ジョブ作り直してくれました。
Yeah, so when we implemented crystalline conflict, we also updated PvP specific job actions, and it was just him alone working on doing that, so.
明日北米のナンバーワンを決めるリージョナルチャンピオンシップもあると思うので、すごく楽しみにしてます。
So yeah, personally, I'm really excited for the regional championship tomorrow. That's what I'm going to be watching.
明日実際に壇上でプレイされる方、今から緊張してると思うんですけど、何より楽しむ気
I'm
持
going
ち
to
を
be
忘れない
skipping
と
the
して、
regional
その
championship
結果が良い
tomorrow.
パフォーマンスにつながることもあると思うので、会場の皆さんもぜひ盛り上げて応援してあげてください。
I know that the players that are going to be playing tomorrow are probably going to be really nervous, but it's okay to be nervous. It's time to relax because we're rooting for them and we know you're going to be rooting for them as well.
Yeah.
はい。では、自己紹介にお付き合いいただきありがとうございました。大変お待たせしましたが、ここからはエバーコールドからの FF14 のバトルシステムについてお話しさせていただきます。
Okay, so that's all about me. Let's now move over into the new battle system that we're implementing with Evercold.
Okay, here we go.
基調講演で吉田さんから発表のあった2つのバトルモードのリボーンモードとエボルブモードについて実況を交えながら具体的に解説していきます。
So specifically, I want to go into a little more detail about the two different modes, the Reborn mode and Evolved mode.
Yeah.
まず今回の、バトルシステムの改修のコンセプトとして、今後もより長く、より多くの人に FF14 のバトルを楽しんでもらいたいというものがあります。
So first off, I wanted to introduce the development concept that we had when designing this new system, and that is we wanted to build something that players both new and old would enjoy for years to come.
でこのコンセプトを形にするために2つのバトルモードに分けることにしました。
And that ultimately led us to the decision to have two modes instead of simply one.
まず、リボーンモードですが、こちらはこれまでのジョブメカニクスをベースにしたもので、従来通りのローテーションで遊んでいただけるモードになっています。
So first off, we've got the Reborn mode, which, being based off mainly existing job actions and mechanics, means with it you'll be able to keep playing the way you do now.
細かな調整は行われますが、基本的なメカニクスは今現在のものが踏襲されます。
But that doesn't mean we won't be making small adjustments moving forward, but the foundation and mechanics are all firmly grounded in what already exists.
で、もう一方のエボルブモードには3つの大きな特徴があります。
On the other hand, the three most distinguishing features of the evolved mode are
まず、よりジョブの個性が感じられること。
First and foremost, we've redesigned the system to better highlight the characteristics of each individual job.
次に、リボーンモードとは異なるローテーションを持つこと。
Second off, we wanted to feature completely different action rotations than the Reborn.
そして、ホットバーにセットする必要のあるアクションが数が少なく、
These are Dragoon
仕組みが理解しやすいことで
inputs
す。
right here on the red
And
edge.
third, we wanted to make things easier to understand by reducing the amount of actions necessary to set to your hotbar.
俺でいいかい？じゃあここから。
I mean, 10 actions is a lot better than 24.
お、どこまでいったまあ、ここでね、さっき基調講演でも言ったんですけど、少しやっぱり誤解が、さっき SNS をちょっと基調講演の後拝見してたんですけど、とにかくエボルブっていうのは、リボンモード、これまでのモードをとにかく簡単にしようとか、イージーにしようとか、そういう発想で作られたものではないです。
So yeah, kind of touching upon what we discussed during the keynote though, and I was looking at the social channels right after I had finished my keynote. I did see some comments about how people may have misconstrued the concept of evolved versus reborn, and they were thinking reborn mode is making, or I'm sorry, evolved mode is making reborn mode more easy, but that is not the case, sorry.
さらに、ちょっと SNS で見かけたんですけど、これスイッチ2のために作ったモードだろうっていうのも見かけて、単なる偶然です。
And also comments about how, oh, this evolved mode was created because we want to accommodate for the Nintendo Switch 2, but that's not the case either. That just so happened that the announcement came simultaneously.
はい。なので、まあ、現代の忙しいプレイヤーの皆さんとか、新しくこれから始めるプレイヤーの方が、他のゲームもね、様々に経験してきてると思うので、そういう人たちがすぐにでも入り込める、慣れられる、みたいなところで、できる限りね、入力数は少なくしようとか、まあそういう工夫が詰まってるというところはありますが、 決して簡単なものというわけではありません。
And so again, the concept is trying to make it more comfortable for very busy people and trying to find the time to play video games, and also new players who may not be familiar with the different configurations, or people who have experienced other games and are now jumping into 14, for them to become used to the battle system with fewer inputs. It's not like we're trying to like simplify or make it easier on them. It's meant to be a different concept from that.
さっきもお伝えした通り、リボーンと、エボルブの竜騎士。もちろん共通のアクションというのもありますけど、それぞれ異なるアクションがあり、ローテーションが全く異なる。なので、モードが全く違うモードなんだというふうに覚えておいてください。
And as mentioned, I gave the Dragoon as the example. Of course, there are some shared elements, but for the most part, you are getting a different experience. The rotations will be different, and it is a separate mode from each other.
はい。じゃあもうちょっとね、基調講演のおさらい続けます。
Continuing on with more recap from the keynote.
こちらまとめて表示したように、リボーン、エボルブ、このモードの切り替えは非戦闘中はいつでも可能です。
And as listed here, when you switch over between Reborn and Evolved mode, you can do that while you're in non-combat situations.
例えば竜騎士のレベリング自体は当然竜騎士に紐づいてるので、例えばリボーンを育ててエボルブを育ててるみたいなことも必要ありません。装備も全く共通です。
And of course, so when you are leveling your, say, Dragoon, you don't have to go a separate like progression route for just Reborn and just Evolved. It grows, and then gear is also, you don't have to like switch it out. It's consistent. It's the same.
エボルブモード、これ 8.0 がスタートしたタイミングですけど、解放されるのはジョブを手に入れたその瞬間からエボルブも選択できるようになるので、新規の方はもうジョブチェンジした瞬間からどっちか好きな方を選んでプレイできると。皆さんも当然レベリングとっくに進んでると思うので、8.0 がリリースされたらすぐに使えることになります。
And when
the new evolved mode
is unlocked at 8.0, you are able to toggle between the two modes as long as you have the job.
The fact that they're not going back and making a reborn mode for the new jobs tells me that in an expansion or two,
or I'm sure existing players have already leveled their characters
8.0 and like 9.0 and 10.0. By the time we get to 10.0, reborn mode is going to be completely obsolete, and it's going to be another half-assed obsolete system that they dumped in the game and didn't take care of, and have now completely replaced, and it's just going to be more bloat in the game. Instead of doing this like Switch thing, they should just have the balls to come out in 8.0 and say, okay, we're introducing a new battle system. This is how it's going to work from here on out. If you don't like it, like go play another MMO.
And again,
like
wanted to
stand behind your creation. Don't half-ass it. And this feels very much like half-assing
would
it
be
to
just
me.
slightly stronger.
Especially since they're saying that all the new jobs are only going to be evolved mode. The evolved mode's going to be stronger than base mode.
To Tamaki's presentation.
Everybody's ready. Everyone wants to see what's going on.
はい、こちらの画像は、現状のナイトのリボンモードとエボルモードの、ホットバーを比較したものになります。
Alright, so let's take a look at these hotbar layouts for both the reborn and evolved modes of Paladin.
向こうがリボンモードで、こっちがエボルブモードのナイトです。
So as you can see, reborn mode on the left and evolved mode on the right.
リボンモードとエボルブモードのホットバーを比較すると、エボルブモードの方がセットされているアクション数が圧倒的に少ないことがわかります。
So comparing the two, you can see that the evolved mode layout is a lot more streamlined.
すべてのジョブで共通して、パッドでも遊びやすいように、ジョブアクションとロールアクションを合わせて16ボタン前後に収めることを目標に設計しています。
So we have redesigned it so that all necessary job and role actions fit into approximately 16 buttons.
もうみんなさ、アイコンが気になって話頭に入ってないでしょ。
Everybody's looking at all the icons that are in the hot bars.
Listening to
Are you,
us, are you
are
just
you
looking at the
listening?
icons?
ちなみに、これ開発中だから、まだ変わる可能性があるのはすいません、覚えておいてくださいね。
I do want to let you know that we're still under development on this, so this could change.
はい、どのような方法でボタン数の削減をしたかについてですが、まず基本のコンボアクションを1ボタンに統合しています。
So now you're probably wondering how we got the number of actions down that far. One method was by consolidating basic combos into a single icon.
Okay.
ナイトを例にすると、リボーンモードでは、ファストブレード、ライオットソード、ロイヤルアソリティのコンボが3つのボタンに分かれているんですが、エボルブモードでは、
there's a lot of people that want to argue about abilities and buttons like that.
In Reborn mode, the Paladin combo of Fast Blade into Riot Sword into Royal Authority took 3 icons. In Evolved mode, the full combo is now executable by clicking the same button.
So they're doing a lot of like this.
Clicking 3 different buttons.
You had a combo where you press this, and then this would start glowing, and you hit that, and then that would start glowing, and you hit that, and you complete a combo. What they're doing instead is doing it here, where the button will change to the different icons
AOE versions of an existing single target action.
to
ボタン数が少ないことで、アクションの手数が減ってしまったり、コンテンツでの対応力
so you have the whole combo in one
される
button,
かと思うんですが、その分
So you hit once, and then it changes icons. Instead of making this icon glow, this icon will change to that icon. And then when you click that, this icon will change to that icon.
Slots might limit players
to
by putting them at a
condense it like
disadvantage
that.
when attacking certain content. I'm here to assure you that that's not the case, as we've offset this by shortening recast times and increasing effect potency.
例えば、リボーンモードでは、ブルワークという防御アクションがありますが、エボルブモードではこれが廃止される
Like
代わりに、
from my point of view, it's about time that they came around to do stuff like this, because there are some jobs who have abilities
So,
that
for
are
example,
completely
in Reborn mode, Paladins
useless.
will continue to have the option to use the action Bulwark. But in Evolved mode, Bulwark will no longer exist. But to compensate for its removal, the potency of remaining defensive actions will be adjusted to produce similar results.
で防御アクション以外にもおなじみの演出や名前のアクションも多数あるんですが、リボーンとエボルブではそれぞれ異なるアクションとして実装するため、アクションの効果内容も異なるものが多くなります。
So in this case, instead of having 5 abilities, which all do the same thing, now they have 4 abilities that all do the same thing, but are all slightly stronger to make up for not having the 5th.
Again, the effects that are used and the names that are used, and in Reborn and Evolved, we have these different actions, and we've been taking these and we've been to split them into completely different things. Things that were the same, we've split. Things that were similar, we've put together.
はい、また特殊な例として、使用する対象や状況に応じて実行されるアクションが変化する仕組みもあります。
So another unique way we were able to consolidate actions was by changing their effects based on the targets.
例えば、ナイトにはディバインジャスティスというアクションがあります。
So in other words, take the action being introduced in Evolve mode, Divine Justice.
このアクションは敵に対して使うと攻撃魔法のホーリースピリットが実行されて、味方に使うと回復魔法のクレメンシーが実行されます。
So depending on whether you're using on an enemy or an ally, its resulting effect will change to either Holy Spirit or Clemency.
その他にも、カバウやシールドバッシュなどの限られた状況でのみ有効なアクションも大切なジョブの個性の一つなので、ディバインジャスティスと同じ仕組みで対象や状況に応じて変化するアクションとして使用できるようにしています。
Then we have actions like Cover and Shield Bash, and these are both actions that are limited in their scope of use, but they are very characteristic to the Paladin job. So just like Divine Justice, similar setups for these actions are planned, with the actions dynamically yielding different effects based on the target or other conditions.
さらに、ロールアクションにも調整を行っています。
We'll also be making adjustments to roll actions in evolved mode as well.
コンテンツの攻略に必要不可欠なものは残しつつ、効果を統廃合したり、アクション自体を削除しているものもあります。
Those absolutely required to clear certain battles will remain untouched, but those that we've determined can be consolidated or removed altogether will be.
タンクを例にすると、挑発とシャークがヘイ
Like
トマネ
this
ジ
one
メ
right
ント
here.
っていうアクションに統合されています。
This is an action called low
ヘイトマ
kick.
ネジメントを敵に対して使うと、挑発が
Everybody
発動して、
says
パー
that
ティ
low
ーメンバ
kick
ーに
is
対して使
useful
う
and
と、シャークが
theoretically it
発動し
is,
ます。
but as far
So
as
an
anyone
example for
actually
tanks
using
is
it in
that
battle,
provoke and shirk will be consolidated into
Nobody
a
ever
single
does.
action known as Scales of Enmity. If you use this Scales of Enmity on an enemy, it will inflict provoke. If you use it on a party member, it will invoke shirk.
okay, so they're at this is provoke and this is shirk. And provoke
ただ、
gets
一つ
an
のボタン
enemy
に
to
統合
attack
するだけ
you,
だと、挑
and
発とシャー
shirk
クを
takes
近いタイミ
all
ン
the
グで使いたい
aggro
時
that
に困
you've
ってしまうの
accrued
で、
and gives it
こ
to
れまでと同じ
somebody
ような
else.
使い方ができるように、ヘイトマネジメントは
So
リチャージまで止めら
they
れるアクショ
combine
ンと
these
してい
into
ます。
the same ability.
Now,
If
some
you
of you
use it
may
on
be
the
thinking
enemy,
that
it makes
with
the
this
enemy
kind of
attack you.
consolidation,
If you
that
use
in
it on,
cases where
say,
you would
the other
normally use
tank,
both of these
it makes
actions in
everybody that's
succession, that
attacking
you
you
won't be
attack
able
the
to do
other
that
tank
anymore.
instead.
To alleviate this
I mean,
potential
that makes
problem,
sense for that
and
to
make
be
sure
the
that players
same
will be able to use both of these as
the
they
same
always
thing.
have, we'll be giving Scales of Enmity 2 charges to use however you wish.
その他、インタージェクトにはローブローのスタン効果が
I mean,
統合
these
される
are
予定に
these
な
are
ってい
smart
ます。
combinations.
Another example of attack action being changed is that low blow will be phased out and its stun effect added to the remaining action interject.
Okay, an interject is an
このように
interrupt.
ホットバーにセット
Now
する
to
アクションの数
interrupt
が減る
and
こ
a
とで、
stun.
操作がしやすく、ジョブ全体の仕
I
組み
mean,
を
that
理解
makes
しやすく
sense.
なるようにしました。
So
Because
basically, by
most-
cutting the overall amount of keystrokes
Having
from
an
jobs
ability
action
that is
rotations,
just a
we're aiming to
stun
make things
is
easier
useless
to
against
understand,
bosses
ultimately
because
making
bosses
that job more
don't
accessible to more players.
bosses aren't like
で
hittable
は、
with stun
次にジョ
anyway.
ブごとの個性についてですが、ここからは実機
And
でお見せした
when
いと
you're
思います。
outside
今
of
日
a
は
boss
4つのジョブを
encounter, you're
紹介し
typically
ます。
fighting multiple
So
enemies,
as I
in which
mentioned,
stunning just
another
one
aim
of
of
them
evolve mode is to make
isn't
each
going
job
to be
feel
that
unique.
big of a deal.
And the best way to explain that is to show you the new system in action. So I have the PC here, and we're going to walk you through 4 different jobs.
さあ、ここからちょっと簡単に説明させてもらいますけど、いつも僕、プロデューサーレターライブでたまにね、実機使って紹介してますけど、あれよりもはるかに前の状態の開発です、まだ。
So I just want to put in a disclaimer here really quickly. You may be familiar with the letter from the producer live streams, and we show off gameplay at those. But the build that we'll be showing you is an even more like earlier build.
では、まず、玉木くんの PC の画面出してもらえますか？
So if we could have the gameplay 1 PC shown on the main screen.
ちなみに、今あそこに映ってて拡大されてるバーは、本来はジョブハットに置き換わるんですけど、ごめんなさい、まだグラフィックができてないので、デバッグ表示です。
So you may see a section zoomed out there, those bars. That's where the job UI is going to be. I'm afraid we didn't have the graphics yet. So right now it's a very simple version. So we had to blow it up so that you can see it better.
で、今あそこに切り出して拡大してもらってるだけなので、まあ実際、ああいう画面が加わるわけじゃないので。
And so again, we just kind of zoomed in on that particular section. So in the actual gameplay, you won't see like a duplicate. So
で、玉木くんの方はパッドモードで、実演してもらってます。
And another disclaimer, Tamaki will be using his with a game controller.
で、僕の方はマウスキーボード、まあ左手ですけど。
And of course, mine will be mouse and keyboard with left-handed device.
さあ、では、魔法の力で敵を召喚してください。
Okay, so let's do some magic and spawn some enemies.
よ。ごめんなさい、向きが逆でした。
ああ、向き逆だ。
Yeah, that's backwards.
Hi.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Poor guy.
Oh.
Facing the wrong direction, you die.
はいはいはい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
はい、まずナイトですが、今現在皆さんがプレイされているナイトが比較的扱いやすいジョブになっていると思いますので、基本的なメカニクスは大きくは変えずに極端に多いボタン数を削減しました。
So moving back, as Paladin is already one of the easier jobs to use, for Evolved mode, we didn't implement too many changes to play mechanics, and instead focused on drastically reducing the number of inputs in a typical rotation.
はい、先ほど説明させていただいた通り、基本コンボは一つのボタンが自動で置き換わります。
So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, one way we achieved that was by consolidating combos into a single button icon. Fast Blade, changes to Riot Blade, changes to Divine Authority, and back to Fast Blade.
でまた、ディバインジャスティスは魔法に関連したアクションになっていて、敵に使うとホーリースピリットが実行されて、自分やパーティーメンバーに使うとクレメンシーが実行されます。
Or like we mentioned before, by changing an action's effect based on who the target is. So when Divine Justice, which is now a magic button, is cast on an enemy, it becomes Holy Spirit. When it's cast on a party member, it becomes Clemency. Now the same button.
Okay, I wonder if they're gonna make that button and text change based on the target
Imperator
in the
has
final
also been
version.
consolidated into one of those updating icon buttons.
.そしてナイトのエボルブモードの新しい個性として、敵の攻撃をうまく受け止めることに成功した時に使えるカウンターアクションを追加しています。
And one new thing that we are trying with Evolved Mode and Paladin is the addition of counter actions that become available when blocking certain attacks just right.
敵の攻撃をホーリーシェルトロンで受け止めると、カウンターアクションのアンサラーを実行できます。
So for example, upon successfully stopping an attack with Holy Sheltrum, Paladins can then execute a counterattack called Answering Strike.
Hmm.
さらに、このカウンターアクションは、ホーリーシェルトロンの実行直後の効果の高い状態で受け止めることで、強化版のリタリエーターを実行できます。
And if Paladins execute Holy Sheltron right before an attack lands, then that counter is transformed into an even more potent version of itself called Satisfaction. Wait.
Okay.
はい、それでは一通りナイトのアクションを使ってみます。いくつか新しいアクションも追加されています。
Alright, so now let's take another look at all these actions together in battle, and keep your eyes open, you might see some other new actions as well.
.繰り返しになるんですけど、ナイトはとにかくボタン数が多いジョブだったので、どのように削減するかをこだわりました。
So Paladin has always been a job with a lot of button presses, so we put a lot of focus on how to intuitively reduce that number.
これは他のジョブにも言えることなんですが、単純にアクションの種類を減らすだけだと、遊びが減ってしまうので、なるべくそうならないように残せるものは残せるようにしています。
We didn't just want to simply remove actions though, and as an extension remove the things that you could do in battle. We wanted to keep things interesting and fun, so we retained what we thought would keep those things interesting.
例えば、クレメンシーやカバウは使用頻度は高くないアクションなんですが、うまく使えた時の楽しさを感じられるアクションなので、他の
So I think if they're targeting staying
So, for
at
example,
about
clemency
16
and
abilities
cover are not actions that are used
for
that much
each
in battle,
job.
but when used properly, they can be
This
a
is
lot
going
of
to be
fun.
huge.
So we use the aforementioned consolidation techniques to make sure that they remained. Oh,
で、あとはディープダンジョンなどで便利なシールドバッシュも健在です。
Likewise, Shield Bash can be really useful in Deep Dungeon, so we made sure that that made the cut as well. Oh, Shield Bash moving far away. Shield Love.
はい、以上ナイトのエボルブモードのご紹介でした。一度、パワポに戻してください。
ちょっと待ってね。
Oh, hold on one moment. Sorry.
せっかくだからさ、挑発とシャークやってないよね。
You haven't done. Have you done provoke and shirk?
僕の PC ちょっと映してもらっていいですか
Can we switch to gameplay 2, please?
そしてトニー申し訳ないんだけど、ここに来てパワーポイントがまたマウスカーソルどっか行っちゃって暴れてるから調整してくんないだろうか。
And we are summoning Tony again.
PowerPoint problems. But while he's doing that, we're going to show you some gameplay. Okay, here we have screen 2. So you can see the hotbar at the bottom is the PC hotbar.
まあ普通にでは挑発しますね。
Provoke.
でシャーク。これも変わります。
Okay, so we did provoke and then shirk, and as you can tell, it does. It's not altered, but then it recognizes what you're trying to do. Shifts dynamically.
じゃあ攻撃させてくれるかなボスに。
Let me attack the boss.
You're going to kill it.
Hi. という感じで、まあこれまでとまたちょっと違ったねナイトとして遊べるのがエボルブモードになっております。
So yeah, you can experience a new kind of like gameplay feel by switching to the evolved mode.
Alright.
で、トニーごめんもう一回来て。
Tony.
We want Tony.
We want Tony. We need Tony.
We don't know where the cursor went.
No.
The mouse disappeared.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, did it show up?
Tony, save the day.
I mean, it's right here.
We can find the mouse. ああ、いた。え、次どれ押せばいい？トニー、英語モードすぎてわからない。パワーポイントプレゼンテーションに戻したい。Yes。ありがとう。ありがとう。
ありがとうごめん。
これなんでこんなに不安定なんだろう。
Why?
Yoshi P just said
Okay,
everything is in English and I don't understand it.
So let's get back to the. Are we almost there?
Okay. PowerPoint, please.
All right. So we can go back to the PowerPoint.
はい、お待たせしました。
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you for waiting.
Okay.
では次に、メレー DPS の竜騎士の紹介をします。
So next up we have the melee DPS Dragoon.
Okay, Dragoon's my main.
それごめんやっぱり出すところからやった方が盛り上がるよ。
No, we want
Okay.
it.
So yeah, you have to pop them while everybody's
Yeah.
watching. So
では玉木くんの画面お願い
Okay,
しま
let
す。
us go back to gameplay PC 1.
okay.
Okay.
Dragoon.
Work your magic.
Striking dummy.
Oh.
はい、ここかかしをポップさせました。
Okay. We got a striking dummy up.
はい、従来の竜騎士と比べるとかなり変更点が大きくて、メカニクスも全くの別物になっています。
So compared to Reborn mode, Evolve mode for the Dragoon changes
Get a
are
PvP
very
ability
significant,
right here.
with
There's
job
some
action
PvP
mechanics
limit break
being
right
almost
there.
completely different than the Reborn mode.
まずジョブハットですが、ドラグーンシンボルというものがあります。
So if you look at the HUD, you'll see stacks of Dragon's Bane gauge.
これは戦闘中の時間経過で自動で溜まるスタック要素になっています。
So this gauge will gradually fill over time when engaged in battle.
このスタックを消費して方向指定のある強力なウェポンスキルを実行できます。まずシニスタードライブは敵の左側面から実行すると威力が上がります。
So these stacks are then spent to execute powerful direction-based weapon skills. So executing the Sinister Drive from the enemy's left will increase potency.
次にデクスタードライブは敵の右側面から実行すると威力が上がります。
And then executing Dexter Drive from the right will also increase potency.
そしてシニスタードライブとデクスタードライブの後に使用できるようになる桜花絢爛は敵の背面から実行すると威力が上がります。
And then, after using both Sinister and Dexter drives, this will ready what is known as Winged Chaos, which, if executed from behind, will earn you a significant damage bonus.
これまでの方向指定アクションよりも条件が細かくなっているので難しくなっている部分もあるんですが、実行するタイミングをある程度自由に調整できることと、ベンジフルジャンプというアクションを使うと次に実行するウェポンスキルの方向指定を無視できる効果が付与されるので、これも利用しながら戦います。
So, to offset this increase of difficulty created by implementing this additional layer of attack direction specificity, we've added a little bit more leeway to attack's execution timing. We've also added a new jump, which is called Vengeful Jump, which ignores the directional requirements of the next weapon skill used. Oh.
竜騎士だけの話ではないんですが、エバーコールドから方向指定に成功した際の手応えを感じてもらえるように新しい表現の追加なども検討しています。
And while this is not specific to Dragoon, to let players better know that they've successfully executed a directional attack correctly, we'll be adding more intuitive graphical feedback.
もう一つ流血という要素があります。これは先ほどのベンジフルジャンプを実行するたびに付与されていくスタック要素になっていて、最大3スタックになるとスターダイバーを実行できます。
So another big change to Dragoon with the Evolve mode is the addition of Blood of the Dragon. Blood of the Dragon accumulates each time a Dragoon executes the aforementioned Vengeful Jump. And then when it reaches its max of 3, it readies an attack called Star Diver.
このスターダイバーを実行すると、赤の流血状態に移行して専用の強力なコンボを実行できます。
Executing Star Driver then grants Life of the Dragon, which in turn allows the execution of a powerful combo.
Ending on Starcross. Okay. So they added 3 moves between Stardiver and Starcross. Because currently Stardiver Starcross is an in-game combo for Dragoon.
In addition, executing the aforementioned Star Diver will also ready the one-time action Sky High. With Sky High, players will fly high up into the air, landing several moments later to deal massive damage.
An actual jump. Okay.
スカイハイは歴代シリーズの竜騎士のジャンプをイメージしたアクションなので、飛び上がっている間は、敵の攻撃を完全に無効化したいところなんですが、残念ながら無効化はできません。
So Sky
Do we
High
still
was
get
designed to
Hellfire
feel
Dive?
like a legacy
Because
Final
that's a great.
Fantasy jump ability. So while Airborne We originally wanted
Distance
players
closer.
to be temporarily immune to all enemy attacks. But we soon realized that we couldn't go quite that far.
無効化できてしまうとコンテンツのギミックなどが成立しなくなってしまうので、代わりに受けるダメージを大幅に軽減できるようになっています。
If we made players completely immune to all attacks, that would kind of mess with a lot of the boss battle mechanics. So damage reduction won't be a full 100%, but we are looking to have it reduced significantly.
今は 90% 軽減っていうとんでもない数値になっていて、ちょっとやりすぎな気もしてるんですが、でも多少やりすぎなぐらいの方が楽しいと思うので、ギリギリを狙っていこうと思ってます。
So I said it won't be 100%,
Okay.
but currently our internal number that we have is 90% reduction of damage. Now, that may still change depending on how tests go, but that said, going a little overboard in this case is a lot more fun, isn't it? Yeah?
はい、それでは一通りアクションを使ってみます。
All right, so let's take one more look at everything in action.
Okay, this is the first time showing us the main rotation. Okay.
Can I do it too?
じゃあ僕の画面お願いします。
If we could switch to gameplay too, please.
Oh.
Oh. まあいろいろ今日は玉木くんがゆっくり
I like that combo he's doing about jumping back and then using wormwood.
実際にプレイ
It's
す
a
る
very
と
pretty
むちゃく
effect.
ちゃ爽
I
快
like
に
that.
楽し
I've
めるん
never
で
thought I've
まあこれま
considered
でとは
like
違
doing
っ
that
た
before.
竜騎士としてぜひ
Because I hardly ever use the I think it's called elusive jump, where
So
you
this
jump
time we were showing an
35 feet
example, so we had a
backwards.
set rotation that we did, but it's so exhilarating, and I think you will experience that this is a very different feel as a dragoon, so I would love for everybody to try it out when it comes out.
少しだけ補足させてください。竜騎士だけの話ではないんですが、基本的にローテーションを回していて楽しいと感じられることを目標に、そのジョブらしさを感じられるようにしました。
So now this, again, isn't specific to Dragoon, but all of the jobs, we've tried hard to make these new rotations something that are not only fun to play, but also really represent the feel of each job.
竜騎士といえばジャンプだと思うので、ジャンプ系のアクションにより個性を持たせつつ、さらに爽快感が増すように流血関連の遊びを強化しています。
So for Dragoon, that was about making those signature jump attacks and combining them with the improved Blood of the Dragon mechanics to create something that feels really slick and tight.
他にもアビリティの数の多さとか、それに伴う硬直時間なども整理しているので、かなり楽しめるのではないかなと思っています。
And like Paladin, with Dragoon, there was also originally a glut of these actions, so we worked on paring down that number as we went.
はい、以上、竜騎士のエボルブモードでのご紹介でした。一度パワポに戻してください。
Okay, so that's all for Evolve Move for Dragoon. Let's return to the PowerPoint so I can get ready the next job.
I could see that elusive jump actually becoming part of the rotation now. Elusive jump, wormwood, sky high.
What is our next job?
次は白魔導士です。
All right, next up we have White Mage.
さあでは玉木くんの方の実況をお願いします。
All right, I think he's ready. Gameplay 1, please.
So many buttons, so many colors and animations. Yes, the jobs in FF14 are nothing if not very flashy and very beautiful.
はい、次は白魔導士です。今現在の白魔導士はヒーラーの中でも扱いやすいジョブですし、プレイされている方も非常に多いジョブなので違和感なく移行できるようにしました。その中でもいくつか変更点があります。
All right, so out of all of our healing jobs, White Mage is already fairly easy to use, and that's why that there's a lot of people who play it. And that's why we wanted to make the transition from
Blood for the Blood Lily
as smooth and as accessible as possible. That said, there's still some major differences.
まず、ジョブハットにサンクチュアリシンボルというものがあります。これは回復魔法で味方を回復した時に付与されます。
Okay, so first up here you can see the Sanctity gauge, and this fills every time you cast a healing spell on an ally.
では敵にアクションを使わせます。
So I'm going to use this. Okay, attacked.
あ、自分しか回復しないのね。
Oh no, you're only healing yourself, huh?
はい、このスタックが溜まった状態で、ホーリーサンクチュアリーという魔法を実行すると、スタック数に応じたダメージが上乗せされます。
So this is directly connected with a new action called Holy Sanctuary, that when cast, depletes the gauge and deals damage in proportion to the stack.
Okay.
このシステムの目的なんですが、GCD の回復魔法を実行した際に DPS のロスをしづらくすることです。
So basically, the thinking behind the implementation of this is to prevent the inevitable DPS loss that occurs when using global cooldown healing spells.
特に高難度コンテンツにおいては、厳しい DPS チェックに対して、GCD は回復魔法ではなく、なるべく攻撃魔法に回すことを求められるケースがありました。
So this becomes especially relevant in some of the more high-level content, where a lot of times white mages are asked to ignore global cooldown healing magics to make sure that parties don't fail their DPS checks.
ヒーラーはあくまでも味方を守ることがメインの役割であってほしいので、このシステムを追加することで GCD ヒールの重要性を上げています。
So we want healing to be a healer's main priority, so this new feature is meant to do just that.
I mean, I would say if you want healers to have healing as their main priority, take away their ability to DPS. Because as long as you give them the ability to do both, there's going to be people that prioritize DPS.
このエボルブモードのホワイトメージにはそういった仕組みを実装してます。
So to supplement to that, of course, there will be cast time involved, but by casting a global cooldown heal, you will still be able to attack. And so it's kind of like a heal plus have DPS. And that's how we will have it for the evolved mode.
またこの変更に伴って、
Okay, I'm gonna pop off for a second, take a quick little break, but I'm gonna leave this on so you guys can keep watching. I'll be right back.
の回復魔法を重要視したので、その分攻撃を行いやすくしました。
So in conjunction with this, we've removed casting times for most white mage attack spells. We want the main focus to be on healing spells with their cast times and not on the attacks. Boom.
基本攻撃が、無栄称になることで各種アビリティも使いやすくなりますし、コンテンツのギミックにも対応しやすくなると思っています。
By making non-healing basic attack spells instant, it makes them easier to implement in rotations without disrupting healing and easier to incorporate into duty content strategies.
また、今実機でお見せしたので気づいた方もいらっしゃるかと思うんですが、これまで基本攻撃魔法は同じ魔法を連続で打っていたんですが、単調さを軽減するために1ダメと2ダメで異なる魔法が発動するようにもなっています。
Finally, we recognize that a lot of white mages were using the same basic attack spells over and over again. So, to alleviate that monotony, we're tweaking certain spells to have different effects the first and then second times you cast them in a row.
はい、それでは一通りアクションを使ってみます。
Alright, so let's see everything in action once more.
Poop! I'm back. Pooping back into existence. Poop, 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 poop. Poop. I suppose I could just go.
白魔導士は他にも細かいところを調整していて、これまで以上に扱いやすいジョブになるようにしました。
So we've tweaked a lot of different things and tried our best to make White Mage even easier to use than before.
例えば、同じような使い道のアクションだったディバインベニゾンとアクアベールを統合してボタン数を削減しつつチャージアクション化したりしてます。
For example, consolidating Divine Benison and Aquaveil into a single action and then adding charges to this.
テンパランスの効果中は、移動速度が上がるようにしてより便利なアクションになるように調整しました。
With Temperance, to make it easier to use, we've added an extra effect to increase movement speed after casting Temperance.
先ほど説明した GCD ヒールをしても DPS をロスしづらくなるシステムや、基本攻撃魔法の無縁消化もあって、これまでヒーラーロールをあまりプレイしてこなかった方でも遊びやすくなっていると思うので、ぜひ挑戦してみてください。
はい。
So, the removal of cast times for basic attack magic and the changes to the global cooldown for healing magic to ensure DPS doesn't drop should help make it easier for first-time healers to get a better grasp of the job. So if you've never played a healer before, now is a great time to start.
はい、以上白魔導士の、ご紹介でした。
Okay. That's all for White Mage.
まあホワイトメージはやっぱり多くの人が使ってくれてるジョブなので、まあできるだけシンプルに、でも皆さんのフィードバックにあったヒールしつつもやっぱりより攻撃をシンプルにしたいっていうところに今回答えてるのが白魔導士のエボルブモードになってます。
For sure. And with White Mage, I know a lot of players use the White Mage, and so we wanted to make it simple, but we have listened to the feedback that we had received so that we have a job that heals but also can attack.
ではパワーポイント戻してください。
Okay, let us switch back to the PowerPoint.
Okay.
さあ実機で続いてもう1ジョブお見せいたします。
Okay, so we'll have another demonstration. One more job.
はい、最後はレンジ DPS の銀融詩人です。
So finally we have the range DPS Bard.
さあでは玉木くんの方の画面をお願いしま
Okay,
す。
let's have gameplay 1, please.
はい来ましたね。
Okay, here we are.
Okay, Bard.
はい、銀融詩人に関しても竜騎士と同じようにメカニクスに大きな変更を行っています。
So just like with Dragoon, Evolve mode for Bard will see some major changes to the mechanics.
コンセプトとしては、銀融詩人らしく支援ジョブとしての強みを際立たせるために、いつどこでどの歌を歌うかをこだわれる遊びを追加しました。
So the main concept we're aiming for with this is maintaining that bard's strength as a supporting role to other party members, while putting more emphasis on songs, specifically when and where you execute which songs.
まずジョブハットのミンストレルシンボルというものがあります。これを消費して、賢人のバラード、軍神のパイオン、旅神のメネートのいずれかの歌アクションを実行します。
So here we have the performance gauge. This bar is consumed to cast Mage's Ballad, Army's Paean, and the Wanderer's Minuet.
それぞれの歌にはパーティーへのバフ効果があって、賢人のバラードはリジェネ、軍神のパイオンは移動速度アップ、旅神のメネットはバリア効果になっています。歌う順番は自由なので、ギミックに合わせて歌い分けることができます。
So each of these songs grants parties a buff. Regen for the ballad, increased movement speed for the paean, and barrier for the minuet. And songs can be sung in any order in order to best match what is currently going on in battle.
またこれらの歌アクションを実行した直後は、銀融詩人自身も強力なウェポンスキルを実行できるようになります。それぞれの歌ごとに違うプレイ感になっていて、賢人のバラードはこれまでの銀融詩人にものイメージにもあるドットに関する遊びになっています。
So also singing these songs will ready powerful weapon skills that will allow for a variety of different playstyles. For example, after singing Mage's Ballad, it opens up a damage over time attack, something that bards are already known for.
次に軍神のパイオンは素早い連続攻撃につながります。
Okay. Singing Army's Paean will open up a speedy multi-hit combo.
そして旅神のメネートは専用のコンボの最後に強力な一撃を放ちます。
And with the Wanderer's Minuet, which, after a combo, will unleash a devastating single strike. この他にも新しいプレイ感のアクションとしてワンダラーズバラージというものがあります。これは移動を入力している方向に対して、移動しながら敵を攻撃するアクションで、前に移動しながらだと前へ跳躍して、左に移動しながらだと左に跳躍します。So finally, another new way to play with the Evolve mode is introduced with the addition of what is called Wanderer's Arrow. This, when used in tandem with movement in a certain direction, allows the character to jump in that direction while shooting. So left, right, front.
Okay, that's some pretty cool movement tech.
入力なしだとその場で撃つこともできます。
Of course, this attack can also be used standing still as well. You don't have to move.
Okay.
はい、それでは一通りアクションを使ってみます。
All right, so let's take a look at all of these in action one last time.
Okay, that was pretty
金
cool.
融詩人は、パーティーメンバーとの共同感を感じられる支援効果と
Bardic inspiration.
弓使いとしての爽快感の両立を目指しました。
So we wanted to give bards that feeling that they're truly supporting their party while also making bow play as smooth and slick as possible.
シンプルにローテーションを回すだけであればそこまで難しくはないと思うんですが、コンテンツに合わせた歌の順番などを考える余地もあるので、やりがいのあるジョブになっているんじゃないかなと思います。
So the basic rotations aren't that complex, but we wanted to allow players the freedom to adjust those rotations based on the duty that they're tackling, making it a lot deeper than it appears on the surface. Yoshi P wants to play. I think this is his favorite.
いい、玉木くんがやって、俺ちょっと説明するから。
No, no. We'll let Tamaki control the character, and I can supplement this.
今、玉木くんがやってるローテーションとか、まあ、アクション見ててわかる通り、今回の、エボルブモードの指針に関しては、ローテーションが固定されてない。どのタイミングでどの歌を歌うかっていうのを、ボスだったりコンテンツに合わせて、自分で考えて作っていくっていうところが非常に特徴なので、めちゃくちゃ自由度が高くて面白いジョブに仕上がってきてます。
So with the bard in its evolved mode, as you can see, the rotations aren't like a set, like a static, or like it's not predetermined. You can choose which song you want to sing at which timing, depending on the trial or depending on the battle content or duty that you're tackling. And I feel that it really brings out the characteristic of the bard, and so it's really interesting to play.
Gives the player a lot of freedom to kind of play the way they want to play rather than following a fixed rotation that we've decided for you.
まあ、これ、まあ僕、いくつかね、テストでもちろん開発で使わせてもらってるけど、やっぱローテーションの自由度って、さっきの竜騎士もそうだけど、やっぱこだわって作ってるよね。
Okay, yeah, I don't have a lot to say about
And of course,
about the rotations and the
tested it
changes
out,
that they're
myself,
making
and
here. I think
again, yeah,
this
with the
is good
freedom
stuff.
of the rotations that you can come up with, and similar to the Dragoon, it's really something that Tamaki was very particular about.
はい、これまでは、ジョブのローテーションっていうのが、決まったタイミングで打つものっていうもの
I don't think they're losing anything that's iconic to the class, and they're very much sticking around making the class play the way you would think it would play.
Again, the concept of developing this evolve mode is that we wanted to give freedom to players. We didn't want them to feel that they were forced to use a static rotation every single time. We wanted to give them more freedom to decide when they would use certain attacks and adapt those to the changing battles.
まあ改めてになりますが、今日この場で紹介した4つのジョブ、まだまだすいません、開発の途中段階にあるので、アクションそのものが変更になったり、ローテーションが調整されたりする可能性は大いにありますので、
Okay, yes,
その
he's
点
saying
は
this
ご了承く
this
だ
is
さい。
still under development.
Once again, I did want to
So it could
reiterate
change.
we are still in development of the system, so you may see some of the actions might be changed, or we may make adjustments to the rotation. So please be advised of that.
ではパワーポイントの方戻っても大丈夫ですか？
はい。
So okay, I think we are okay to
Hey,
switch back
here
to
we go.
PowerPoint, please.
Evercold.
はい、それではジョブごとの、紹介はここまでにして、もう少し大きな枠組みとして2つのモードに対してどのような変更が行われるかの話をさせてください。
Okay, so now that we've shown some specific examples from a few jobs, I'd like to touch upon some of the changes that we're making to the entire battle system in general to accommodate these two modes.
エバーコールドからはこれらの変更が行われます。
And here are some of the changes that we'll see with the launch of Evercold.
まず、両モード共通の要素として、シナジーアクションが削除されます。
So first off, we'll be removing most synergy actions from both modes.
次に、エボルブモードではアクションの習得レベルの再設計が行われます。
Next, we'll be adjusting the levels at which actions are acquired.
そしてもう一つ、エボルブモードではタンクロール
Making
の
the
MP の
leveling
SP の
experience
役割分け
easier.
をします。
And finally, for Evolve mode, we'll be defining two different specialties, main and off tanks for the tank role.
Okay.
はい、一つずつ説明していこうと思います。
So let me explain each in detail because you probably have questions.
まずシナジーアクションの削除ですが、パーティーメンバーの攻撃力を上げるようなアクションを削除したり、効果を変更しています。
Okay, so first up, with synergy actions, we'll be removing or changing the effect of those actions which increase party member attack.
シナジーに関しては、パーティープレイとしての連動や手応えという面でプラスになることもあるので、それを好まれていた方もいらっしゃったかと思います。
While we understand that many players enjoy job synergies and party buffs as extensions of party play proficiency,
ですが、シナジーがあることによっていくつかのマイナス面もあります。
we also felt that those synergies had a negative impact to battle.
例えば、あらゆるジョブのローテーションの周期が120秒に縛られて自由度が損なわれていること。
First, synergy actions bind many jobs to specific 120-second rotations, which robs players of freedom in battle.
次に、ローテーションをミスした時のロスが大きいこと。
Secondly, when there's a mistake made in the rotation, the result can be devastating for the whole party.
そして、ジョブメカニクスやボスバトルメカニクスの設計が、シナジーの周期に縛られてしまっていることです。
And finally, the dev team, the battle team, is forced to design new job and boss battle mechanics around these existing synergy actions.
これはちょっと僕からも補足をさせてもらいますね。
Allow me to chime in on that part.
今回この決断をするのは正直かなり悩みました。
So coming to this decision was actually quite hard.
まあ特にやっぱりこうパーティープレイをしていてボスエンカウンターと戦う時にまあお互いのタイミングを合わせてバーストをする、まあシナジー合わせと呼ばれる部分がまあパーティープレイのいいところじゃないかっていう部分は僕もそう思う部分はあります。
And especially with playing as a party and you are tackling the boss encounters, there is this element where you kind of strategize to match your timing so that you can maximize that burst and get that synergy buff. And that's kind of what makes party play fun, or like that's one of the good things about the party play.
ただ今玉木くんが説明してくれたようにやっぱりこの大きな2つのデメリット。
That said, there are those disadvantages or like the negative points that Tamaki had explained.
とにかくまず一つ目はジョブのアクションローテーションがそのシナジーのタイミング120秒にとにかく合わせなきゃ僕らも設計でいけないのでどのジョブもやっぱりこれによって似てきてしまう。
So
プレイフィールが120秒ごとに。
They've come to the conclusion with what basically what they're saying here is that with these are abilities that buff the entire party, that you have to press every 2 minutes. And if you miss one of the presses, it makes the whole party weaker. And as a result of having this ability that you had to press every 130 seconds, means you had to weave it into your rotation every 2 minutes. And it means that they had to weave the boss's attack mechanics to have a hole every 2 minutes to allow for the rotations
give a little
to
bit more
start over.
individuality to a job. We see that it doesn't align necessarily with the burst timing, so that may cause some frustrations. But at the same time, if we try to match that, then players start to ask about, well, I want to see more individuality in the different jobs. And it's been a struggle for a very long time.
でもう一つはここの下の絵にある通り
And of course, lastly, as you can see in the diagram on the bottom,
ボスがこうバトルをスタートすると最初まずうおーって言いながらかかしのようにみんなのバストを受ける時間があって
and so when the boss fight starts, okay, everybody charges in, then they're all ready to go, and you're striking the enemy as if you're striking a striking dummy.
でそっからうわーってこういろいろ2分間ぐらい暴れるんだけど2分経つとまたうわー
And you go through that 120 seconds, 2 minutes, you give it your all, and then you have to wait, you have to charge
Basically,
again.
yeah, it's talking about the boss is like, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Now I'm just going to wait here while you hit me for a while. Yeah, just sit here.
そうこれがどうしても ずーっと同じことをやっぱり繰り返しがちになってくるし、まあそこでボスバトルエンカウンターチームがユニークなタイムラインを組むと、今度はこうシナジーのタイミングにボスがいなくなって打てる回数が減るからもうやめてほしいみたいなフィードバックもあるので、とにかく皆さんの自由度と我々の自由度をもっと上げて、もっと面白いものを作りたいというのが今回の、すいません、その両天秤にかけた上で、今回シナジーを廃止させてもらうという決断をしました。
And so, because of that, it's kind of inevitable that we kind of get a little repetitive in these encounters, and we want to have something that's unique. And when we try to experiment, then we start running into problems about synergy, and sometimes there are mechanics where when everybody's timing aligns, the boss is gone, and so that's frustrating. We don't want that happening. So we really wanted to have players have that freedom and then make it a very fun fight. So after a lot of deliberating, yeah, that's when we came to the decision that, yeah, we should get rid of the synergy, the actions.
It's about giving freedom to both the players for you to be able to do what you want and not be bound by these cycles, but also give freedom to the developers to create something that is more than just the 120-second cycles of attacking and then nothing, and attacking and then nothing. Now he has more freedom to do a lot crazier things in battle, and you have the freedom to do a lot crazier things as well.
Okay. So they're just removing that.
自分からの補足なんですが、一部のジョブにはそのジョブの個性として味方の攻撃力を上げるアクションなどは残っているんですが、ローテーションに縛りを発生させるようなものではないようにしています。
Again, like I mentioned at the top, the main concept surrounding these changes is to create something that players will enjoy for years to come. And we felt that doing away with synergy actions was a step in the right direction to achieve this.
まあだからレンジ DPS が持ってるようなパーティーを支援するアクションというのは一部ジョブには特徴として残ってるものがあります。ただそれがローテーションをね固定化するようなものではないように調整をさせてもらってますので、そこは安心してください。
So for example, like say a ranged DPS may still retain their support actions as a sort of personality or like their individuality, but it's not meant to kind of make your rotation static, and we'll make sure that we are adjusting accordingly.
はい、次にエボルブモードでは全ジョブのアクションの習得レベルの調整をしています。
So next up, for evolved mode specifically, we'll be adjusting the level at which actions are acquired for all jobs.
具体的にはレベル50までにホットバーにセットする必要な
Fixing the leveling
必要なある
problem.
アクションは全て揃うようにしました。
So the plan is to have the hotbar full of all necessary actions by level 50.
Okay.
この変更は、レベルシンクされた際の遊びが単調になりがちな問題の解消と、新規で始められる方が低レベルのうちからも変化を感じながらプレイしていただくためのものになります。
So this will not only help solve the problem of action rotations feeling too simplistic when playing level synced duties, it will also help newer players to a job get the feel of the difference between Reborn and Evolve modes early on.
レベル50以降はホットバーにセッ
And
ト
they
するアク
probably
ション
won't
の
even
数は
use
変わらないんですが、
Reborn
各ア
mode
クショ
at
ンに
all.
効果が追加されたり、派生アクションが追加されるなどの
Because
変化
evolved
が
mode
行
is
われます
balanced.
Then,
I can tell you
after
right now,
level 50,
Reborn mode
instead
is
of
not
adding new
balanced at
actions,
all.
we'll introduce changes to ones already set to the hotbar, such as adding extra effects or derivative actions.
まあこれによってレベル50付近もしくはレベルどうしてもこうジョブのアクションというかローテーションの完成がエボルブの方が早いので、低レベルにシンクした時はエボルブを使おうかなみたいなのもありだとは思います。
And so because of this, you will have all the required actions by level, around level 50, and you will have your set, so to speak. And so I think that makes the evolve mode a little quicker to get all of your actions in place. So if you ever do need to go into the level synced dungeons in the lower levels, I think you might, that evolve mode might be a good option to choose.
はい、最後にエボルブモードのメインタンクとサブタンクの役割分けについてです。タンクジョブにそれぞれの個性と役割を持たせるために、メインタンク向けのジョブと、サブタンク向けのジョブを分けることにしました。
So finally, with evolved mode, we want to redefine the tank role into two unique paths. Those two paths being main tank and off tank, with both having their own characteristic play style.
例えば、メインタンク向けのジョブの場合、敵からのタンク向けの攻撃をより大きく軽減できたりとか、カウンターアクションを扱えるなどの特徴があります。
So for example, main tank jobs will focus on mitigating damage and countering enemy attacks.
先ほど、紹介させていただいたナイトと 8.0 で追加される新ジョブのが、メインタンク向けの性能になっています。
So Paladin will fall under a main tank role, and the new tank in 8.0 will also be a main tank.
サブタンク向けのジョブは、味方を守ったり敵のダメージを低下させるアクションを持つため、より支援が得意といった特徴があります。
Off-tank jobs, on the other hand, will excel at protecting allies and lowering enemy attack, taking on more of a support role.
この役割分けですが、分かりやすく言うと、ヒーラーでいうところのピアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーの関係に近いものになっています。
This is somewhat similar to how with healers we have a pure healer and a barrier healer.
ある程度の難易度のコンテンツであれば、どちらかの役割の、ジョブに偏っても攻略できるんですが、霊式や絶コンテンツになると、正しい役割分けをした方が効率よく攻略できるようにしています。
I'm not sure this tanking change is gonna
So, and
stick.
while most content is going to be designed to be able to be cleared without having to worry too much about which type of tank you have in your party, high-end content such as Savage and Ultimate parties, these parties will be able to clear these duties far more efficiently by taking advantage of both the main and off role.
やっぱりこうタンクの話題ってこう皆さんわーってなるんだね。
It's so interesting when we talk about tanks and people get really excited about them.
まあでもこれ注意していただきたいのはエボルブモードの話なので、そこはご了承くださいね。
I do want to point out that this pertains to the evolved mode. So.
はい、ではまとめに入りましょうか。実機もう一回見せたいですか？
Do we want to show gameplay one more time?
はい。じゃあ玉木くんの方の実機にもう一回戻してもらえますか？
Okay, so could we switch one last time to gameplay 1, please? Oh, somebody's in battle.
エボルブモードではとにかくボタン数が少ないですし、各ジョブのシステムも分かりやすくしたつもりなので、それぞれのジョブをどのようにプレイすればいいかをあまり時間をかけずにできるようになっていると思います。
So we've significantly reduced the number of button presses for evolve mode and the number of icons in an effort to make it easier to learn and
Okay,
grasp.
so they're just
As a result, it shouldn't take that
they
long
are
for
recapping at this point. Yeah, so a lot of stuff, a lot of really interesting stuff. Some not so interesting stuff. But this is where I'm going to call the early stream for this, because they've got only another like 15 minutes and they're already through everything and into recap mode. If there is anything extra added on here that I miss, I'll cover it tomorrow in the special stream that we're doing tomorrow, covering the other part of the this event. So yeah, I've got another stream. We're going to be coming back at 9 p.m. That's in about an hour and a half with the Planet Crafter collab between Lady and myself and a few others. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end this one now and take a quick little break and get up and walk around and stuff. And then we'll be back at 9 for more Planet Crafter. Twitch is not showing me as having anybody really there in the audience, which it does from time to time, so can't really rate out to anyone, so we're just gonna go ahead and end off the stream right here, and then I'll be back in about an hour and a half with some more content. So yeah, I want to thank you guys for watching, and catch you in just a little bit. Nari out.